Morning, everybody. It's the last day. It's the last day of the regular season. We've still got the play-in, we've still got the playoffs, but 2 weeks of WePlay Academy action, and we're here today to round off the groups to see exactly where everybody slots in as the really important matches soon start in a couple of days. Launders, did you sleep well? How are you feeling? What's up in Toronto?
Yeah, I went to a Call of Duty event yesterday, which I've never watched Call of Duty in person before. I don't even know which Call of Duty is out right now, but it was really exciting. And I felt like, when we go to like the CS major and meet people who have never watched Counter Strike before, I kind of felt like that. So
Okay.
I understood the energy. I liked it, and yeah, but it's good to be back in my
Back in
own
your
arena
world.
again.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, we're all back in our lane. Speaking of lanes, I started playing iRacing yesterday, Launders. That's why I sent you that picture of me with my old race car. I feel like
Okay.
really I'm taking a step in another direction.
Hold on a
Um,
second. Is that your own race car?
it was my race car back in the day. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, man. Racing the old 50 lap dirt track enduro in Cornwall, Ontario.
You could drive that thing?
Yeah, man. Yeah. You've driven with me. Remember when I drove that van in Sweden?
Yeah, man. Good
It's all
driver.
all track knowledge, baby. But let's return to the main lane, which is the highway to the play-in. All right. Yesterday, last game of the day, it was the Young Ninjas versus Furia Academy match. We didn't get to watch it, but it was the Vertigo game that Young Ninjas actually ended up winning. So the fact that Young Ninjas are kind of adding some victories to the tally just as we get to the tail end of the season is pretty impressive because they had Fuzi back. We kind of didn't see
Ah,
Fuzi. He disappeared, slap returned. We didn't know why. It was a little, shrouded in secrecy,
you
but it
can't
seems
lose
he's
with the
back. So
booze.
anything's possible, it seems. But here they are, folks. The standings for Group A. Now we've got MOUZ NXT at the very tippity top. They've got one more game versus Young Gods. They win that. They touch 10. Fnatic Rising can't catch them because Fnatic Rising, well, they're just right there. That's it. 8-4. Final game of the season. They're locked in, all 12. So actually, no matter what, this is it. Number one, number two. Any further movement in Group A, it's all going to be the rest of the teams. The only other surefire is Eternal Fire come last, no matter what. But today is their last chance, their last map of the season. Maybe, just maybe, they break through.
Yeah, they play against prospects, but I mean, it's actually an important game for prospects because they can just jump. Like they're a third, right? So they can they can actually stay ahead of their next best competition in one of their potentially easiest games and get a really good round differential as well. Unfortunately, I'm just kind of looking at EFA as like a kind of a punching bag, but yeah, they gotta win.
They got to win. Please. Please, for them. We look at Group B, Big Omen Academy, one match left versus Furia. A nice, strong, 8 wins. Astralis could still catch them if they're able to finish off their last match. So, again, like there's a little bit more movement in Group B in terms of the top of the pack. And then it's the middle of the group in Group A that we're kind of keeping an eye on today.
Yeah, Big have a pretty good round differential here, but um, what is cool, I think, is going to be Astralis Town versus Apex Rebels, which we have second map of the day, just because of I think it drew comparison to say like Apex Astralis Town are kind of what Apex Rebels would like to be. Their styles are close, but Astralis Town are much better in the same direction, so that'll be cool to watch.
And of course, Big Omen Academy and Furia, that game could be really exciting. But the fact that, Furia just lost to Young Ninjas kind of puts things back in question. Was on Vertigo. We've seen good and bad things there from Furia. I feel like, glimpses, but not necessarily results. The second half of the day,
Yeah, they
Navi
lost to
Jr.
Apex on the map too.
Yeah, right. So, Young Ninjas going to look to continue this upwards trend. You never know which ninjas you're going to get. So you guys should stay tuned for that one. 0-0 Prospects, Eternal Fire. Again, important game for Prospects. Morale, morally, or for morale, that's the word. Eternal Fire, that could be the end. They can't play-in. There's only one team from Group A that gets fully eliminated, and it's last space, and it's going to be EF Academy. They can't get out of that, but they could still fight for the win. And then MOUZ NXT Young Gods final chance, right? They've showed us improvements throughout the season, and they stuck it to Fnatic Rising yesterday on Ancient. Awesome result. Of course, for them to kind of hit their best groove right at the very end, fighting MOUZ in their last chance of the regular season, that's really cool in my mind. So, nice balanced schedule. Some games that could be blowouts, some other matches that are actually, important for some final standings.
Yeah, I mean, even the matches that aren't important for one are still important for the other. Like prospects still have to win. So it's a lot of good games today for sure, and the last day of the regular season. So if you missed everything, this is the accumulation of all of the results, all of the best of ones, all the experience versus each other, and everyone will get kind of one last shot at being able to secure a better spot in the playoffs. And man, it can make the difference because it depends who you get in the when we move into the playoffs. So that'll come down to seeding. That's why the groups are important.
Yeah, the deadly play-in, right, where there is, if I'm not mistaken, no lower bracket. Play-in, yeah, single elim for the play-in, and then double elimination for the top 4 teams of the season who actually get to the playoffs in a couple
Playoffs,
weeks
right? Yeah,
time.
it's calling that the playoffs. It's a
Um,
play-in.
and then we'll have a bit of time in between as well, right? The play-in starts only a few days from now on Thursday, but then whoever does manage to survive that grueling run, right? If you're number 5 in Group B, or number 6 in either of the group actually, then you have to get through 4 best of threes before you're even able to play in the top 4, where you get a
Yeah.
chance at double elim, right? So it's very cutthroat for the rest of the week. And then anybody who survives, we give them a chance to breathe, a chance to armor up, sharpen their swords before they come at us later on in the month. But yeah, that's what we got left for you guys. Damn, season 4 is already basically done. But now we're getting into the good stuff. That's the best part. Playoffs soon.
Yeah, that'll be great. I mean, everything's honestly, it's been a fantastic season. I mean, there's a couple of teams like Navi Junior, for example, in particular, and even like a tiny bit weaker MOUZ who don't have Torzi, don't have JDC, who they're still doing really excellently, and Fnatic Rising are like even better. But some other rosters, of course, have to rebuild because they were so successful with their initial lineups that we don't have like a Monacy this season, for example.
Yeah.
And I think what we got instead is just a lot more parity and a higher floor and better teams throughout the entire league. Where the Academy League, I think, is being taken very seriously because of the successes from these other organizations that are like, let's not just throw together five kids. Let's get some players that really, who could impress within a year because we've already seen Bit win a major out of the Academy League. So
It's
insane.
crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely wild. I think
Yeah.
it's better for the league. It is the better option. And then what's cool with this in my mind is that the next time we do get a Monacy, he's going to have to chew through, tougher competition to begin with, and ultimately that just leads to better experience. So,
Yeah.
we're in a good
Listen,
place.
if Art Frost was better, he could be Monacy.
Oh, but
He's
yeah.
just as fast. He's got like the upper skills, and he's also climbing the leaderboard in terms of his consistency this season. He's just, I mean, Monacy misses too, but he's just a little bit less composed. It's really easy to get him to rotate around. It's really
Mm,
easy to bait him into shooting when he probably should wait an extra second. There's little things like that where he can win versus worse players, but the better the players get, the harder it's going to be. But his stats over the season have just gone up. Now he's a top 5 player in the league. I think we don't count Fuzi, we don't count Fesser, who only has 6 maps, and he's a top 3 player, and all of them are oppers, which is kind of how it should be. He has been insane. I mean, he went 30 and 10 yesterday, and it was versus EFA, but still, I mean,
yeah,
how many people have done that?
we don't have to include that part if you really wanted to blow people's socks off, but you're honest and I respect you for it. Yeah, I consider him, top 3 now, obviously because of the lesser maps played of Fuzi and Fesser. It's just sick that he started from 0 and 4. Regali and Hyped.
Yeah,
Well, actually, I'll give credit to Hype. He surprised me a little bit. There was rumblings there, but this season he really stands out.
but they
And to
had
be up
teams
there
that were
with
doing
Regali,
better, right? You're saying,
yeah.
yeah.
And
So
then
like, obviously, it's harder to
our
get good
Frost.
stats when your teams are losing, no matter what.
Yep. But here he is. And here we'll go, folks, to Dust 2. This is the very first map that we saw OG Academy play when they were created 30 minutes before their first match. They just smoked Eternal Fire Academy to start the season here, and they have a 100% win rate on it ever since. We thought to ourselves when this team was formed, Dust 2. It's going to be easy. But then throughout the season, they did kind of take it to different maps. We've seen different looks, both successful and unsuccessful. You know, a little bit lackluster as a team on, say, Nuke when they faced Spirit Academy the last time. But that's where Spirit Academy took the veto. So today, OG, they're going to bring it to Dust 2. They're going to take the gloves off, and we're going to swing it out. We're going to duke it out to see who gets their revenge, whether Spirit keep the 2-0 or OG can strike back. And I think to myself, here on Dust 2, Marix could have a field day. This is a map where Dementor sometimes puts up big numbers. You know, Sound is a consistency. And even as of late, we've had a map or two from Oxygen that just reminds us that, like, there's talent from top to bottom on OG Academy. Spirit Academy, better be ready.
Absolutely. Sound is the small site player, and I think on another team, he probably wouldn't have to be that. So, I mean, I think he's got a lot of output. So, yeah, this team is quite scary on Dust 2. That being said, they did beat EFA twice, and at the beginning of the season, we didn't really know who was going to be the top dogs in this of the league this season. So Young Gods, they don't really play Dust 2 anymore. Maybe because of this loss, who knows? They could be good at the map, but this might be OG Academy's actually kind of realist test on the map, especially considering how good Spirit have gotten.
Time to find out. Oxygen swings it top mid. Art Frost, one and done. Zontix cleared from tunnels. So we get the mid control pretty quick for OG. Quail's going to hear it running by. We've got Hassinator locked in. Ooh, gets wrecked by the P250 and the follow-up here from Marek. So OG Academy get their kills in mid. Pack mentality, pushing through and pushing past every step of the defense until they meet Donk. Nice long-range headshot. You know, Donk has definitely come back into this. Was switched out a map or two, but I like when Donk's in the server, and I like when Hassinator's in the server. I think this is my favorite roster of Spirit Academy, actually.
Yeah, what is the other?
No Taneki.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
No offense to him, but I like when, you know, Hass was listed as the official sub, and we've seen a lot of him, and I like it. Yeah,
No Taneki is definitely the sub. For whatever reason, they like Hass has played, what, 8 maps this season, so yeah. No Taneki's only come in for 2 games. So maybe that's something that's changed. He was just doing too good in practice. They're like, all right, this is the guy.
You're in. Art Frost, one of the sickest scouts of the league, and he's got that first opening kill. So top mid player gets punctured. Oxygen down for the count. OG gonna have to reel back 4v5.
Yeah, that's Taneki's only played 2 games. So let's see, Hass is. I mean, they should keep this stuff up to date. Because we're watching. We care. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 10. Okay.
Vast majority. Quick little Xbox smoke. Flash towards top mid. And they're going to give him that space, right? Art Frosty's moved the scout over towards Goose, so keeping eyes on long and ready for the cat hit. At the minute mark, we're going to get OG. Use a bit of utility. Push out long and at least get this half of it. Art Frost, he looms near.
Whew. Interpolation zoom.
Shake gets down to the pit.
Get him.
Scout fight. Shake gets tagged. Nade. Ooh, very good. Art Frost is just pumping out the damage.
Yeah, it actually hit him right in the chest. And I think was that the same guy he naded? Maybe.
Yep.
Sound and Shake low, very low.
Still able to recover.
Hassinator start jumping while he stopped the bomb last time.
Oh. Deal not as accurate. Oh. 10th time's the charm. They got to push up ramp. Hassinator. All right. Scout headshot into the Huandig. Why the hell not? And Shake, who was tagged by the scout of Art Frost much earlier on, is at a distance with the smoke in front of the site. That's it. Art Frost, he gets the damage onto Shake after getting opening pick versus Oxygen, nades down Sound and Dementor, finishes Dementor himself, and then gives that scout over to Hassinator, who cleans up shop.
When I go to deathmatch, I go scout Deagle, and then if I get a scout kill, then I always switch to the Deagle, and then I get a Deagle kill and I switch to the scout, but not in matches. That was really nice.
Damn. All right, OG. Speed bump on the way to the 3-0 start. That's 2 AKs given over, plus a Galil, so 3 of the rifles stolen away.
Uh-oh. Man, I was actually. Oh shoot, he has like a spawn long corner smoke, and then it misses.
We don't
So that corner
compliment.
smoke is really important because the CT, as you can see, is just sitting on the corner now. If that smoke goes down, and it's really hard for the CT to know if anyone's crossed if that smoke goes down. So right here, the CT's gonna be a little more lean towards B.
In and out. Art Frost support from the window. A1S goes empty. Dementor gets tapped back by that USP, and Quail dies to the Tech 9 press close. Kobe! No. Got stuck on a brick. Bomb plant. Oh, just gets it. So a little bit of money. Take what you can get.
I think if Dementor doesn't plant on that side of the box, he probably dies. So nicely done. Opening the door, but it's smoked. Do you want to talk about that Quail spray or no?
Nah.
Nah. He was too
We'll
good
let that
yesterday.
one slide. Yep, we'll let that one slide. Everybody gets one. Ooh. Art Frost, empty weapon. Nice tap there. I like that one.
I was actually happy to see him fall out of the window in that spot. That was, they actually did lose a round once where he tried to switch to his sidearm and then, you know, peaked. And he had enough teammates, but he's also one of the highest outputs on his team, right? So sometimes when he dies, even if they're in a good spot, they can lose, and you gotta be careful.
It's on 6 and Hasinator. Nice long control here, just mowing down the pistols. Now, just for context's sake as well, right? These two teams currently 5th and 6th within Group A, and this is both their last games. So whoever wins this one will have a 6 and 6 record, pushing the other team to 5 and 7, guaranteeing at least 5th place in this group.
Which is excellent.
Whoever is 6 and 6 will still have a chance to maybe pass Young Gods if they lose versus MOUZ. So they could even rob a 4th spot if it comes down to round difference. And both these teams already have, you know, like a bit of a better round difference than Young Gods. So if this is a blowout victory for either team, we could watch them snipe that 4th position real quick. Yep. It's a big one. It's a big one.
Man, 4th place in Group A. That's tight. Nice JW pick here for Art Frost. Looks like the walkout's coming. Mentor's slowing it down. Pass dropping his guard a little bit. Yeah. So he might get hunted down. He's waiting for a flash as well. They're already out, though. I can only assume he's going to die if they keep going. Oh.
Sure enough. Walk around the corner clean. He at least turns his back, so he has a chance at that fight, but he still loses it. Art Frost was juggling grenades. A carrier to car.
Everyone likes loud cars.
It's those damn Honda Civics, you know?
We get it. You're short.
Mark's walking out top mid. Catches Zontix. What's he doing? Crab walking all the way to top. I don't think so. Donk. He's got Quail to support mid real quick. But OG just wait inside the tunnels. Gonna get a little bit more utility thrown out. Oh, hinge smoke? Misses.
It was in the area. What do you mean?
Close enough? No, sir. And without a gun in hand, oh, Donk, he goes down for free. Quail tries to just retain all that control, but not going to happen, and Art Frost is smoked off, so suddenly Marix is going to go and try to hunt him down, catch him at the last second, as OG guarantee a 2nd round win. Nice and easy.
Yeah, I think actually, you know, I talked about the comparison between Astralis Talent and Apeks Rebels. I think there is something to be said about them in OG Academy as well, the way they are willing to go for contact plays. I think one of the main differences, they're willing to go even faster sometimes. And of course, they have a lot more stuff, but that is I would say, kind of central to the way that they play versus almost any squad. And I think that's how they've gotten some big rounds versus some of the teams that are ranked higher than them. That's when they look the most confident as well. Someone to look for. So let's see this long corner smoke. See the difference right here? Is the CTs actually have to completely fall back off of this. If they had the op in the corner and the smoke doesn't come down, they can hold. And now they have to wait. Okay, and there's no one blue. But look at this. They have to respect that someone could be blue. So now nades coming over to blue. They'll smoke this. They might molly it. We're probably checking under dumpster in this spot. It's taking time. Those are really small and easy smoke to use on T side, but it makes a lot of difference for the later round.
Frost to the test. 8 kills already this map, 5 in. It's powered up over the season. Shake waits on the other side. He's going to peek into it. Oh, it's actually Frost to hit the shot, but through the corner of the wall, so no death.
I thought Shake hit that.
Should have.
These are two very fast boys. We have seen some quick shots come out of both Shake and Frost. Uh-oh.
Gets around.
I'm always supposed to land in CT, or I'm not sure, actually.
Donk from inside the B site. Sucked into Humvee. Oxygen has to go deep to deal with him. So Quail gets the back turn. Marix, quick headshot back into the B site. He'll go. We've got the potential for the mid lockdown, but Shake doesn't stick around towards doors. He wants to get into the post plant with him. Super low HP.
They're scared of tunnels.
Flash goes over. Frost dead. Marks. Oh, gets traded by Shake. Good decision to move towards tunnels. He locks it in just as they try to push their way through. OG Academy tie at 3.
Marks is in an excellent spot for that. As soon as Shake came in, he could watch the window behind him, and he has an off angle towards the door. So then they both have off angles, and he gets there just in time. So they try to speed that up to beat Shake, but Shake is speedy, very speedy. So 3-3, close one. Even getting into the B side is pretty impressive. We've seen Donk put up some strong holds. Past 2 does 2 games.
Ooh, ah.
I respect giving it up.
Sure.
Yeah.
We don't deserve to fast cat.
Yes.
We'll go for the lineup on the long corner instead. And hey, it works. You got USPs, you get a kill. That's a silver star in my book. Get 2, that's gold. Ooh, but they meet Oxygen on the corner. He mows them all down. 3 kills easy. OG with a lead.
Did I ever give out silver stars in school, like sticker stars?
Yeah, if you had like a medium day. We used to have like
remember.
smiley faces, green, red, or yellow. You know, depending on your behavior that day.
Oh, they have that in the bathroom airport, or the airport in the bathroom. Or the bathroom in the airport, yeah.
Do you ever touch those things?
No, that's gross.
Yeah, right?
The
Who
fact that
would?
you touch them is like ironic.
Who would?
Oh. That Shake. Oh, that
gets
was
him.
Yeah, man, that was nice.
Corner spray down. Zontix loses his teammate in front, recovers with a couple. They won't have Frost, but they will have Quail top mid. Quick flank. No need for the commitment from OG, but they could follow through if they want. Quail going to get ever closer to that flank as the 2 smokes for cross goes down. The nade not quite on the money there from Zontix. Marix crosses. CT now into the double doors on long. Shake better keep an eye on that. He's throwing flashes for the site players. Zontix has to just tuck inside of the smokes. He's dangerously close. He comes around the side of the ramp. Oxygen busy planting bomb. Shake recovers that one. Spots the player. Misses his chance. Up close. 2 missed shots. And the nade lands on Oxygen, so an easy cleanup comes through from Donk. That could have been saved had Shake killed Quail. However, it's 2 up. And Spirit Academy tie again.
Shake's playing well, but he is missing some shots. Like, he's putting himself in good spots for kills, but he's just not shooting. He's not hitting everything at the moment, so that could be a problem. And that does highlight, I think, the op. It's not so much always the op or duel like we used to. It is just more like, how good is this op versus the other team? How good, you know, because it's kind of like on a chessboard, you wouldn't send a queen to go take out another queen. You're like aware of the other queen, but the queen's real value is that no one can come into view of it safely. Is that it is so much stronger than other pieces. But the last thing you want it to do is to fight something as strong as it. So when we talk about like op efficacy, it's And in the case of Dust too, there are some mid engagements like this that, oh my god, 2 tags. But it's if you have a really powerful line that's, okay, this is ridiculous. You got another op, Quail. That's Marth down.
Peek to the pit. Hasinator holds it. I get what you mean though, Mo. You know, real queens support other queens.
No.
Just trying to make a sassy,
Ooh.
you know, sassy shot like Shake. Ah, Art Frost, bit of a flick. And he doesn't go for that repeak. Start of the season, Art Frost would have gone for that repeak. But this is a new and improved.
This is 12 games in Art Frost.
And also 12 HP Art Frost.
Yeah.
So they got them boxed on long again. Last time we saw OG get 2 players to the ramp and then Shake sat back and, well, we saw it. Lost pit control because of 2 missed shots. Similar scenes. Same utility. They're going to give that flash to Shake so he can help them on the cross. And creep forward at the 30-second mark. So Molly, yeah, okay. Molotov as well for Catwalk, so they could just keep Art Frost burned back. Won't be able to sit in anything. Zontix decides to activate.
Cat. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's him dead. Sure enough, sweeping out. Zontix finds 2 of them. They just kind of stall out for a second. Zontix gets all 3 kills from long, so that's back-to-back rounds where that doors push works out wonderfully for Spirit.
So they tried to get someone right to the corner and then get the molly off on Cat, and then the guy on the corner could swing right away, and then if the op is on the corner, either he pushes out to go to elbow, drop a smoke because he thinks the attack is coming out late, or he goes back to Cat, and it's totally safe. Either way, it's a nice fight for the rifle. Could have been a good interruption, but an even better flank. That round was really crazy with all the op shots through the doors to push off Cat. Why? Wait, did they not have the gun in view to pick it up? The other op?
They would have. No, it died on platform, so yeah, they could have.
Yeah, that's weird.
Art Press says, town ain't big enough for 2 of us. And Quail, oh, nice little tap on a Shake. Keeping this one very clean and concise. Triple kill. And the players trickling up middle. Marx has to come back from Cat as Hasinator pushes on long doors. Upgrade to the Deeg. MP9 makes some money. Free utility. Spirit, comfortable spot.
Yeah, Quail's was quite impressive. I feel like last game, not that many kills, but not bad. Really big in their Young Gods match. Overall, it looks like he dies a little too often, but does decently well still. And then he had that one big match where they lost versus Prospects. I think he was, you know, he had a 1.51 and they lost. So he tried really hard. A lot of inconsistency this season. I don't know why his ratings aren't better. He's getting some kills, but yeah, maybe it's because he dies a lot. But I feel like these last couple of games we've watched him, he's been doing a lot.
Aggression. Hasinator barks as he runs into the double doors, does a bit of damage. Flick shot from Art Frost through door, no sir. Oxygen tries to challenge. Oh man, he gives it up even though he was so close to killing Hasinator. Grenade could have finished Oxygen, but he also escapes. And mid again. CT's not really in a spot to again get aggressive, right? Hasinator probably won't flank on such little HP. See the B players just turtle up inside sight. Smokes in a couple different directions here. OG Academy trying to keep the question marks above the heads of Spirit.
It's the same strat where they go B, but this time they're not committing off Cat, and they actually just go mid B. Deep CT smoke. This is a really good split actually from OG. See if they can pull it off. CTs are ready, but there's only 2.
Phil catching the drop down. Donk, easy first one. Tries to turn it towards tunnels, and the T's puncture through with little HP. Check out the health that's left on OG Academy.
Oh,
And yet Spirit, I don't think they're going to go for this.
God damn. I think that, yeah, that's why even low HP, like having a whole player is so much more valuable than having less players with more HP, because it's just about the number of angles that you can peek at once, right? If two players on 20 HP, but they're peeking from two completely different choke points like window and the tunnel, that's worth more than one guy coming in 100 HP versus two guys in the site. So that's them pressing the advantage. They actually do such a good job there that there was no CT in CT spawn to even spam the cross, to throw down nades, to look over the smoke as they're going in the window. So they really did do a ton to get away with all those players staying alive. And man, they made that hella convincing that they were going to try to product cat him in the beginning of the round as well. So like the transition there from OG, that's well earned. They all die at the end. They were bleeding out anyway. But man,
have the stamina to escape.
That actually is so expensive that...
Yep, not the best spot to be in.
This buy is cheeks.
Oh, God. 3 Galils, 1 Mac 10. Lots of nades at least, but yeah, it's one of those, like... One of those... Is it more of a curse or a blessing? You break through, but it costs you everything. Spirit. Smoke off that molly quick. Rush would have worked out nicely. Could have, made up for the lesser weapons, but... They'll hold here, go down towards tunnels. Quail sitting outside of the doors. He's got support as well. Nade is perfectly timed. That's Dementor down by 40. And now that the smoke grenade has faded, OG start to set their eyes back on this bomb site. Donk ahead of the corner of Humvee. Little off angle. Catches the first one. Bomb spotted. Quick scramble to come over and help. It's the op of Artfrost first. They don't smoke the doors. The mid push comes through. Dementor gets one off the back, and Artfrost tries to cancel him out. But by doing that, it's one set of eyes off at the site. Quail still on car.
Wow.
2 kills from him. Sound into the 1v3. Gets the first frag. Smokes the doorway. Tries to jump over. Sees the guy in window. And both counter-terrorists are on the other end of this.
Interesting. I mean, as soon as I hear this bomb plant, I mean, honestly, they should be setting up grenades, but they're ready for Sound to try to make a play to make it a 1v1 at first. And Sound is pulling out. Okay, so in this spot, Artfrost can actually go back and watch mid, and it's fine. And there is enormous timing where, of course, they're going to think about other things. But there's also... It's also perfectly fine to go let him plant and play the 2v1 that way. So this could be kind of the best possible play for Sound. If he thinks that they were going to try to rush him down when the bomb gets planted. And yeah, they let him cross mid. So there it is. He's escaped on either site. Let's see where the plant is. All right, this means he could be trying to cross long or just play on the ramp close to it.
Double AK retake from CT.
He hasn't reloaded.
Sound watching long. He could just lock them into this. Does he peek before they get here? Oh, a little wide. Sound may have killed Haas, but Artfrost right there for the trade. If he lets them come up a little bit closer, maybe they line up for him.
Yeah, or if he just simply doesn't swing as wide.
Yep.
The scariest part for the CTs coming up the ramp is just, how do we make sure we're always evenly spaced for like a couple of different fights? Like if someone peeks, they're kind of worried if they get peeked off the platform and also on the ramp, and that's where Sound has a little advantage. But as soon as he goes a little too wide, that's when that advantage is gone. Nearly got the lineup, though. Who knows? He might not have even gotten a plant if he tried to put it down in B.
Oh, Dementor, he gets caught. Hopping around in suicide. Frost with the quick slap back. Sound went all in on this one, of course. Being solo AK. And smoke not punished by Artfrost. Nade? Meh. He's going to take that as a ticket to rock back towards that A site. But there's actually now a pocket in mid that Quail has to come clear, and there's a lot of players ready for him. So pistol headshot, that's all it's going to take. Shake trades. Artfrost attention turned back. They don't have to commit to this. They did what they wanted. Take a player off. Weaken up the defense. Hasinator's going to see that as an invitation to push, and it gets caught by Sound. He was watching for that. A couple of times that's cost them, and they catch it. Now a second rifle offered over. A real chance for OG to cause a bit of an upset. A stink in round 13. Smoke on the corner, but cleared. Marix tries to leave. And it's all on Art Frost now. 4 shots in the mag. Op reload in the middle of an execute. May cost him his life. Crouches down as the flash connects. Pops up, hits Sound, re-peeks. And Marix hits his headshot. So slowly but surely, one after another. A 4 versus 5 with a single AK. And we've got OG inside that A site with the plant. Zontix draws attention. Shake to the op. Hit by the flash. And Zontix, he gets Marix and Shake with the headshot from downtown. It's an 8th for Spirit Academy.
Excellent there from Zontix. Of course, we had Haas kind of looking for frags there. There was no real emergency to be running on that flank after they got long. Even just getting out of the doors, not seeing anybody is the win. So a little risky, but and Sound ends up taking him out. But yeah, here in this situation, OG Academy don't have much going for them with just the pistols and the mixed buy coming off the back of that round where they all die after a win. Everything got really expensive, and now they're trying to defend against a 10-round CT side from Spirit Academy. This game was close for a second. This would be OG's first loss in the season, and kind of, you know, a viscerally important loss. Even though they all matter, since this one is the last and you know exactly where the standings will be, I think it makes the pressure more palpable.
Yeah. At the end of this, you immediately see the, the risings and the sinkings on the standings. It'll still bank on Young Gods to see exactly where they end up, but at least one position higher. Ooh. Hit by the flash. It's the cat crawl. Zontix has been shooting very straight today. 11 and 7. In fact, the floor of Spirit Academy is just there. As we've come to expect in the later half of the season, right? Before it was like, oh, if Art Frost goes hard mode, it's still not enough. And now, everybody putting up numbers. Art Frost holds in the CT spawn. He's got more bodies coming at him. He decides he doesn't want to wait. Peeks in, catches Shake with a nade in hand. A third. Art Frost. Oh, the multi-kill potential is so sick. And Oxygen, he'll get a little something back for OG towards long, but with 20 seconds, he knows he has no chance. Bomb is in middle, and Art Frost, his bloodlust is not yet satiated. He wants one more. Okay. All right. I tried to sell you guys that one.
Did he just start flicking away before he shot?
Yes. Yes, he did.
I can't, dude.
Yes, he did. So, one rifle saved.
Yeah, at least that. They've been bottom out otherwise. Fart Frost.
Player slow walks into the crosshair. Literally slides to the left. Ciao! Like, bro, you gotta get the kill first.
That's literally Usain Bolt celebrating before he wins. Like, that's...
I love those compilations. Like, American football players that, like, just, like, stop at the 10-yard line.
Yeah.
Losers. There we go. Little recovery. You know, that one AK could be worth something, as it's MAC-10s and Galils around it. But double digits to the CT side. Spirit Academy, that's what they gun for. And, of course, with a long kill, we get another little combination between Zontix and Hasinator. Not the first weapon round they've shut down from this pit. M4 gets away from him. Art Frost decides he's going to come in, combat opping, and sure enough, he hits it. A little recovery, gets his revenge versus Oxygen, and takes 10 for the CT side. That, 5-3, 4-3 start, fizzled out, and Spirit powered up.
Another 19 kill half here for Art Frost, and yeah, he was the main op of this map, and we've seen Shake. Shake's been very good, but genuinely, Art Frost, apart from being a little silly sometimes, has consistently high output and is kind of taken over versus many of the other ops. So it's going to be really cool now to watch him, because I think he's gotten ostensibly better since the beginning of the season. Play against some of the other kind of top operators in bigger matches, where Spirit might get a rematch and see if he can match up. Because right now, I mean, he's legit able to carry these games, and they have enormous CT sides now because of it, kind of consistently. So a huge map. I mean, they look solid. This is no small feat. OG have yet to lose a Dust 2. They have yet to look fallible on Dust 2. And Spirit Academy have made them look like the worst team by a considerable margin. So go into the second half. You know, this is kind of Spirit's game to lose. They look fine enough on T side. This is their, like, kind of their biggest win. I think if they are able to pull this off, their most impressive win. Anything that's towards the end of the season where everyone's getting so good is even better. And the fact that right now it doesn't even feel like it's that close is crazy, because this is OG Academy's best map so far. It's one of the teams that is literally tied with Spirit, which is just ridiculous to think about in the first place, considering, you know, like the 3-0 start for OG in the beginning and the 0-4 start for Spirit in the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
So all these things are crazy when you think about, you know, 10-5 half right here.
Now, keep it dominant, and they'll snipe that fourth spot if Young Gods, you know, can't put up much versus MOUZ NXT. That's exactly what they want. You know, a win is something. A big win, all those variables you're alluding to, it'll put Spirit Academy in such a healthy place going into the play-ins. And we can look at nobody else other than them as, like, the example of a recovered season. They lose a player in the pistol to start off. Shake back on Cat. Oxygen dealt with. And Dementor now spotted. Quail looking for the multi-kill. Bomb's been thrown. 2 versus 4 in the pistol. And, okay, couple of USP headshots right at the end. A couple cherries on top. Pop, pop. And we've got a little move forward. It's been a little while, actually. I'd forgotten that we hadn't seen a Dust 2 out of OG from some time. Their most recent, you know, 5 games ago versus Eternal Fire Academy.
Yeah.
Damn, you know, they started off the season so well on it that I think they really kind of intimidated others in terms of taking it here, and I'm proud of Spirit for taking up the challenge.
Yeah. Yeah, after yesterday, I mean, not the best team that they played against, but I could see they were very kind of well prepared for Dust 2. I mean, it's in particular that set that was really great. Some of those post-plant situations where Art Frost was using his lurk smoke on Cat. The comfortability in those crazy chaotic moments was the most impressive. But okay, an opportunity here for OG as they pick up the second pistol.
Oh. Nothing. Oh, get him!
Oh,
no!
That's tough. That one's hard because, like, he could have right-clicked, but it's you don't know for sure if you're gonna get the good right-click there. Yeah.
If it's just a little too short.
Yeah. Like
that
might look like trolling.
Yeah.
That might look like trolling, but I think that was just like, this is the best option probably. Because, like, I think here, because even if you get a left click on the back,
yeah,
you're doing close to 50 damage, right?
It's 2 left clicks in the back or 1 right click. Yeah.
Right. So it's, I think it was the right idea.
Could have taken a chance inside the smoke and knifed blindly, but that's, you know, that's even crazier. So shoulda, coulda, woulda. Didn't make his money. It's all right for Spirit. They'll still come in with a nice healthy buy. Scout on Art Frost, a bit of a limitation, but again, we know what he does with that.
Is it a global noise to hear the knife swiping without it hitting anything? Shoot, I should know that.
Maybe a little one?
In 1.6, you could hear people pull their knife out, but not any other gun.
I think it still makes a sound. I remember Hugo yelled at me once. No. I mean when you try to knife something. I thought you had to hit a surface for people to hear it, but maybe you can swing it.
Okay.
I'm like 75% sure.
Okay. Yeah. There are some weird rules, so. Well, how did Quail get here all the way already? They're actually, he actually got here so fast. They're trying to fake it to make it seem like they're, they need the bomb to cross, but they can actually toss it to Quail from this smoke. This is kind of hard for the CTs. All right, nature.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
They spammed the boost.
Oh,
That
third.
was good.
Hasinator track and shake through that one. So Spirit Academy, they get them up close and personal, draw them to that second wall of smokes, and then Donk gives them the business. What's left of OG Academy is just going to run for the hills and try to hang on to what they've got. So guns make a very healthy difference here for Spirit. 2 assists for Quail on that one as well. So, you know, they were tenderized first, fragged out after. And 11th for Spirit Academy the moment they've got their guns.
I was wondering why they weren't like mollying things on that cross, why they weren't putting a lot more pressure. I mean, actually both the CT and T side. But then we see Donk they just gave him a lot of space, and then just knocked down the totem pole. Big Donk.
Yes, the knife does make sound when you're swinging against the air.
Okay.
Yep. Now 100% confirmed.
Did you get a tweet or?
No, I just
the
Googled
game?
it. That's the
Oh,
that's my
Googled it.
favorite thing about casting from home is that I do just have web browse. You know, it's like it's so much more convenient when we need to. You know, like when I brought up my Saturn moon facts, I could double check
yeah.
everything first.
True.
Ooh, MP9, huh? Up close. Oh, they didn't expect Oxygen to be right there. He drop kicks 2 players back into the depths of double doors. And from the success of that last round, from getting all the way to ramp so quickly, to now being 3v5 just as fast. Art Frost has to lean back and hope that maybe somebody overextends here. Will the CTs give up one of these 2-man advantages? Meanwhile, Zontix, Quail, gonna go clear those tunnels, see what they can find. They give up that flank watch, so that's gonna leave Oxygen very close, tucked on those double doors. Could gain a lot of info at a moment's notice. May not ever matter if what's left of Spirit can just gun through this B bomb site. They've got a guy on car who sweeps away Quail, and Sound's now locked in underneath the window. He is the first to die here for the CT side. Molotov and the rotate comes through. Art Frost dead to rights as Dementor through the doors finds a double 8 for OG. All off of the stomp. Push that MP9 close to the long doors, and they've got themselves a round win.
That's the thing about Oxygen, man. He actually, okay, so he plays some small sites, but he also, I mean, just anchoring different positions, but he's over on long on this map, and yeah, he can really handle himself. He absolutely adds to the CT sides of OG, even if there are some other star players here taking the attention away from him. Oh man, I think that's got to be the last time that you let him try that, because he's one of those guys very consistently going to tag you on the cross. We got to use some utility here. It just ain't worth it.
Don't test the Art Frost.
Yeah,
Just avoid the Art Frost. I've always thought Art Frost sounds like a really sick Pokemon move. It would be
okay.
the power attack, you know?
Mhm.
And I think we see the effects of it here in mid.
Yeah, it's super effective. You see that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I appreciate that. Take it next level. Tunnels push, huh? Gonna go hunting. Look for a kill, look for a recovery. Oxygen doubles back from the cubby. Shake still just floating on the ledges. Dementor comes through. Must have been a boost down in lower tunnels. Oh, Oxygen though dies on long. That's gonna open up the wrap.
Shake is scared now. Zontae's coming up from spawn. Shake. Oh, he's got to drop. They have the long
hanging
presence. He can't. Yeah, he can't go back. They have the bomb crossing cat this one, so it's actually pretty good spot here for the T's. Interesting plant from Quail.
March jumps up mid. Yeah, gets caught by Donk.
Oh, that was
Mentor though.
Nope. That was a round-winning trade right there. Now they have to watch cat.
So split as well, right? Hasinator deep down on platform. Donk comes through. Insta headshot to Dementor. He's
This is
sticking
the
it.
why is this weird plans, boy.
Oh my god. Surely he comes
Boys.
around.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Okay. Sketchy stuff. I mean,
Okay, see that quail? Is that quail weird plant right there? He plants. He could plant for long plant. He just plants on the opposite box for no reason. It doesn't even help the long plant. It's just so weird.
good thing Donk keeps it sharp
He's
because
diffusing
that
it
fight.
like it's a single box plant, man.
Yeah. That fight versus Shake at the last second. I mean, he loses the cap player. We got OG with 9. But
Yeah.
at least Donk is hitting hard.
Yep.
3 kills in that one. Smashes Dementor's head as he tries to follow through from CT.
Not easy to kill Marks.
Definitely not, right? The last time they played, they learned that lesson. What was it? 46 kills or something after the double OT on Nuke?
Yeah.
Every time you say Marks around Spirit Academy, they still flinch. But now it's going to be the other way around. He's trying to, but the number is not quite there for Marix. Trailing by 4 rounds is Spirit. Flash them back from middle. Dementor takes an off angle, hopes they walk through those doors. And Spirit want Cat first and foremost. They're going to find out that it's just the scout, of course. Could sense that as a weakness. But the frag grenade hits Zontix down to 88. Jostling around the pieces. Keeping Shake Scout on long doors. Hasinator just walks right through it. I mean, that could have been a free kill. Absolutely free. Had he just hit it. Burned out from the car. Shake gets chased, but Dementor tries to lock in that angle. Shake's able to recover. Oxygen from the corner. They come around that smoke grenade and do not expect oxygen. Neither did they prepare for Merrick's on the fast flank. So there's 9. OG box him in. And I thought for a second, you know, Scout's going to be a liability. Instead, it just sets up Dementor.
Yeah, indeed. And there's something interesting that OG are doing right here with the deep pushes on Cat, like where Shake was standing, waiting for a late flash. They're trying to call him out by taking these deep angles. And right now, Spirit aren't totally prepared for it. They're actually getting called out. So this is kind of a cool bit of counterplay they're using, I think, versus specifically Spirit. And now Spirit on no money. I think they'll have to think about this. So might push them into kind of an adaptation phase. And like we saw last round, really key kill on Long to put pressure on Shake to drop in a CT spawn. Here, Shake wins his duel versus Long. He wasn't one to lose it last round, but this round he's just there. If he doesn't grab that, then there's still a split coming in. So they shut down both sides. Oh. Honestly, should you buy? I don't even think you should. I mean, what's the big value if you? Okay, that's why you buy, baby. That's why you buy right there.
Blastinator.
Vegator.
Oh my god. Okay. A second there, and OG would have just collapsed. They would have had heart attacks and crumbled. Still recoverable, of course.
If they win this, it'll be tragic for OG. Absolutely tragic.
Yeah. And I think that, you know, that'll be them stealing away this spot in the standings.
Yeah,
off
I think
the back of something like this. It's just
honestly, this might be an inadvisable buy. Like, I don't think you buy here if this game is any closer. They're just trying it.
Yep.
But now they actually secured that opening frag, and suddenly it's very scary for OG.
They'll feel that pressure on the A site. They're a little thin here, leaning on Shake to hold cross. He's missed a couple of shots throughout this game, but this will be his chance to just keep them back, right? We've got no flashes, no smoke grenades. They're just going to continue to peek into this scope, and they get ever closer. 2 kills here from Shake. Finally has that fight versus Art Frost. Art Frost swinging the scout, peek after peek. And Shake locks it all in. 4 kills for him.
Oh
yeah, with no util. It's just them looking for the fights. Donk looking for the recovery. 9 health left on him. He gets a third. It's only 1 left. Oh my god, Donk the god. The save could be here, but Oxygen swipes it away from top ramp.
Wow. NT, man.
Yeah.
Nice kills. Crazy how close that gets. I mean, that damage, I mean, is the what they were looking for, I think, coming into a bye like that. It comes close to actually being able to win the round. But now we look at how many times they just try to challenge Shake as he's just falling back to all his good positions. I mean, if Artfrost hits his shot, that's one thing. But they just super overcommitted. Quail should have also looked down, ducked, and walked to the plant spot. There's no way for the op to get the kill in that spot. And then look at the re-challenges over and over again. It's like they didn't even... if they got that bomb down... If they just got that bomb down, then Donk actually has a chance to win the round for them.
And especially when, like, you know, I think Artfrost, okay, one person can maybe be excused, not even excusable, but like he continues to peek, pushes the upper back. It's the fact that the Deagle player follows him trying to take all the same 100%. Angles.
Artfrost has the right. He has the skill.
Yeah. Zontic's pick up bomb plant. It's perfect. You've got a post plant, and, you know, for all you know, the scout then hits the headshot, and it's all good. But doesn't work. Right.
Even in this round, right? They have some money, but they don't even have an op option unless they kind of stretch their money thin. So he can half armor, which is fine. No nades though here for Artfrost. Even though Donk comes close to winning that round, that should have been a plant first. Even if they lose, that's more money for you. You're trying to get money off the board for OG. That's fine. But if you don't win the following round, it doesn't matter. So really rough buy coming into a good opportunity and then a missed chance at the end in a free situation. So OG right now, of course, destroying so far in this half. Me feeling pretty good.
Nade on Zontix, flash with it, peek with it. Yeah. Sorry, Zontix, you never had a damn chance with that one. That's a 3-piece puzzle. Now we could be staring at a tied game here. Unless this actual full-fledged buy comes back from 4v5. Couple CT smokes thrown out from Quail. Sound locks into the car. Marek still worried about mid because of those grenades. Sound's on the alarm. And in already with 1 kill. A little bit disjointed. Marex falls down from window. Hascinator's got the double. Shake's still worried about anything in mid. Artfrost has to pick up that bomb, and the CTs can just wait this out for now. Piecing together the retake already. Artfrost hands off of the bomb. Dementor drops from window, gets that first one. Hass back plat. 3rd kill of the round. He's doing everything, but they know exactly where he is, and they have him pinned into the corner. OG to tie at 12.
Good. Getting into the nades right there. As soon as Shake gets through and sees that nobody has pushed through mid B, he immediately starts setting up with all their utility. Sometimes it can be good to leave a lurker in that spot because that just cuts off the guy who has the nades coming over for A. But they don't go through with that, and it's quite simple in the end. 3v2, one guy's planting, his hands are busy, and even if he gets off the plant, you hear him, so you know where he is. Let's push together, and the utility starts coming in. So OG fight hard, they win that round. Half buy-in for Spirit Academy. And this is like a similar buy, but with more money left over, looking for a buy in the next round. So now, definitely just, if they get damaged, they're in a good spot.
The 5v4. Bomb dropped. Oh, Marex, he's just going to camp on this one. Black. Oh! Okay. All right. Wow. All right.
That was supposed to be a one-way.
Yep. And Donk has other ideas.
One-way ticket to Pound Town.
Comparable situation to when they came in with that solo scout, solo AK. But just a little bit harder. Zontic seen top mid. If he just rails Dementor with this Desert Eagle, then all of the pressure falls onto Sound with a single op backside B. Now very comparable to that round where they over-chased inside A site. Sound on the off, flash to the face. frag out. Dementor looks to come dive in with him, and that's perfect. Dementor takes the pressure off of the offer, lets him post back up, and then has time to turn attention back. Dementor with the trio of kills to just take the pressure off of OG and to give them the 1-round lead.
They've been doing well in B, man. Sounds been playing spots differently every single time, and he's always got the first kill. It's never been kind of killed in these spots. So the holds are just getting better and better. And some great rotational support there from Dementor to play up in the window. They're not really worried about it. Options seem quite limited here for Spirit Academy in terms of where they feel like they might have confidence going. And yeah, into the second half. Got something. I got 8 rounds won already here for OG. Oh. Wow.
Leak it out. Close. Oh! Just sees the face of Quail, and Dementor trades it.
Go Dementor.
Yeah, having a good couple of rounds now.
They know he's...
Can he get up to the B site? They're outside window.
So they're running in, yeah.
Sound. He pulled off. Gets one as they try to come through. Nice splash assist. Oh, Sound rocks them. 1, 2, 3. And Art Frost falls back with nothing left to really offer this site. But it's a fake fall. He comes right back at it. Catches Dementor inside of the tunnels. Art Frost, work your magic. Flash comes through. Shots whiz by. He's going to keep this pressure up. Dives into the plat. This guy has no sense of danger. Oh. And one a little off the mark until Oxygen comes back with that tunnels wrap. It looked like Art Frost wanted to give us a show, but only one goes down in Dementor. He gets into the bomb site, sure enough.
It's
Spirit
the
Academy
flashes.
trailing by 2.
So Dementor gets this kill, and the counter flash right here is perfect from Dementor. 2 guys blind just as they're exiting tunnels, and Dementor recognizes that they're about to hit the B site as they try to entry in. Sound's not getting flashed by anything, so from his POV, it looks like there's just easy kills coming in, but ultimately it's just perfectly timed. As soon as Spirit try to punish Dementor for being in mid, he calls him out. Says, I can be in mid, but I can also support B. Easy. Been a great mid B player, and think all their Dust 2 matches.
Yep. It's kind of the, I think it's the Dementor I like the most is Dust 2 Dementor.
Yeah.
Just feels like that's where we kind of get like what we saw from him in when he was playing in Nasser.
I think it's just not super consistent on other maps, honestly.
Yep. Yep. So this is where he can kind of step things up a bit, and we're feeling that. This CT side has absolutely delivered. Only 2 round wins coming out of Spirit Academy. 10-5 to the 12-14 Sound. Oh! 3-way collateral. Marix comes through, cleans up, and donked the last man in. That AK, not nearly enough. Marix primed for 4 kills in this one. That op shot, they all felt it.
Wow. So T-side wasn't so awesome, but CT side has been very nice to them. All their counter utility, fantastic. Oxygen on long, been really great. And Dementor gluing both sides together, huge. And yeah, Sound B anchoring, basically anchor's been just awesome. So yeah, I don't know. Really fantastic stuff so far. And Spirit, I think they didn't, I think they have started CT side, so we haven't got to see too much of their T side overall. I didn't really see any red flags when we were watching them play Dust 2, so there wasn't anything that I wanted to point out about, you know, how bad it would be. Like their T round win, they literally won 5 straight versus Eternal Fire after losing a pistol in conversion. So that's all we've seen from them so far this season. But it looks like they had to do a little bit more. Or even just that.
Did he even scope? He just no scope down suicide?
It's very confusing.
I don't understand this generation. Okay, shake. Oh, gets tagged by Art Frost. Only 20 damage from an op shot.
That's nuts.
Nade, Molotov, AK fire. It all starts to fly forward, and Shake repositions to the ramp. Gets baited out by the shoulder peak. Little molly on the corner. That'll push Zontix into the open. Marks' tunnel control.
Zontix taking a risk. Oh,
But
and
it
it
pays
works.
off. Yep. Risky business is profitable business, at least here in round 28. Frags trying to find their marks, but they both miss. Spirit just tiptoeing through the minefield. Oxygen, nice peek around from the corner of Cat. Keeps that one very sharp. Keeps the TU stalling out, but Hassinator coming in from that B flank. And now their CT players down. So they know they've got players stranded on the ramp. They're going to feel so surrounded. And Hassinator peels Marix off of the catwalk. A 1v4 for Oxygen. You can be as sharp as you have to. He's got players in all directions. And it's 13 at least for Spirit.
Wow, okay, long control works. There's a nice play from Hassinator. Surviving here, goes positive with those 2 kills, and key ones at that. So I think the walkout through B ends up being a kill in CT spawn. It is such prolonged attack here that on long that there is time for him to just walk up and put the final 2 pins in. 2 rounds to make it overtime. It does feel like OG are a lot better than Spirit so far. It's been a very CT-sided game for both teams. But 3 rounds we're looking at for Spirit, so not holding my breath for this kind of OT comeback, but that round was relatively decisive. Why not?
That flashbang just had a satisfying arc to it.
Yeah.
Doesn't do anything. Smoke grenade follows suit. Gets the CTs to play a little closer, so maybe mid is more susceptible.
Long are the days when people used to say, throwing a pop flash and it bounces off 3 walls.
I can't imagine a world with, no underhands. Feels so foreign.
Yeah. Yep.
Remember the concept of not dropping utility to your
We
teammates?
actually didn't even have... The game didn't have color back then. That only came later.
They're going to walk up, huh? Smash on Cat. We got the Goose Lock from Dementor. Shake, good for the first kill, so they're going to have to fight 4v5, and the spray from Dementor locks in another kill. Oxygen's just waiting for this smoke to fade.
If he wins this, he's fast. I mean, he's standing right in front of the phase.
He's got a duel right
Hass
inside
is
it.
waiting.
Hassinator. He's back to the right side.
Oh.
Oh, Oxygen gets it. Oh, and Shake through that box. It's Art Frost, 1 versus 4, and Marix is going to silence him, silence Spirit, and win the head-to-head that ensures Spirit cannot surpass them. That is Spirit Academy locked in on 6th in the standings.
Yes,
they are
sir.
not eliminated, not like Eternal Fire, but from a 0-4 start to where they finish at 5 and 7, I respect it, boys.
Nice.
Very
so
cool.
They might be able to jump 2 in the standings, right? That's the whole deal.
Yeah,
So it's
so they
kind of
win
for
this
whoever
one
team
by
that wins.
2. Young Gods would have to beat MOUZ NXT by 8 rounds in order to keep their spot, or else OG just push themselves to 4.
Well, let's go. I mean, that's a huge win then for OG here. It felt like Spirit had a lead that was good enough, but it wasn't versus that very strong CT side. That was super legit comeback for OG. Maybe they need to work on their T side a little bit as the teams get better, but that was enough to be very convincing. I mean, counter utility, all their anchors, again, the consistency out of Mr. Dementor on this map.
Yep.
It just didn't feel like if I was here calling for Spirit, I mean, I would find it hard to figure out exactly where the weakness is. A super strong CT side.
Yeah, I would say, a comeback worthy of wearing sunglasses inside.
And dancing.
No doubt.
Yes.
Hassinator could have got the knife of the day, but that one gets shut down.
They, Art Frost had 18 kills in the first half and 4 kills in the second half.
They lose this 13-16, but every single player on Spirit Academy had a 1vx clutch. Each and every one of them. 5 1vx's
What?
the way of Spirit. Yep.
They won
every
5
single one of
clutch
them.
rounds and still lost?
Yep.
Whoa.
OG won 2. Shake had 1. Oxygen had 1. 5 1vx's on Spirit Academy, 1 per player. So they all tried to bring the clutch. They all tried to clutch onto the lead and hold it in that second half. But fate does not favor Spirit Academy today. It is Marks at the top of the board, Oxygen right there with him. Honestly, everybody from OGA just giving us a performance deserving of 4th place in this group. If you looked at the standings and told me that the only teams better than them are, MOUZ, Fnatic, and Prospects, that's fine. They're in a fine place. Their first season of the league as well, and they're guaranteeing themselves a comfortable place within the play-in. Other teams going to have to eliminate each other before they are challenged in a few days. It is Marks as the king of Dust 2 today.
Big Marks, man. It's always been about Marks. He's also one of the best players in the Academy League so far. Very impressive. Has a unique style of playing, I think, and as an aggressive rifler. And match over match is having big games, win or loss, really. I mean, even in the games they aren't doing well in, he's minimum 19 frags. He has a map with 46 kills this season. It's double overtime, but that was 35 kills going into overtime. So very, very strong player, very scary.
One of the better riflers, no doubt. So props to him. Again, coming from Sprout at the most recent EU RMR. This is somebody who has experience, who's been playing on LAN, in the last few months, and should be giving us performances to talk about. So another one here on the tally for him as they finish off their regular season. But we're not done the regular season just yet, of course. Plenty more games to come today. We'll throw this to the break, folks. And when we come back, we're switching to Group B to see the 2nd place Astralis Talent versus the last place Apeks Rebels. Nice.
Cool.
Welcome back, everybody. Map 2, it's going to be Astralis Talent taking on Apeks Rebels. And while Apeks Rebels will not face the elimination from the season like Eternal Fire do over in Group A, they are still down at the very bottom and will have the longest possible run to come through the play-in. That cannot change, really. However, one thing can change. It's a very, very specific situation. But if Astralis Talent win this game and Big Academy lose their next, it comes down to round difference. The only way that Astralis Talent can take the top spot is if they 16-0 this. They need exactly 16 rounds in round difference to catch up to Big.OMEN Academy, no matter how big lose. So 16-0, and they can do it.
Okay. All right. 16-0. We could cheer for a 16-0. No jinxes involved. This is known before the match starts. We just have to see if it happens. But this is at least it's actually legit. It's like the most possible matchup for this to happen in the group if it wasn't Big versus Apeks Rebels. So Apeks, they could ruin Astralis Talent's season here by getting one round. Wow. Hopefully we at least start with a pistol for Astralis Talent, and then we can go from there. But for Apeks, because they're still in, unlike EFA, they got something to try to achieve, right? I mean, they have been, I guess, lucky. They could have been at the bottom of the other group as well. Who knows? They definitely have not been very impressive. So the fact that they are going to continue into the play-in, and even though they'll have this like hard route, they're playing the same teams. They need to show improvement. That's for damn sure. And they're being gifted the ability to play past groups.
We've seen a lot of Mirage out of Astralis as of late. Consistency in throughout their season so far. Speaking of Fessor as well, back in the server, so they've got that key piece. We got to keep an eye on Fessor just because his last game wasn't a total standout performance, right? Not comparable to some of the other Mirages that have gotten him to the very top of the stat standings. A little inflated, of course, because he has less maps played than everybody else. But another chance for him this evening, I think, to just kind of farm a lesser opponent. So, it'll come down to the map veto, and Astralis Talent will be able to take us exactly where they want. So if ever there was going to be a 16-0, maybe it happens on wherever they take this. But do Rebels leave Mirage? That's my question. And yep, they're going to have it in there. It feels to me like Astralis Talent will ban all the way down to it.
Yeah, no reason for them not to. There's Apeks don't have much of a map pool. I mean, they tried Vertigo. They actually won Vertigo, but they only won it versus FURIA Academy in that opening game. And Astralis Talent will get Mirage again. They are, again, it's probably, I guess it's like the best map to play in the league right now if you're good at it, because they've played it 5 out of 6 games.
6 now. 6 out of their 12 were Mirage.
Right.
And this will be 5 Mirage games straight.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they're living the dream right now. It's their best map. They're owning on it. And in that last game that we saw, they were pushed on T side and showed a very high level with some of the calls that they made when they absolutely needed to in crunch time. So very much impressed. I mean, changed my opinion at least of their T sides overall, where they were able to show some more depth. A lot of times they were playing the T side first and just got enough rounds, and then just knew that they were going to close out on CT. But Apeks, there's contrast here between these two teams where they're not the same in terms of the way they play exactly, but I think Apeks, one day would lean into playing somewhat like Astralis there. And it's kind of the last thing you want is to play like a team who's just you but better.
Yeah. That little bit better. Much better, in fact. Second place in the group versus last place in the group. But a 6-team group, so Apeks Rebels will have the chance to play in the play-in. That's their consolation prize.
All right, and their last 3 Mirage games inside the league or out, Apeks Rebels have gotten 15 rounds.
Okay,
that's not smoke.
Yeah, it's not the best picture painted, but hey, it's a chance. Vigo and Fessor, 2 quick kills in the pistol. Oh, and Sense isn't even going to get a damn chance. Spam down inside of the smoke. They read him like a book. A little something back the other way from VHW, but it's just Tapeware on the retreat, Fessor on the chase, and we've
15
got
to go.
a hot Astralis starting off in pistol.
Looking for the 50-0. You know, the annoying part about the Mirage market window smoke is that it takes a long time to land. So you don't always want to throw it because it's just a huge way to telegraph nades. But if it lands on the roof, yes, it doesn't smoke anything, but it opens faster.
Okay. Devil's in the details. I feel like Astralis are just going to go fast with this. I feel like this could be a quick game in terms of round score, and I think just a quick game from Astralis talent, right? They're a well-oiled machine on Mirage. They're comfortable here. They're confident here. We could get quick rounds out of them. But go too fast, and you'll suddenly find yourself with no head left. Altex gets deagled inside of apartments. Quickly going to transition Astralis talent towards connector. But they have no ramp control. No palace player. And they're currently stuck in a sandwich. VHW with the deeg off of the side of Ticket. Another peek comes through as the flash pops inside of Astralis. And Apeks Rebels may steal that 16-0 dream as quick as they possibly can. Cross back around the Ticket. Fessor finds him. Tapeware activates. Comes back from ramp. Vigo, his hands are busy. Ooh. Fessor's going to now see that one. Saves it. And a flashbang here for Breezer. Excuse me. Brave. Not going to make a difference. Fessor, 3 kills as they recover what looked like a sketchy situation at first.
Yeah. The open plant towards a ramp actually helped them, I think, because when they got off it, they could get more ready for the peak and make sure that no one could walk up any further. So the 16-0 dream is still alive. Of course, if you missed the pregame segment, Astralis talent, if they 16-0 this, then they can get to the top of the group. 16-0 they need in this game. What I'm saying is it's possible.
And then Big would also have to lose. But, you know, let's take it step by step. For now, all that matters, the coveted 16-0. Breezer, he's going to continue on. We haven't had a 16-0 yet this season. We almost had a 16-0 once.
Yeah, I got to they get 50-0. I think I lost the pistol.
Do you remember who that was? Apeks Rebels.
Oh. Wait, who did they play?
They played Fuzi.
Yes.
So
okay. So we know they can.
Yeah, they've been down 15-0 once.
They've been down 15-0.
And it was arguably versus, you know, young ninjas on their best map, comparable to playing Astralis talent on their best. I'm just saying, the makings are there.
And in the last 3 maps that Apeks have played Mirage on, they've got a total of 15 rounds. So, you know,
the rumblings.
they're averaging 5 rounds a map, and versus teams who it's not even their best map.
So let's see it. First gun's in, and instantly we've got Breezer top middle, spraying for that 3rd kill, goes back, dies to it, and they're still going to get down into this A bomb site because they've killed a player back on Ticket too. So Astralis talent, heavy-handed mid-play. Don't worry about that smoke. It's a tactical decision.
Missing some nades.
Going so fast. Brave to the 1v3 as the frag finds the kill inside connector. Vigo posted on the op.
He's been doing a lot of opping.
Can feel that it's coming. Fessor decides to try and take a further angle. Ooh, and they give 1 kill back the other way, but that is the 4-0 as they get through first guns. No problem.
Real easy there with Breezer. Shutting them down, running up middle. Trying to go very aggro. They don't flash him properly. No molly top boxes. Kind of let him swing, basically, and that's all he'll need. Oopsie. Second op. Okay. So Breezer says, no, keep the op. I'm just going to get my own.
He's got his slippery shoes on. Oh, and Mister still gets it as smoke pops, so Tapeware a little ahead of it. Little Deeg boost, Breezer posted.
It's going to be a little flicky here.
Hit him with it. Nice flash. Oh, but Altex saves him. Always lean on a good teammate.
Altex has also cracked top 10.
Oh, nice.
Is very admirable for riflers. So that means that the only two okay, well Fessor I get we can't have Fuzi. I mean, I want to see who's like 11 and 12. Let me look at that actually. So if we take out Fuzi and say, okay, we take out Fessor, just, you know, I mean, literally like half the maps of some of these other guys. Kawez and MHL would be 9 and 10. And that means there are 3 riflers, if we don't count Sin, who does a lot of hybriding, but he also rifled quite a bit. Be Exertion, Altex, and Kawez would be kind of the 3 most standout riflers, as well as Fessor in the Academy League.
Towards the top of the list, and I'm down with that.
Yeah.
Very down with that. Altex has been impressive. Fessor is like obviously that asterisk, everybody, just because he's played less maps.
Like I'm sure he'll remain.
Yeah,
in
he'd
top
be
10,
there,
but he's not going to be at top of all the offers and everything with it.
If let's say he had played every map, we could be looking at Astralis talent having 2 of the best riflers. If we look at for like the best rifle duo, I think you actually look at Astralis talent.
Right. They it's very true, and they kind of have the and the interesting part is that it's like they don't have an offer in top 10 freezer, but they do have 2 riflers, which makes up for it.
Zerk. Oh my god,
he hit that. Oh my god. Holy hell.
Okay.
Nice shot, man. That's crazy. I mean, we were watching that from his perspective. He looked dead, man. That was a hard flick.
What?
Big one.
The double ops.
The dream is dead off that shot. Jesus.
Suck on your 16-0. Apeks Rebels. The double ops into the Insta 4K.
Wow, I didn't see the flick at all, man. I mean, I didn't see anything. I think he was just dead. I didn't even think he shot.
Done. 5 up.
Replay, please.
1 round on the board.
I need that. I think if we slow that down, it's still like...
I think we may have changed perspective. I don't know.
I blinked.
We have that.
Did we?
We may have changed perspective at the last second because it felt so like impossible.
I don't know. I thought he just died, man. What the hell? Like the last image I saw was him standing at the top of con,
looking at the
wall,
and
a guy on his right about to shoot him. Yeah, looking at the wall, ready to shoot the bottom. Oh, no replay. Can we get a replay, please? I want to see that again.
All right. Well, that right there, folks, means Astralis Talent are 2nd place in Group B, no matter the result. Which is great, being just behind Big. Because there was a time in the season where it felt like FURIA Academy were going to be the contesters, like being behind them. And that's kind of fallen off as of late. So FURIA, yes, they've exceeded all the expectations, and they've exceeded the success of all of their, their last 2 any season actually. More wins this time than ever before. But they've actually had a couple of hard losses as of late. And Astralis keep it consistent, maybe because they get to play Mirage every single day.
It does help. It does help, but it's they got a good map for the group. It's just not a ban for anybody else, and everyone's got their own bans they have to think about. So on the upside, they know they can play Astralis on Mirage, but they know they will have to, or they, whatever. But they're good at it. They're actually only getting better.
But 5 games in a row, They lost to Big in a very close double overtime that just, nobody else could really stand up alongside Fessor. We run that back. I think like if the people we've come to expect like Altex have a slightly better game, if Breezer's there with a bit more op impact, then they could have legitimately just won their last 5 maps. And if they have that head-to-head over Big, then they are first place. So ultimately, it's kind of cool that this group does boil down to who won that map, and Big survived the test. 3 wins in a row versus Young Ninjas, FURIA Academy, NAVI Junior, and looking for the Apeks Rebels one at the very, very end, right? The cherry on top. But 6-1 as Apeks Rebels double op setup delivers in the last round and comes up a little short here, number 7.
Yeah, we switched POVs just as he died, so we just got that body down, but it looked so crazy. It's actually so fast. You actually do kind of see him flick in the instant switch, and he just dies. Wow. Wowzer. Fitting for a dude named Berserk. Always looks a bit like Brolin. I see it. Okay, nice shot.
I'll make a little pocket here under balcony, but they don't actually come through. Molotov holds them back, so smoke grenade goes down for nothing really.
Used a lot of nades here, but just to get up connector, it looks like.
Shifting going on. Breezer. Oh, eats the nade. But Altex just taps into Sense. VHW thinking about going around the corner of Cat. Breezer comes out from ramp. Molotov underneath, so good reposition there. They did it safely once upon a time. Berserk. Oh, he tries to track Altex through, and now it's just about Tapeware. Silently sitting in the back of this site. He comes out, strikes one down, gets traded back, but then VHW into the 1v1. 10 health less than Vigo, who comes off that plant, looks for the kill, and hits him with the drive-by.
Yeah. Clean one. Played well with confidence. Good trades coming down on the site. Bit of a rough miss there from Berserk. Inside a connector, hard scoped. He has put himself into positions where there is somebody very close to him, and he is not in a very, very good spot for the op to be in, unfortunately. But he also kind of got him that one round.
Berserk, first and foremost, dead in this one. VHW, good recovery, but that's 2 players stranded down in underground. Tapeware comes wide, wants to grab a different weapon. Altex spamming through the smoke. He knows they're in there. As they try to exit through mid, Breezer snips off another. But the creep up from Sense, that's the little bit of X factor that happens here through middle. The MP9 can stop Altex, sure enough. So it's recovered, but it's not over. Bombs coming through. Palace, Mister's going deep.
Yeah. Tapeware's made noise inside a connector and doesn't know that Mister has already surveyed the site. Locked out. They're a team where it's like, oh, could they have gotten rid of the map? But I mean, they just don't have much of a pool, so it's so hard for them to avoid the good map of the other team.
I miscalculated.
Okay.
I miscalculated. Oh my god, it's still alive. It's still alive. Okay, if Big lose 14-16, then their round difference will go down by 1 to 56. If Astralis Talent win 16-1, then they go up 15 to 57. So a 16-1 will give them first place if Big lose 14-16. Okay.
Which
okay.
is possible. Okay, yeah. It is possible.
And if they win this 16-2 and Big lose 14-16, then it's a tiebreaker. Because they'll have same records, same rounds difference. Oh, a headset. Ah, damn it. Ah, I wanted a tiebreaker. Damn it. I got all excited. I actually wanted that more than the 16-1 all of a sudden. A tiebreaker match for number 1 would have been sick, but okay, head-to-head. In which case, Big wins.
Yeah.
Unless they have a 1-1 head-to-head.
Yeah, but it comes down to the rounds in those 1-1. Not how many maps.
In which case, Astralis +6 in their first game in the 16-10, and then Big only +2 in double overtime.
So Astralis would win.
If it's head-to-head, Astralis win.
Wow. That's pretty impressive.
But of course, all of this banks on 14-16. But even before that, this the 16-1
or worse.
Yeah, true. Oh, damn, yeah. I didn't even contemplate it being worse.
That's literally any loss except for overtime.
All right. So then Apeks Rebels, if you want to stop Astralis talent, if you want to get a jab back on the Danes, you start winning rounds here because it may not be the 16-0, but this one's a stomp. It gives him that little bit of extra life. Ooh, VHW tucked. Oh, snaps. Oh, yeah. Double deke. Oh, had a chance for a little bit more, but Fessor recovers. And Breezer, well, he's scoped in towards Cat. That's an op. Brave grabs the better gun. He's got the chase. Fessor trying to come back. Tucks to the right. He's got 57 health. Desert Eagle up close. Tries to chase it. Has him locked in, and Fessor decides to go for the swing before he's pinned into the corner. A 9-1 lead for the Danes.
So the cool part is, first of all, Big could lose.
Big could lose.
It'd be unlikely, but... Oh, they're playing versus FURIA Academy.
Yeah.
They completely destroyed FURIA Academy last time. 16-3.
And that's when FURIA Academy controlled Veto. This time, Big will control Veto at the end and decide what map it goes to. But, we can romanticize it.
Yeah. FURIA just a little inconsistent. They can definitely beat a lot of teams. They can just lose as well, but
I say for the sake of this, what it is at the moment, bit of a stomp.
Yes,
we can paint the picture that they're banking on FURIA Academy to do better than last time.
For sure, it would be very interesting.
They're doing their part of the job, and then FURIA will have to do their second. It's like a group project, really.
Group project to take down Big.
Yeah. Everybody's got to come together.
It is just for fun, obviously. We're not cheering against Big or anything.
Retake needed from the CT spawn. It's a 4v4. Got low health on 2 of the Ts. But it's Vigo and Breezer on the full bars. Spam damage starts to even things out. Vigo getting separate 1v1s, and sure enough, Breezer right there. So the 2 guys with low HP can just lean back and lean on the consistency of their teammates. 10-1 on this T side. Op shot from Berserk as he wants to hang on to the AWP. But that's not going to happen.
Right now, it's happening.
Yep.
Yeah. Right now, they're a lot better. They're playing the same. They haven't got the CT yet. They started CT to be even more kind of just locked in. This has already been pretty damn impressive. God damn, this buy is a little rough here from the CT side. They're down to 2 flashes at 1:30 and 4 players.
But they've got 2 Fomuses on ramp. And between 2 Fomuses, maybe you can get a kill. Mr. running across. There it is. Brave. Headshot from him. VHW deep inside of the palace. Bomb almost went A for a second.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. But they're knee deep in the B site. They still up in halls, or are we sitting under? Yeah, probably up in halls, huh? Ooh, another one down. I think they were really just hoping for that op to do work.
Unfortunately, doesn't come through. Like you said, right? Minute mark, you got 2 flashbangs.
Minute 30.
Oh, even worse.
Yeah.
Damn. 1.5 times worse.
Yeah.
So that'll be the 11-1 queued up from Astralis Talent. It's a little wild. It is a little wild to me how often they got Mirage, but I mean, I suppose it's such a middle of the pack map, so I guess I kind of understand.
Yeah.
Like everybody thought maybe they had what it took, but they have really powered up. You know, meanwhile, you've got teams having to play maps that like they have no recorded plays on. Astralis just over here, cruise control, playing Mirage 5 days in a row.
It turns out it's just the best map to be good at in this group. It just so happens. So.
Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game.
Mm-hmm.
10-round lead. Very comfortable here from the Danish camp. And Apeks Rebels still can't afford the full rebuy. So what kind of gimmick can they throw at us? VHW, solo AK, pistols around him. Okay, gonna go for the boost. We've seen this before, and it worked for a kill or two, but right now there's just no mid play whatsoever from Astralis. So an unfortunate, mismatch to the starting strat. Oh, okay. Sorry, thought that was a T.
Oh.
Guy came up through smoke. I thought it was a T.
You actually scared me.
Behind you.
At the
I hate when my teammates do that.
Behind you?
Yeah, you're in a clutch, and then they just try to scare you.
What I do is I say behind you, and then I shoot you. Once.
Oh no, Mister can't keep it.
Once I got my teammate to kill me when I did that.
Then he gets kicked for too much team damage.
Yes. Yeah, it was very satisfying.
Little life on the retake until Vigo comes around middle and taps you in the back of the head. It's all good, but if you've ever got to go out, that's the way I want to go.
One tap to the back of the head.
Just, you never see it coming.
Yep.
Brave, not the first, nor the last. That looks much more horrifying. Tapeware, he's getting in a fight in window. He's trying to shoot back. He's slowly the damage racking up. Nah,
yes.
Man, just put me down.
No. When I die, do 100 damage at once, please.
And no nades, because that's horrifying too.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Yeah. They just be swinging. They just be swinging on him. They don't think they can lose. It's their most powerful tool. Is this Apex's... It's not... I mean... Oh, they lost 16-1 last time they played against Astralis Talent. Well, I guess it is... They lost on Vertigo 16-1. That's their worst loss of the season. And it might happen twice.
But at least they didn't get 16-0'd.
Facts.
And they won't get 16-0'd here either.
And I mean, they won their first match of the season. Their only match win as well.
Yep. Oof. You know the expression. It's all downhill from here. And Apeks Rebels, they really embodied that one. But then there'll be the play-in, right? Where maybe a few days off can do some well. I don't know.
The lucky team that gets to play them in the play-in.
Hell, just being able to play, they'll be able to play like the bottom of the Group A pack. But then I realized that the bottom of Group A is actually Spirit Academy. So that's not too much of a reward now, is it?
No, it isn't. Yeah. It is not.
And even if they go up 1 to play the second to last, then you're probably playing Young Gods.
The sad part is not getting EFA versus Apeks Rebels.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
This round is doable here. I mean, they have the bomb dropped in mid, but they scoop it up quick. Uh-oh.
It's gone.
It's gone. He could get this lurk frag. I mean, all text depends how he approaches this, but they're just letting the bomb cross all the way. Sense. Oh, man. After that, that's funny and sad and tragic and horrifying.
And the stairs player goes down too. So 2 versus 3 with bomb control could have been, but the bomb disappears in the middle of the night. And then the ghouls come out from the walls and scoop away another round. So 13-1 Astralis talent.
So that's next game. We'll get to see if the prophecy will be foretold.
Yeah,
Big
true.
versus
Big Furia.
Furia.
Oh, yes, we get a
Awesome.
conclusion. So this is okay. So then, unfortunately, despite this game being a bit of a write-off, it's actually just the appetizer to the next match, because then that's when we get a definitive answer for the top of Group B.
Oh my god!
And we don't have to wait even a second game. You know, it just comes right back to the second half of this.
Oh.
You guys are actually just watching the trailer right now for Big versus Furia.
Yeah, the setup.
Prequel. Oh, there's a gap there. Brave peeks. Excuse me, Breezer. Get Berserk. Trying to find vision through that smoke. It's going to be all 3 CTs coming in from mid. Berserk. Oh, no! He had that line. He had that line right up. And instead,
scared.
Individuals of Astralis absolutely
God,
shine on their favorite map. A 14-1 over Apeks Rebels. If they close this game convincingly, then it all comes down to Furia.
Yes. 2 rounds to go. Will this be the most important pistol of the season for Furia? We'll know in an hour. Or for Astralis.
The trophy there, I think that's the biggest trophy we've seen in anybody's room.
That's
so he must be
an IEM.
Really good at something.
Yes. What if it's just for like beer pong?
Well, I want to play in whatever beer pong league has trophies that big.
Yeah.
Because I could use a trophy or two.
In Denmark, when they graduate, they get naked and put on a top hat and jump in the harbor.
You know, I'm not surprised. I know enough. I've spent enough time in Denmark myself. Sounds pretty par for the course.
Yep.
This is a very lopsided highlight package, everybody. There was a couple. There was a couple.
We got the Berserk flick, did we? No.
No, we didn't. Damn, it's true. We never got to see it.
I have it clipped. I've just been watching it on repeat.
You shadow played it?
No, I just got it from the stream.
Also,
I'll send it to you.
Oh, we're back. So
here it is.
To improve their score on the T side of Mirage would be to give Astralis talent a harder time of stealing that top spot. Every single round Apeks Rebels wins is a round that Big cannot afford to lose to Furia Academy. Continuity between this map and map 3 of our broadcast today. Vigo just destroys Berserk, but at least he gets traded back from Apeks. Little walk up ramp, huh? Gonna get out silent. Mister. Oh, he waits in sandwich. But again, a trade. They're keeping it close. They're keeping us on the edges of our seats. But there's the difference maker. There's that long range one from Breezer. Oh, look out for that pole. Sent into Palace. Brave on the ramp. Into an already triple stacked A site.
Good place to be. They're turning around and leaving, however. They want to go peek into mid. Chance to plant with a USP on site. That's a good situation. Oh, they're rotating to B. Oh my god, they're completely leaving the site. I mean, the smoke will come down. Top con. Bomb getting planted, and they're just jumping at this.
One goes back towards Ticket.
And they know the flasher was there at ramp.
Brave. Comes down behind Tetris. Comes through with the kill. Oh, they've got it. All they have to do is finish Altex. He's between both of them. He has the kit. He has the smoke. And they have second pistol. Apeks Rebels 2 versus 3 because the CT side started to go sniff out B site, and then they lost their positions.
So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a bit. There's going to be a bit more RNG now for Astralis talent, depending on how much a FURIA win by, if they can even win, but it's still possible.
They win the force buy, though. That's just insult to injury. Fester goes down first. That's the window player dead. Ooh, and Brave's going to play this as patient as he has to. Vigo decides not to push apps and comes back towards mid instead. Here's the rumblings of the utility. He's going to go for the underpass peek. One dig. Looks for VHW, but the trade's straight there.
Got it surrounded inside the connector.
Oh. Mr. Watching cross. Breezer back by ticket. Cleans up 2. Oh, no. Oh, that second kill was clean. Bomb plant over for connector side. Breezer gets the AK. Brave's on his bomb site. VHW is a little bit further back. Smoke grenade in front of the connector player, so he gets pulled forward. Shadow spotted. Breezer falls down on it. Needs the second kill. Woo! And it's VHW. 4 frags in round 18. Or 17, excuse me. Apeks Rebels a little more gas in the tank.
Yeah, saved him. Nice clutch. Couple of good rounds right there. Kind of scary at every turn, but... You know, I wonder if Astralis Town actually force again. Close. They'll chill.
Just Eagles. I think it, you know, is more important to get those guns and then really properly end this. Get caught in a force fight, you could actually just be giving away those rounds and the small likelihood that... Oh, no. Oh, God. The Zeus.
Oh my
USP's
God.
out. Wants the headshots, gets them. Meanwhile, Brave starts the recovery process. 2 kills with that MAC-10. PHW finds Mister still inside sight. MAC-10 looks busy. Deagle comes out from the window. Vigo's hunting the heads. Can't find it. Oh my God. Brave saves the day with those 3 MAC-10 kills.
Yeah, didn't get to use the Zeus close to it. Inside the site.
And that was with nearly nothing.
Yes. Always scary. Always scary. Hardest round so far.
Landed that.
One spotted.
Senses
Did
low.
he? Oh, wow.
Yep. Snapped him right through the bottom of the window frame.
Tried to sneak window, but now... but now they have to slow down.
Oh! Oh my God.
He was just kind of out a little bit.
They got top connector at the very least. Breezer just waiting for that peek around the side of the smoke. 2T's tucked in connector. Bomb's been picked back up. Ooh, Berserk comes through with the frag, but then he extends unknowingly right into the scope of the op. And sense is incredibly low, so it's basically like they've already lost that connector control. MAC-10. That's all they're relying on in the back line. Brave, good trade. Vigo holds on smoke. Sweeps away sense as he tries to sneak through, and with it, it's going to be Brave to double back.
Maybe he can get a plant, though. Oh, we'll see. They're pushing the palace already. Okay. Oh, he's going back to mid. Interesting. Will he walk up cat? Or, okay. Yeah, there's not much time. Just got to go. So, yeah, Altex. This is normally why you rotate up through B apps, because this guy, you could maybe at least kill him. Brave thinks he's not been heard, but all this is doing buying time for the CTs to rotate over. Oh, but he spots Altex walking into the site.
All right.
And that bait actually works for him, and it's getting scary.
Yes, life on this one. Peek in
the
from
shot
Cat.
missed.
And so another chance. He's got it.
Oh, Breezer.
Let's go.
Damn, that works. Yo, so he ran from the top of mid and then walked into the site, and he just thought, okay, I can run here, walk here. Of course, Altex hears him. But then Altex doesn't hear anything for the second half of that. So he's like, what happened? Did he try to jump connector potentially? And he ends up just walking out. I mean, they really tossed this one, right? This could have been a 2v1.
Yeah, for sure.
Either way, easy. Even Breezer in the 1v1. Normally, you don't want to blame the guy who gets left last alive, but he misses a sitter.
Could have been the end all. Instead, Brave going to keep this one going, and Astralis talent. Now you're letting rounds slip. This is like versus Young Ninjas on Overpass. Blow it in the first half, and then just a few rounds to start off the second for Apeks Rebels. Makes the scoreline look a little less bad, but VHW, his leg was spotted. Vigo, oh man, he hits the Deagle headshot, still requires another. But you poke Astralis talent enough times, and you're going to fire him up. So Desert Eagles continue to connect the heads. Ooh, but Tapeware, a little gap underneath that smoke. Finds Fesser, Vigo from Catwalk, also empty-handed. Berserk will turn his attention away, so that will be wiggle room for Breezer to grab the AK. And the back market fight should go the way of Apeks as well. So we're looking at 6 at least for the T's. The Norwegians racking up rounds while they can.
Sad part, this would have been more fun, of course, if it was the 16-1, and if Apeks bring it back, of course, it doesn't matter. That's also really cool. But if it's the result in between, you know, a few rounds, but then ultimately losing, it's like, oh, come on.
Still, unfortunately for Apeks, it just really feels like a matter of time, and so it should. You know, you never see the best comebacks coming. 5 in a row on this T side. But 5v4 in the gun rounds. See if the quick push into the A site's the right answer. Mr. Can't finish off Tapeware as he tries to track him in behind the box. But he does get him off of the bomb plant. So suddenly these T's feeling awfully claustrophobic, and they've got counter-terrorists all over the place. 2 coming in from over connector. Vigo and Altex kills a piece, and they get so jumbled up in that CT spawn that they get shredded by the nades and that one peek that comes around the corner. So sure enough, is guns the solution for Astralis as they find their 15th.
Yeah, couldn't get control of it. Couldn't get control of that spawn. Another buy comes through, and actually some pretty expensive rounds, so not the totally most amazing buy in the world. In fact, 2 Deagles. Light utility. A half buy to chew through for Astralis talents to complete the regular season. And give themselves a fighting chance to flip big if we get an upset in this next matchup.
Pack of players on the ramp. One final hoorah, maybe. Mr. Clean first one. Comes back at it from the other side. Oh, carving them off one after another. 1, 2, 3. Fast rotate over top of the stairs, but Sense keeps this one alive. A hope in his eye. A dream in his mind. Vigo on the side of the triple stack. Trade frags back. Tapeware. Not enough as Sense goes down to the back spam. It is Astralis talent with the win. The win we could all feel coming. They're playing their best map. They're the second best team in the group versus the unfortunate last place Apeks Rebels. And after such an absolute damning first one, that second half, an inevitable close.
Definitely. They did their part so far. They've had a really fantastic regular season. Hats off to Astralis talent for taking more wins than ever and setting themselves up first or second place are both absolutely fantastic results. And that's considering, I mean, you know, Fesser was carrying in every game that he played in, but didn't even play every game. And they still managed to, you know, they only had 2 losses overall. So small shout out to Towson for subbing in as well when he had to. And for Apeks, I'm going to keep it straight. They haven't really shown us much this season. Lots of teams are playing for the first time, and they are well, they are the worst of the teams that are playing for the first time. Like, Eternal Fire actually been here for multiple seasons, so they should be better, actually. But they also had a harder group, and Apeks were quite simply the... and honestly, that's to say that some of the other teams were very impressive for their first season, so there is that to mention. But someone's got to be the worst. This is competition after all.
Yeah, it's the reality of it. And I would say, even though, you know, some of the other teams, at least if they've showed us a lot more improvement maybe than Apeks Rebels, I think
yeah,
if we could sit here and praise Apeks Rebels if we saw like a stark contrast to kind of how they started, but it's just been more and more of the same throughout this one. And we'll still get to see them in the play-in. You know, they have that one final chance to rewrite all this story and kind of exceed all expectations. If there is one cool thing that they could have left to offer us, is the fact that our expectations are low because they only won their first game. Maybe they come into play-in and cause a little upset in one of the first stages. Who knows? Who knows what's left in store for these guys? But
I do.
They rack up 6 rounds versus Astralis talent. And with that, now Big have a little bit more wiggle room.
Yes. They already should feel like this is a match they should win. Of course, they destroyed Furia Academy the last time they played it. And it was right in the middle of Furia Academy kind of like winning games and looking good. Yeah. So we didn't have the pleasure to cast that match, but 16-3 says a lot. So, oh wow, Fesser didn't even have to. As actually Vigo and Mister who were totally carrying, and of course, Fesser's kind of the CT specialist, right? The guy in connector that's very hard to deal with, and they started T side for one of the first times I feel like, and it looks like we've got some T side impact players here, and Vigo and Mister. Cool to see that the board flips a little bit. Huge map from Vigo, 23-11, the most experienced player on the team. Or actually, I don't know if that's most experienced, but oldest, just by a couple of years. The older brother of the roster.
That's true. You know, the vet. But with that, folks, again, it's our appetizer. When we come back from the break, it's the big Furia matchup to decide who gets first and who gets second in Group B, who skips the play-in, goes straight to the playoffs to join the likes of MOUZ NXT. A very coveted place to be, I would think. So we'll get the deciding factor in just a few minutes. We'll see y'all there. Welcome back, everybody, as we are getting step by step closer to wrapping up the regular season of WePlay Academy League Season 4. We find ourselves finalizing the very top of Group B with the Big Academy versus FURIA Academy matchup. We'll figure out who is first, who is second, and maybe even who ends up being third. As we go down the road, Young Ninjas versus NAVI Jr. will have like the ripple on effects of this matchup. But let's focus in on this because once upon a time, let's say a week ago, I would have been very sold that this match could be super competitive. FURIA Academy have shown us great things, greater things in Season 4 than any other season of WePlay. But now that's starting to kind of retract back a bit, right? It's like once you're in the lead, you forget how to drive. It's like you don't know who to follow. And so with the 16-12 loss to Astralis Talent, the 16-13 loss to FURIA, that was on Mirage and then Vertigo, we start to look at these guys as a little bit more human.
Ninjas. Yeah. FURIA, Astralis and Ninjas.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, that is, yeah, they're an interesting spot because they're totally unique play style. You know, they're a Brazilian style of Counter-Strike, which is different for the rest of the league, which is obviously quite European. And I think that they proved that it can work this season, which is awesome. They are inconsistent, which kind of comes with the territory, I feel like. And that's okay as long as they've actually just been very good this time and are actually contending. And we're even entertaining the thought that they could beat a team like Big, which is just crazy to say because Big have had an excellent season themselves on a 3-match win streak. So this could come down to what the map ends up on and just how good FURIA are today. I mean, how explosive are they? They can clearly run over a team that's having an off day or get decimated in the same fashion if they themselves are not feeling it. I mean, they're the only team to lose to Apeks Rebels this season, and yet have been able to take out Apeks Rebels in the rematch, even though that actually went to overtime. Young Ninjas, Astralis Talent, one of the 2 teams that beat Astralis Talent. That's huge. 16-3 over Young Ninjas, even though they had the coach. They're kind of everywhere at the moment. So they'll take out Vertigo, Dust 2, and Ancient. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say they have a split record with every team except for Big, right? They got their revenge versus Apeks Rebels. All the other teams got their own revenge versus FURIA. Whoa. So just to say that, like, normally we're splitting these up. Oh, but Overpass. This is where they smoked Young Ninjas 16-3.
Yeah.
And beat Astralis Talent and got their revenge versus Apeks Rebels. So, I mean, this has been a pretty successful map for FURIA Academy, all things considered. And Big decide to take us there.
That's crazy. I don't know if that makes sense for Big. We're seeing a lot of situations where the team that is favored is taking the other team to their favorite map. I don't know exactly what the deal is there. They're 4-1 on the map, inside and outside the Academy League, and inside undefeated. So, if there's an upset here, Astralis Talent can take second place. That's what we're looking at right now. A chance for Big to be dethroned, and for FURIA Academy to potentially climb.
Still a very slim chance, but hey, a chance is a chance, right? Big, just keep it simple. Simply win. We won't talk about round difference. We won't talk about Astralis Talent. We won't talk about anybody other than Big if they can come in here and get that, quick and easy 9-1 record, because that's just going to put them atop everybody else, send them straight to the playoffs, and we'll be, watching the play-in with no MOUZ, no Big. They'll be watching everybody else fight in the Coliseum, shooting for a chance to take them down a peg later on. But of course, here we go, folks. It's Overpass, and it is BIG.OMEN Academy here on the T side. For Big, of course, they've got a victory over Apeks Rebels 16-6. That was pretty convincing. Beat the Young Ninjas just like FURIA did, albeit in a less impressive fashion. There's rumblings of a potential upset, but FURIA Academy will have to show us their very best, and Big will have to let a little bit slip. They come through Monster already. Decenti, he's got headshots. Just railing a couple players as they try to get up through the Monster. Process, all that's left. Surrounded and done for.
Right now for BIG.OMEN, they have a lot of players near the top 10 and 2 within. And Hyped has had such a good season that I would still call, he's got a 1.31 over Regalia. I would still call Regalia a much better offer than him overall. And also has played 3 more maps entirely. And as a 1.29, he has a plus. Regali has a plus 97 kill differential, but Hyped has the second highest at plus 75, and then we're down in the 50s, the 30s. This is really, really impressive for Hyped this season. He has stood out a ton and have been a huge reason why BIG.OMEN have been basically barely defeated, I guess is the best way to look at them. But then beyond that, they have Sin, who's actually close by, is actually one of the 3 riflers in the top 10, outside of the Oppers out there, averaging at a 1.24 rating. And then Process has fallen out. And Keto, he's not in the top 10. He's actually not even really close, but he's still been really good.
Speak of him. Eagle connects to Koala. Oh, and Descenti gets rocked by that. Keto goes for the bomb plant. That will be locked in. Tech9 tries to give cover versus the USP of ZMB. He didn't buy. He just egoed this. And Kawaz can maybe still save it. Sure enough, M4 from Hyped and Process ends it with the Deeg to the face of ZMB. They win pistol, but they can't convert.
Yeah, well, they needed that. He was saving for his op, but they needed to get an investment. I mean, you see the USP come out sometimes, but it's honestly, it doesn't really make that much sense because an MP9 is like, an MP9 just makes you so much money back off of a kill, and then there's always a chance you could lose. We used to see the USPs come out way more a long time ago, but yeah, this is one situation where it is a complete liability in that round. So he also just doesn't get a kill with it. If he gets a kill with it, it's all good, right? But
yeah,
pretty useless right there.
So that's all the wind out of the sails of Furia Academy's start.
Or is it?
Or is it? 4 Deegs, an MP9, and Kawaz burned into the open. It's a game like this where I think it'd be realistic to expect that Keto could just go above and beyond. Last one of the season. A little bit of extra added pressure.
He's the 4th best player on the team.
Yeah, well, today, he's going to be the 3rd best.
You think he's going to be better than Process, really?
Today? Sure. Today, I believe in the Keto supremacy. I've been talking too much to Maui. Just you watch. Hype runs it deep into the A site. That's a free bomb plant. And Keto just tucking in. Waits for some kind of a water push. He'll catch an exit if Koala comes around. That's 2 and 1 more to be had. Okay, ZMB. The Deagle does him better than the USP. Gross is trying to chase it. 30 health left. Swinging doors and closing down big to the 2-1 start.
Then, of course, Furia Academy have a bit of a talent problem when it comes to talking about them matching up with, like we've got 4 big players, like all top 15 to top 20. But for Furia, the only player within top 20 is Kawaz. And next closest is Descenti, and then Bruin, a few down there. Koala has actually been relatively inconsistent. I thought he was kind of the 2nd best. But Kawaz is the guy, man. He is really cool to watch. He's actually someone I could see getting moved up in the future to the main lineup based on the energy that he brings to his pushes and everything. Very trustworthy, very reliable, very consistent.
Very Furia-esque.
Yes.
And Hyped. 3 kills here versus the Pistols. Feed him so that he can keep those stats nice and high. Trying to compete with Regali at the top of the season. Furia Academy now going to try to recover from that loss in round 2. Madoff. So the door falls from the hinges. A couple feet seen and a repeat. Oh, Bruninho. He was trying to finish off that little bit of damage that was done to Aqua. Instead, he gets drawn straight into Process. Good cover there. Keeps all his teammates up into 5v4 for Big in the first real gun round.
with a B hit coming in shortly, it looks like. Qualo aligned for the time being. His teammates scrambling over. They have short control, which is a defense. And they'll actually give it up to try to play within this site. So I get the feeling that they're expecting this hit to come through, but the walkout could be very powerful here. Koala first contact.
It's full flash. Loses his support system. Keto with the double entry. Let's go.
Okay, you were right.
Not yet. But there's a chance. Smashing B hit. Down go the two players. And I like those positions. I thought Koala was going to be good for one.
I did, but I get really nervous when people aren't watching, like playing Woodwall, playing Left Side Monster, playing even headshots, even though that can be targeted early. Like getting them early, letting T's out, I feel like it's kind of tough because, you know, this big pillar in the middle of the site dictates a lot, right? It blocks you off from heaven. It allows like Keto to take that fight towards short. It allows you to take Keto to take the fight on the right side of the pillar afterwards. So that view that's being blocked for the T side is really key. And if you let the T's out, then they have all the time in the world to like julienne up the angles, slowly take the fights. And suddenly those CT positions that are good positions can all be really carefully peaked. And I think that's where it's a little bit nerve-wracking for me. Whereas if you're playing Woodwall, if you're playing Headshot Barrel, if you're playing Left Side Monster, all these spots are counter to that. Or if you're playing up on the Great, which is even also another good one. So for me, sometimes I think it's a bit risky to leave all those positions open.
Well, they feel the wrath of Keto with that, so you definitely exposed the...
If Keto doesn't use that pillar properly and he kind of steps back a bit and swings towards short, then, you know, we saw from Berserk last game was a lot of angles being taken where he wasn't aware of where else he was exposed to. But
right, yeah,
like you bring up with Keto, he obviously will not make those mistakes.
You know, he may have an off day, may miss a few shots from time to time, but
like he's died to Simple doing that. You know, he's not going to make those mistakes here.
He's paid his dues. He's learned his lessons.
Yeah.
Now he's here to teach. ZMB, quick pace. Fast pathing. He's going for that playground peek. He's coming around the playground corner, but Descenti and Connector, he gets the 2 frags within con. So something here the way of Furia, but that playground push then gets shut down. Descenti barely alive with that solo AK, but hell, at least he's still kicking. Rose is controlling the guns inside playground, grabs the AWP. He's going to hang on to that.
Yeah, you got to be careful with fake pressure versus Furia, because again, when you use fake pressure, if it doesn't get respected, then it has a reverse effect. You know, they immediately just start disrespecting where that play is coming from. But in this spot, Furia don't really respond. They actually kind of believe it, it looks like. And Koala's not up on the Great. This is an interesting spot. I don't know if he'll be able to escape, but he might have a good angle for that first frag. He has not seen them cross over.
Oh, reacts nice to the first. Quick move from Descenti. They're trying to throw something at this B site so that the plant can't go down for free. But remember, he's such low health. Hyped. Okay. Puts the smoke down. Grabs a position on pillar. Push comes through that smoke. Crosis. Oh, he turns it.
Yikes.
Then the bomb plant is guaranteed. Cowes.
Oh,
we talk about him for Furia Academy. His impact has been felt. It has been celebrated, but it will not be a part of this one. He decides to back up. And so it's conceded big from a 3v3 to a 2v1 and 5 terrorist round wins locked in.
Descenti had like 3 different ways to get a kill there. And then he picked the most desperate option and then still died. So that was kind of the round, right? If Cows is still alive with him in the 2v2, it's like one of those things, it's all justified as long as you get the kill. But as soon as you don't, it looks really bad. So with Cowes still up, that would have maybe made sense to try that more standard approach, but not quite the Furia philosophy, is it? So 5-1 now here for Big as they walk out B. And yeah, the added benefit of the grade, I mean, you're just genuinely hard to see if you're up top, and Koala decided to play at the bottom, which again, good angle for the first kill because it's an unlikely position to be in, but it's one you can't escape from. So they kind of asked for that round to go that way. That makes sense in each of those engagements as they tried to walk in.
I'm trying to control party. Ooh, Bruninho. Committed position. Traded out by Sin. So he gets the first one in, but now Cowes. Oh, dude, they don't expect that. They just fully expose themselves to connector door. Didn't even seem to contemplate that as an option. They pay the price. Give Furia a chance to bounce back. Smoke right on top of Keto. He'll leave. We've got Big with a minute to piece together something from the drawing board. Maybe go connector first. You know Cowes is likely still in there. One smoke, one molly. Keto's got that bomb already through Monster.
Let's look at the entry work from Keto. Okay, they're pushing up on the side.
Yeah.
All right. That's good.
He's looking the wrong way. And, you know, that goes to what you're talking about with Furia, right? Active. They engage on their own decision, their own timing. Find success with it. Hype now. He's just trying to reel back from this. Op could be saved. Smoke guarantees him an exit if he wants to leave. It's now. It's right here, right now. If he sticks around, they will come hunt him.
But the thing is, he could already be hunted. Not a lot of space to escape.
Suddenly, B site's the weakest.
Yeah,
still no time for it.
Yeah.
Ooh, if he doesn't turn around, he's done.
Man, they can wait this out. This is very... I mean, Hype just made noise. He is going to die after time for sure here.
He's holding on. Site player doesn't push. They're both to his right. Oh!
Why are they jiggle peeking him? He has no time. Oh my god. Come on. They have no time and they're jiggle peeking him when they have two players. That is just actually selfish. Seriously. They could have got that for free. Knocked an op out and not had to worry about it next round.
Nope.
Wow.
He gets to hang on to it. Now the buy looks very healthy from Big. Of course, still money in the bank account. No problem. His death or not, but that's just going to leave a little bit of extra cash. Fury Academy, maybe a little timid.
Yeah. Maybe they should be scared.
Ooh, nice shot from ZMB. They go for the short control again, but this time through connector. And Bruninho once more. One kill before he dies. Oh my god, Process. He just walks right in. Descenti not blinded until after he gets the kill. And Big starting to stall out on this B attempt again. Sin comes through. Down goes the graffiti guy. Still one inside of the water. Keto's looking to come up and help, and sure enough, he hits a headshot to take us from the 2v4 to the 2v2. Cowes, vision from heaven, but a missed shot, and that's a warning sign. Sin deep. Puts out that smoke. They'll know exactly where the two CTs are at. ZMB goes in and then goes right back out.
That was interesting. Okay, well, he's starting to peel back a bit. He can throw some nades to delay the plant. He's picking up utility, making the most of it, that's for sure. He's going back over towards A. They can hear him running bathrooms.
What the hell?
Wait, what is going on?
Keto's in the clutch. He's got the bomb. He's got the 1v2.
Yeah.
And he's got the plant now guaranteed. So there's nobody up in heaven. They are both coming out from graffiti. Keto gets into the water. Got a little bit of cover. They don't expect him, but they will still gun him down.
Break it down.
They hear him running up bathrooms. But why would they have thought that the heaven player had left?
Yeah, that's the part that I don't even know what the bathrooms guy even has to do with him. They still know he exists, right? And then, like, worst case, he rotated to A. Or best case, he rotated to A. But he's still at the site they would go to. He couldn't have gone through B, so it's like...
Unless they thought that they heard the heaven player running through bathrooms.
running towards A from bathrooms. The heaven.
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe they thought he was.
Just,
yeah, maybe they thought they heard him running the other way.
Yeah, I'm trying to reach for him, but that's like the only thing that would make sense.
Fair,
I
that's
think
fair. It could be. We actually did have somebody. There was like a pro player with their headphones on back roads the other day. I'm not joking. There was actually somebody who did that. So you never know. I mean, it looks it looks the same. Like your headphones on both sides. Sometimes it just comes down to which side has the wire on it, and that's a lot to process.
So, weird one. And Furia Academy all of a sudden very much in this game. They come through, like I said, all the money there was for Big, so another rebuy. These round losses aren't meaning pistols. It's not 2-for-1 freebies for Furia. But if they can keep up these opening kills, they will get to that point. Another 4v5 for the T side to deal with. Keto on a mission in mid.
Oof, this rift for the CTs if they don't find something soon. He could turn into a flank towards long or go through CT if they want to bring the bomb back. So ZMB, looking for a catch. Sin comes up late. I feel like that situation happens a lot, but it's not really much you can do about it as the guy's flanking long. So Process will take out another, and Keto will just help him come A.
Perfect crouch behind the barrel.
Yeah. That would have been scary for Descenti.
I swear, sometimes Counter-Strike is literally a horror game. Jump scares are so real.
Have you ever played Alien Isolation?
I own it, and I've never launched it.
It's so scary.
Yeah, hence why I've never launched it.
I hate it.
I have probably 20 minutes played in Outlast, and
hated that game.
Yep, never launched that again either.
I used to not get scared playing horror games, and now I get really scared. So I don't know what changed for me, but I thought it's supposed to go like the other way.
No, man, because the games keep getting scarier.
Oh, that's true. Like the graphics getting better. Yeah.
Yep. Because horror movies, I'm fine with that. You can cover your eyes, you can get through the worst parts.
Yeah.
But games, you have to push the game doesn't play itself. And that's the horrifying part.
That's true. Just
that's
like
why games are so much scarier. Just like CS. Little recovery here from Big. 4v5 win. No op here for Furia. So we've seen ZMB get a couple of picks front-facing A site. Now he'll have to do it with the M4. He's still going to try. Well, he's throwing out some util. Leaves Aqua down into the tunnels. Triple nade to the boost. No contact whatsoever.
They'll do that a few times a half. Worth it, just to see. Oh, actually, sorry. Furia will try that a few times a half in the second half. They're trying to isolate Cowes, but Bruninho won't let him. And, his exit has been blocked off, so now he's a little bit worried about the top stairs, and Bruninho keeps laying down the fire. Cowes gets him beside Process. Oh, and the second flash actually hits Keto as well. There's a bit of support there. You know, that doesn't go too badly for him. Those kills, that info. The HP remaining for Hyped and Keto is low. And Bruninho has retained short water control.
So it just comes down to the A-hold. ZMB and Descenti deliver. And we've got Furia with a fourth CT win. But no, the peak was there. Hype just misses that one by a second. Could be served up again, but you'd think with 15 seconds, just lock into your angles. Descenti's also committed here to the truck, so sweeps away what was left of Keto. Little bits of work needed here. Nicely done from Descenti and ZMB. Wow. All 4 kills on the front of that site.
Destroyed. There was a good amount of delay there between Bruninho and Cowes that this comes down to the wire. Somehow all the time is gone from the clock. BIG.OMEN have to walk up to the site. Yeah, they continue forward the execute, but there's really no flashes from that point, and they lose to some good angles and some good teamwork. That is why you Molly Optimist provides some good fights for you. But really nice round from Descenti. A good spawn here for ZMB to go for his mid pick. See how he plays it. Not going to see anybody.
Heavy connector.
Yeah, they'll respond to it.
Oh, nice.
Kill.
Separates the pack in half, and ZMB strikes down the front runner.
Wait, he's alive?
Didn't die there.
How?
Oh, no scope straight to Aqua. Counter Opper trying to chase him. ZMB
his own flash.
Air. 3 frags. One after another inside con. Keto on the recovery. 1 versus 5. Took him some time to get that playground frag. So suddenly Furia on the brink of getting a 5th.
There's that info play as they peek into mid with the op spawn. Kawes takes the op's place, and then the op just goes on to the stairs, and they call him out. Okay, oh, you flashed mid, you're not there. Let's check the stairs out. Big get red. Senti, another frag here coming out of the last round. So pretty beautiful. I mean, super clean. They lean into the aggression a touch. They call out the bluff, I think is the big part. Actually, can't believe ZMB survived that last interaction because he was all the way on the right side of the door. And, but then turned it into 2 more.
Oi. He runs by. Who's going to set up with the Deeg? If you had to put money on one of these 3, who's getting the Deagle kill, Launders? Aqua, Keto, Sin.
It is going to be, obviously,
Keto.
Sin.
All right. It's not Aqua.
Didn't say it was.
Here we go. Sin at the bottom of connector. Oh, it's not Keto either.
And
it's not Process either. It's not Hyped either.
It's Sin. It's Sin. It's Sin.
Unless it's no one.
Everyone lowers their guard in the 5v1. It's going to be free.
Oh!
Make it happen!
Dinked him!
No!
He dinked him through the wall. Unreal.
That counts, right?
I'll give you half points.
All right.
Feeling generous.
Let's go.
All right. Half buys out of the way. 6-6. We're all tied up. Furia Academy doing a good job of bringing this one back.
They are.
You know, had they actually converted their pistol win, then this one could be even that little bit better. But, you know, let that go. Bygones be bygones. Focus on what's at hand. Had a big tack pause, huh? Lose that lead. Got to talk about it.
We've seen Furia have some even better CT sides, so not surprised they were able to pull back a bit. They look like they brought some variety here. I think the info plays have been good. Called bluffs a couple of times. I think we're looking pretty scary on those B-side entries, but that's cooled off a bit.
Walk around long. Walk around long and you've got problems. Continue through bathrooms and you won't. Now what? Descenti and Kawes, they lose their mid support. Feels like they've got to fall back or get active, and so they're going to decide to push this one forward. Kawes going to run a risk. He's 12-8. Right up there with Descenti. These are the 2 players you want in these positions, and as the T's come back to start clearing this, they get kills on one end. Descenti can't manage to turn it back over, so Process alleviates the pressure, and we've got Furia 2v4. Now, these players also get into a good enough spot, though, right? There's no bathrooms play here from Big. So, yeah, you lose your long play, but at the very least, Descenti has put your last 2 players into a spot where they could still clutch this back from the grips of Big. Flash comes through from Hyped, not ideal, but Process recovers, and Process, 4 kills, critical ones at that, to get Big back in the lead.
All nasty. Started out the first half of the season as the kind of the best player on the team, one of the best players in the league, and has tapered off a slight bit, but I think he's fine with that. I mean, he did his part, and then his teammates got better, and he's still up there. And I think they've all been really important ingredients to the formula for Big's wins. Not surprised to see a huge round come out of him, and a big map in general. 2 assists away from having a lead score line.
Oh, off the mark. Well, looks like some of those had to have hit.
Oh,
Sin,
wow.
My God.
Uh-oh.
Just kicks Koala's head off. Aqua finds the jump through the connector, so this one from FURIA gets a little excited, and they just can't pick up any of the fights. Big flexing that individual difference with a 2K from Aqua and a 2K from Sin and a Process frag on top.
Good coverage from beginning to end right there. For everybody on BIG.OMEN, starting with Aqua, and then all the entries coming in. Last round of the first half.
2 M4s.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Wow, that's really the best they could do. Damn.
They're trying. Trying their best. Flash deep for ZMB. He's going to run this Deagle right at them. Has him scramble for a second, but that's the chance for Keto to come out playground, and Bruninho finds him. Flashbang abrupts, or interrupts, the 2 Ts that were deep, and if only they could have held on to that. Bruninho's still sticking around, but starts to fall away. Molotov misses, won't make a difference.
Well, for the T side, they got to slow down.
That felt like a Skyrim transition. We were watching the guy when the smoke popped, and then suddenly we were in connector. I was like, what?
I know Skyrim transitions. I've seen the memes. When you wake up on the cart, on the hay cart.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot you haven't played Elder Scrolls.
Yep.
But you do like a good Elden Ring.
Yes. I do like games like it. I've just never tried.
Cowes falls back. Oh, pistol players start making a lot of sound. Process. His shadow was seen. And Descenti unfortunately loses his teammate right before. Cowes double kill off of the dumpster. He's going to dive into the truck. They've got 10 seconds, and a missed flick means this one comes to an end. Sin is nowhere to be found, and the half fizzles out. Not with a bang, but with a whimper.
Okay. I mean, good round. I mean, sometimes when Big had enough time, they would just run out. It happened twice. So, yeah, really not a perfect T side, but good enough. Some really strong rounds and a good map out of Process and Keto in particular. Operas were a touch weaker in this one, but this was, yeah, I'm glad it's right down the middle. I mean, doors open right here. Like, this is definitely possible to upset in this game. Big are not playing their best at the moment. They're coming to FURIA's playground, who just love winning overpass, that's for sure. Still looks very incredibly possible that they pull this off. Do struggle a bit more on the T side, though. A little bit. Actually, yeah. No, there's actually quite a big discrepancy. But still nearly half their rounds.
Presence is known. Can the CTs stop him? Pillar play from Aqua, goes down empty-handed. Ooh, Bruninho with the 2. Sin, he's got Keto to help. Now he himself is dead, and Bruninho, 4 kills in the pistol. 2 of them assisted, but 2 of them all him. Those clean ones to kick it off. Half of his 4K, nothing but his name stamped on it.
Yeah, in cold blood, man. For round 8. I think this game is ending 16-13. I don't know who has 16.
Convert this time. If there's one thing you show me, I don't ask for much, Furia. Just convert this time. Or swings. Keto missed a couple of shots, falls back. He's got hyped with him. Just rope him in. Drag him closer. Keto
getting up there. Oh, they just passed by Keto.
Yep. Ooh, he's got 2 teammates on the site. There you've got utility to throw out. Keto in this spot.
Surely,
yeah, they're going to check it. Nicely done. Presence of mind. Sin waits on the side of the smoke for his chance to strike one down, but they're doing a good job of just not giving these CTs anything.
Where'd he go?
Oh, he still gets killed. And then the spam back through that smoke makes the difference. Cowes comes around from long, so Process, tough spot, but a tough shot already hit. Bruninho's head, that's up next. Down goes his teammate, and down go the chances of the big pistol round win. They will not upset here in the second half.
So what's the math, Scrawn, if Furia win this game?
So if Furia win this game, then... hold on. If Furia win this game... see, because Astralis lost so many rounds, I don't know if it's really likely anymore. Because they ended up losing 6 to Apeks Rebels, right? So the round difference coming in was 15. If the round difference is 15, then Big have to lose by 15 rounds, or 15 or 16 rounds, right? Which is just impossible now. They still have 15 rounds between them and Astralis because Apeks Rebels got 6. If Apeks Rebels only got 1, then like a Furia 16-10 would still be enough. But now at this point, I think Apeks Rebels kind of saved Big's butt. Furia cannot beat Big bad enough to push them into second.
Oh, okay. Fine.
Because we're starting to get into that realm where, yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I see. Yeah, they're way too far ahead. Okay. They needed this to be like 16-1.
Yeah.
Or 16-0.
Unless Astralis could have beaten Rebels, you know, it always had to be a blowout. But that's how we hyped up the Apeks Mirage game. That's how we sold it.
Oh, yeah,
that's how we sold it. It had to really be a blowout both times. There was a sliver. Flash into the smoke. They've got players all around it. Oh, Process. Got Keto coming through with frags. Peeking around the right side. Process still waiting, and he just hasn't seen anything, but the teammates who rotate in sure do. So he'll wait. He'll burn him out. Nice close here from Process and hyped. Sin also inside sight. Never got a fight. It was just hyped with the support. The op in through heaven. Furia's lead cut down to just 1.
Yeah, up in heaven. That's huge. They had a good positions all around to stop that hit from coming in. Shots are being hit right now. Process is starting to climb faster than ever. A few rungs up. Senti right there with him, actually. Both have a 1.72 KD.
Ooh, fast, huh? Oh my god!
Look at that spray.
Is the mowdown. Aqua, that is the absolute dream of the monster hold. Little spam comes back from Descenti, so yeah, that goes both ways.
5. Okay.
But he's down to 17 health. All of a sudden, he gets peeked from Keto. That's the closure. 10-10. Big CT side starting to recover.
It's hard to spray when you can't see. Aqua does it really well right there. So yes, he only had 3 kills before this. And in fact, he's only seen 3 opponents this game that he's killed. But what, Connor?
But the Earth continues spinning no matter what we do on it or around it.
True.
It is the consistency. The sun will always rise in the morning.
No, actually, that's not true. We only know that the sun has risen every morning. There is a very important difference.
Okay.
This is the case against objectivity.
I really hope the sun rises again tomorrow. Ob shot from height.
Based.
Oh, Keto able to cover that one. Turns back, and it's an end to a measly pistol round. Buys back from FURIA. Don't let Big get too far ahead. You know, this CT side was always going to be a good one.
Yeah.
Come on, FURIA.
Hype's also very good on this map on the CT, yeah. We do see the op struggle a lot more on T sides, which is fine and normal and okay. But we know that also. Hyped is just, yeah, Hyped is insane this season, consistently carrying. And the CT sides, I think, is where we're going to see him do the most. This one should be no different. This CT side from Hype should be the reason that we see teams lose to Big, even with a lead.
Con. Oh, Keto closes down on it, though. He can't escape. There's already a player out long. He just jumps right into it. Oops. Cow is in the right place at the right time. Keto, not so much. Now, there's another player still in connector because they push short B. And that player could come up massive here. Process, there's nobody watching him to the left side. He's got 3 players to his right. Sees them all. Taps the first. Beautiful from Process. So many times we get a play like that, and somebody fumbles a spray. Process taps the first, and then little bursts. 1, 2, 3. Hyped. Closes the show.
Wow.
Sick rifle control.
That's well done. I think you put it perfectly. It's very easy to mess that up. And I mean, you need the one tap into the spray. And
bop.
He finds that first tap. That's the huge one. And he gets a headshot on like the 3rd bullet.
Yep.
It's the only way it's possible. Otherwise, you get traded and it's totally fine. You still get like a kill or 2, but that's as good as it gets.
Yeah.
And for the game Process is having right now, it makes sense. On point, man.
So sick. You know, he's seasons of experience, right? So cool to see him kind of... It's just nice to see the more familiar names actually have some growth to them. You know, the consistency from them. Like, there's always going to be the new kid on the block that has a pop-off here and there. But the BIG.OMEN Academy formula works. And they're shooting for that top spot. With a win here on Overpass, they'll confirm it. Guaranteed top place and playoffs. Skip the play-in. Keep plays up like that, you've earned it.
Deep nades on another save.
Run, my friend. Kawez, the pitter-patter of his feet through the grass as he sprints to that A site. But Sin's already on high alert.
Imagine.
Now extra high alert. Re-peeks through. That little element of surprise, the only thing they had going for them, gets ripped away. Brunino down in connector. Taps into Process. Oh my god, the round is alive. Keto's going to probably plug this problem in connector. Yeah, okay. Now they can turn their attention back, but a missed shot from Hyped opens the door for the bomb plant. Haven't been able to grab a gun just yet. Now they have. But then Keto strikes it down. Hyped in from bathrooms. They recover what they have to. Still a plant for FURIA. That could help going forward, but Big Omen Academy are slowly but surely getting closer to that finish line.
That is true, yeah. This is a tough game here for FURIA Academy off of a decent first half, but yeah, they score a lot better normally. Actually, over the four wins, they had 65% on CT side, so probably weren't looking forward to this.
Ooh, let's go. Boost. They give it up. And off of that, Keto, he's already gotten onto the fountain. So he saw nothing here. Decides to take some space for it. Oh my god, that almost killed him already.
Wow.
He will still get there. Kawez, 9 health makes the difference for him. But he saw that shoulder, almost shot Kawez. Flash comes through, makes it weird, and 5v4 for FURIA off the back of it.
Up a bit towards short. With stairs in their favor as well. So a lot of this could come down to Koala as this gets searched out. And Hyped is going to have a deep angle. Looks like it feels like another shoulder's coming. Yeah, it is. Oops. Hyped looks away for a second. That's enough for Koala. And now the CT side is quite dismayed. I don't... Ooh, can Process get back into this? That's the question. No, he can't.
Aqua looking for his chance, but keeps getting flashed. CMB scoped on it. Misses a shot, and that's damage VCMB, but quick bomb scramble back up to the A site. They're going to try to run that one down. Sin. Ooh. Can he get up fast enough? No, not at this point. They're already inside of the site. Missed Molotov, though, so he could always peek over top. Kawez trades places with Aqua, shoots him in the back as he runs towards T-spawn, and we've got 4 up from FURIA as they shoot for 11, locking it in with the kill versus Sin. Nice. Nice squeeze on this one, and a good rotate once they felt like B was still stacked.
Yeah, definitely. This is very healthy. It did feel like Keto should have got that kill off the first peak, and I don't know how he got no damage off of it as well. I think later on could have been it, but every trade there from then on out went FURIA's way, basically. Put a good amount of pressure on and took out Hyped in the stairs. That was the big one. So actually a tech pause called as we round out. And actually we're getting info that the round differential doesn't matter and there might be additional matches.
Tiebreakers, yeah. So I guess if we're tied, we go head-to-heads. We'll get more info, but scratch everything about round difference.
Okay. Well, it was fun to entertain the idea since they had it on the scoreboard, but
yes. I thought those numbers meant something, man, but it's just further fact. Numbers just don't matter and everything's made up.
Up and down.
Players confused too. I got word from Altex. He thought that as long as they won, as long as Big lost this, that then Astralis talent would go through. Because it was supposed to be like the head-to-head round difference, but I guess, you know, no round difference is okay, calculated.
So these will be settled tomorrow then, potentially.
Potentially. That would be assuming FURIA can finish off this T side on a positive note.
Right, okay. So that is the one stipulation.
Yeah, the one thing is
there
Big
anything
wins
else
this.
That would
not that I can see. Big wins this, 9 wins. Nobody can catch up. But Cowes. He's going to drop a couple. Quick entry out the monster. Here comes Keto. ZMB's blinded.
Ooh, gotta be careful about taking those shots. Sin gets to a new position. ZMB runs underneath his view. Oh, but he has to plant. He's got the duty. Oh, okay, there he is. Done.
Comes through with the frag instead, and Hyped still smoked off. He's been waiting here since the start of time.
Well, actually kind of crushed them there coming out Monster on the fast hit, and that's after a good slow round. So this helps out a lot. It was probably a little scary for them to think about doing it because we saw the round Aqua sprayed him down, trying to exit out a Monster. But I mean, overall, yeah, he is not having a great game. So maybe this is the site that you want to go to more often.
What?
Oh, Keto's got the ADR. I was going to say 2 players like 50 ADR here, so but it's 3 for FURIA Academy. Overall, these scoreboards are very lopsided.
Yep. Battle of the top performers gives more runway to the others. Got to play catch up though. We're in the final 5 rounds of the map.
Every kill is worth 5 now, boys.
Critical map as well for Big. Simply win. And so many other problems are automatically solved. Just win.
Even if you've been licking doorknobs all half. If you start fragging now, none of that will matter.
Yeah. Today can be the last day you ever lick doorknobs.
Yes.
There's hope for everyone.
Uh-huh. Make
Except
sure to Lysol wipe them first, if you want to continue anyways. Recreationally.
It's all in bathrooms. They put Hyped at the front of it.
Oh, they're fast. Ooh, does ZMB see this? No, he doesn't. Oh.
Hyped. Oh my god. Oh, now he's just... I mean, this is a horrifying spot for the op. One shot in already.
Oh.
Sin comes through with the frag cover. Hyped will die inside bathrooms. 50 seconds. Doesn't need to be the end here on A, but they're still sizing it up and hoping maybe ZMB can peel a player off of this. An incendiary that'll pop on truck, make Process uncomfortable. Keto can still just hold his own. And then they're both leaning on Sin to cover it from the other side. So, I mean, CT is great positions, but it's going to take something spectacular from FURIA. And maybe this op is the key to it all. The jackknife. Sin comes in with the trade frag. ZMB drops a shot, tries to track it around the bank. Up close, Sin's able to succeed. Decenti, that secondary op, is still alive and kicking. And with 6 health, he plants that bomb. Aqua's on the fast flank, and he takes long.
This is interesting. And Decenti, he's open to it. Oh, man,
Aqua
Decenti
plays it perfect.
Yeah, he gets there fast, man. He needed that. That could have got out of hand because it's the backside plant, right? Sometimes you would play towards long, rotate around through bathrooms, and that's what Aqua was hoping for. In this spot, he could have made his way into CT or bank if Aqua wasn't quite as fast as he was. So that's what we're talking about. No more licking doorknobs. Aqua started into this half with 3 frags, gets the 3K spray down on B for 1, gets a clutch round here when we're looking to deny the tie-up at 13-13, and he wins it.
Quality over quantity. Better late than never type vibes from Aqua. And Decenti, nice trades. I want to give him credit. You know, first opera goes down. ZMB had a chance to shoot both sides of Dicebox, failed both. Decenti comes through with that little bit extra to at least push himself into the 1v1. But, you know, he's working with 6 health and gets outplayed by Aqua. Good decision from Aqua. Frag on the front of this. Fast fight. Aqua just looking to hang on. Keto's got short side. Hype's not far off inside connector, but Bruninho, he finds Aqua through that smoke. A lineup through the smoke. Decenti rounds the corner. Keto insta-killed. We've still got 2 CTs inside of the site. Hyped clears the short water push. Sin goes over. He gets himself 1. Looks away from the second, but at least he cleans it up. At least he recovers, because that could have gotten awkward. Sin with a 3. gives Big 15.
Dirty, man. The spray transfer, they can't trade him out. Distraction on the right. Stays up on the top of the box, switches to the USP. Every little bit counted here. The ZMB one was for free. That's always a big trap that you can pull. But to not even get scared to fall back, that's something different. Sin very much in the game as well. And damn, FURIA are getting close in a couple of these situations. That 1v1. That situation right there could have been an easy 2v2. Or 2v1 in their favor. But 3 unanswered trades and an aggressive play from Keto. Cowboys looking to swing on this hard. Oh, god damn. He went right for that ankle. He just went right for Keto's head.
Jeebus.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice
hyped.
shot.
He's got the recovery. Keeps it a 4v3 at the very least. Little movement down in the short side and hyped. Starting to work with the space he's got.
Yeah,
he earned the space. Oh my god, Brunino hits him. Oh, and ZMB, sure enough, takes out the sidearm. Process throws himself into connector. And that's going to push Sin into another clutch.
Was he in the 1vx last round? I think
no,
he had a teammate
it is
alive.
a clutch.
But...
Yep.
Okay,
yep.
yeah.
It is a clutch. A clutch situation. Flash over. Not going to let off the pedal, but Bernino's right there to rock him. So 2 more, and FURIA can push this into OT. Hyped.
I like how
stuck to the angle.
I do like how scary it is when you put pressure on Hyped and he just doesn't flinch.
Yeah.
Ice
cold.
You pretend to punch him and your fist is like blows air on his face and gets super close, but he just doesn't move. That's terrifying. I mean, they aren't killing him and he's still in a good angle, and they kind of have to use their body to kill him, right? They're trying to, jump around, make it seem like they're getting close. So he gives himself a chance, but it was a very nice pre-fire, and he was already low on HP. And, oh, this one goes to round 30. Right?
Let's go. Yeah.
Oh.
Absolutely.
Sure.
There's no world where the 5 USPs win this. It is impossible. Absolutely owned. As it should be.
Descenti.
Round 30.
He's shooting all over the place. 29 kills for Descenti. 26 up for Cowes. Wouldn't have it any other way. Mixed up by FURIA. They've been known to rush B.
Will they do it here? With the win on the line, they go back for this boost. We've seen it a couple times, but they've never netted anything from it. We also haven't really seen that triple airstrike grenade stack onto the boost down in B.
Yeah, not this game.
Oh, finds a fight in playground. Cowes has the 5v4.
Killed him again. He's been keto hunting.
4 kills away.
They don't have stairs control, so Hype is taking a risk here. But he knows he wants to. This is interesting. They are setting up for B right again, so. Aquaman, 36, ADR, 1 3K spray down in the hole, 1 clutch to his name.
Again,
he's going to have to show up again.
They've been far and few between, but this would be the one that matters more than anything.
They do have 3 on B.
They've got the right positions. Oi. Fumbling the nades, just stands inside of the smoke for a second. Process now fire on his feet. He goes down, and this B-hold, it's going to offer us 1 kill so far. Sin shaves it off at the site. Oh, Aqua! He goes wild with the knife! It's quality, not quantity. And he ends with another 3K on that B site. 16-14 with that, folks. It is big in the playoffs.
Well, yeah, they made it. They made it work in round 30. Never even saw overtime. How did they just do that, man?
Way.
He had a guy jumping up over barrels on the right side of him, right? And he was about to be peeked from the site, and then he got that kill. Sin gets his. It looked they were both dead for sure. It looked like they were screwed.
Oh my! It looked over.
And then he got 3 kills.
3
with
kills.
A knife at the end.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure 2 with the gun,
You can't make
and then the knife pulled out.
That's crazy.
Wild scenes. I mean, it's like it looked like he didn't throw his incendiary fast enough, and then he pulled the smoke out, but somebody else smoked the molly.
Smoked it already,
then he just had to stand inside of the smoke grenade and try to figure out what the hell he wanted to do.
And
then he goes,
died beside him.
Yeah, that's right. I want to win. So he kills two dudes with a FAMAS, whips out the knife, and left clicks for a 16-14 to skip the play-in and lock in playoffs. That is wild from Aqua.
That is
holy hell.
That is a good example of a player who has 30 ADR. That literally can win the game. Like with the 1v1 clutch and that round, and I mean, insane. So that was a strong tool that FURIA had. I like the delayed B instead of just running out like this, like they did last time in Aqua. And it seemed like a sensible choice, really. It was just a strong place to go. They were going up against a low buy, so the counter utility would be hard. And they really did almost have it. I mean, they were in a good spot. They got the opening kill.
I want to see this.
I really want to see this too. This plays also.
Oh, this one from Sin as well, right? To go back for the third kill. Like, he could have killed Kawez. The clip looks that much better if he does. But at least his third fight is then clean. Gives him enough of a chance to turn it back. Okay, round 30 right here. Aqua gets Koala. A second kill comes through as Sin finds his frag. And then the knife for number 3. Yep.
Oh, man.
Crazy.
That's wild. Beautiful, man. That's a beautiful ending to the season.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And it gives us a little bit of certainty, right? Instead of having this unknowingness about what could or could not happen tomorrow, now it is 100% confirmed. Big Academy skipping play-in straight to the playoffs. And so they are the winner of Group B, comparable to MOUZ NXT over in Group A. And we've kind of been talking, all season now about big training inside their echo chamber and then being unleashed on the other group. But we won't even get that in play-in. We have to wait a couple of weeks before we get to truly see their real test in taking on some of the guys from Group A. So fun stuff, folks. But the action always continues here at WePlay. We're going to throw this away to the break and be back with NAVI Jr. and Young Ninjas. There are still ranks to be shifted within Group B. It's just down in the middle of the pack. Welcome back, everybody. We're almost wrapped up. We're so close to the finish line. We can see it. We can't smell it yet. We can't touch it either, but we can see it. 3 best of ones left between us and the final standings going into any potential tiebreakers needed tomorrow. Navi Junior and Young Ninjas. This is a game that will have ramifications, of course, because the Young Ninjas still have a chance to climb up and tie FURIA Academy. If they lose to Navi Junior still stay down beneath them. So Navi Junior can't gain anything here, but a little bit of respect. And also, I would say a little bit more of the narrative that we wanted to paint for them, which was Navi Junior are going to be competitive despite this rehauled roster. But if they lose this game versus Young Ninjas, then the only team they've beat all season is Apeks Rebels twice.
Yeah, that's at the end of the day. That's really, really disappointing. Oh my gosh, sorry.
Bless
I had
you.
a cookie. I had a cookie.
What kind?
It was this little graham cracker cookie.
Oh, it's trying to kill you.
It's getting, it's crumbly. Okay, so the thing is that, yeah, at the end of the day, they've only beat Apeks Rebels twice. They have, 2 16-14 losses. They have a loss 13-16, 12-16 to Young Ninjas already. But in the standings, it's just not helping them at all. They needed to pick up, one of those wins. It was possible. It was viable. They were close. They looked pretty good, but they got outdone and they lost to some of the good teams. But yeah, I mean, at this group, like the easy team to beat is Apeks Rebels. In Group A, there are a couple of teams that were getting beat up on a little bit. In Group B, unfortunately, Navi is that second team that they've just got beat up on a little bit to help boost people in the standings. So, I mean, listen, Navi Junior are pretty prestigious, I think, in this academy league so far. They have players they are trying to develop. Every little bit matters, I think, for them, and they've seen so much success that they, I think, want to win. They don't really have an excuse for being at the bottom like Apeks Rebels do, being really new, apart from their roster moves. And they can absolutely beat the Young Ninjas. I mean, if Apeks Rebels go into this matchup, I say nope, they're just going to lose. But Navi can. They do. They do have the ability to. They know they played for seasons against the Young Ninjas. Their play style hasn't changed as much, even though it's evolved, it's developed. It's still the team they understand. That goes both ways, of course. One thing is that if Young Ninjas get Fuzi in, he's won 2 games for them so far. He looked fantastic in both games.
Yes.
So not just good. And the rest of the players on Young Ninjas are great. And they seem to be doing well, if they have an IGL or not, actually. Or if that has to be shared responsibility.
It's another one of those ancient devil walk Swedish, sayings he told me. He said, "You cannot lose with the foos." Devil Walk 2022.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Navi Junior, I'll say stark improvement. We've seen 2 losses on Mirage. The first one started the season 16-6 versus FURIA Academy here on this very same map. Then their most recent loss, 14 rounds against Astralis Talent, who have been able to play this map 5 times to close out the season, who we consider to be their best map, who Fessor is consistently a problem for anybody he plays against. Yeah. And so Navi Junior, I think that kind of, it piques my interest a little bit just because of the fact that they made that game so close. But we take a look over towards the roster, and we do have the Foos dude in the server with us this evening, along with Adam, Maxter, Rolf, who's dead already, and Temporary. So the rotating door goes on, and the bomb plant comes through. B site belongs to Navi Junior for the time being. 2 players over towards Cat, 2 in the back of Market. Boost as the smoke fades to try and gain an angle. The Navi Junior, they're playing the waiting game. Temporary waits no longer. Comes out with a kill. Demon with the double. He goes down to the side of the arch. Frosic in the back site. He's the one to lock this in. And if the young guns of Navi Junior step up to the pedigree of the experienced Fear and Head Trick, then we've got Young Ninjas in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, we are in fact in business in that case. So the scoreboard looked pretty correct yesterday. We had Spear as a top fragger, 90 ADR, 1.19. Then Hedrick right behind him. And then Nipple, who actually impressed in a few of the different situations I think we saw versus Astralis talent. And then Frozik, and then Unbroken, who hasn't been played too many matches with this lineup. So I think all of that made sense. And I think in place of Unbroken, I mean, Demons, he's been okay. I think Frozik has, of the two kind of very, very young players, has, I think, looked the most comfortable, I guess is the best way to put it. And so now that he's coming in for the last chance of the season, he has a chance to kind of recover his reputation or just show us what more he can do. Of course, at his age, I can only imagine how good he's going to be in a few years, but for now, it's going to be fun to watch the early stages. I think they missed a top con smoke here, but that will only help them kill the young ninjas even faster, it looks like. Maxter goes unnoticed. Might be able to clamp down on mid. But this T-side from Navi Jr. did cause problems for Astralis, which is not easy to do.
Yeah, not something to write off.
No, yeah.
Definitely not.
So, not easy to do.
To be fair,
yeah.
Same thing from Young Ninjas. In one of the games that they were playing with Slap, even with Slap, they got, again, so I say that like he's got only one arm, but it's, you know, it wasn't ever the best version
when
of the
you're
Young
30,
Ninjas that we
things
got
start falling
see.
apart.
Yeah. This guy's got 2 fingers on each hand, and here he is. But
soon
no.
as he turned 35, it was like clockwork. Happened to my buddy Jimmy.
We don't play no games. There's something in the water. No, they've got great water in Sweden. And so, you know, 12 rounds with Slap, that to me is almost on par for 14 rounds without Slap if you're Navi Jr. Just, you know, these little question marks. Little tiny question marks that leave me wanting more. So I guess I can just lock my attention into the head-to-head, and we'll let them decide who's better.
That was a Slap game with Mirage?
Yeah, 16-12.
Yeah, he was pretty good. I remember getting window control, getting into connector, being pretty annoying.
He was giving Astralis some problems.
Yeah. Now they got Foos. You know what they say, you Foos, you lose.
I'm trying to think of something funnier than that, but I can't. Yeah.
Hopefully they don't foozle out. Sorry. No, that's...
Okay, dude. I still never got a chance to drop my my Foos Gold line when we were casting him in tier 1. But I feel like that would have been it would have been rude, you know, like he's about to clutch and then he misses the shot. I'm like, "Oh, you thought it was real, but it's just a bunch of Foos Gold."
Oh, that would be like doing the Nico graffiti in Heaven on Nuke kind of thing. Like you want it,
yeah,
but it might be toxic.
Yeah. And you know what? I kind of like Fousey. I got a soft spot for him.
Yeah, man.
There was a few players. This is one of the best things about you know when we were in Kiev and we got to meet some of the younger players. Like you know, Shuhei, for example, to me, he strikes you as somebody who is far more mature than his age would have you believe. And then that's why I truly believe in his ability to like actually train up players, survive roster changes. A lot of MOUZ NXT just in general had this like aura of professionalism. And so I wasn't surprised by their, you know, winning ways season after season. And Fousey, despite being on a lesser successful roster, and obviously the language barrier keeping us from the Brazilians and from some of the Russian speakers, what we did get to gather about Young Ninjas, you know, Fousey impressed.
Yeah, and the coolest part was getting, you know, any player that gets better when you go to that. I think that's something to note for sure. That's something you can never really know. You sign talent, like no matter how much you've scouted them, eventually got to take them to land and see how comfortable they are. It's where all the nerves come in. You kind of step through the challenge. Wow, I mean, at least let him peek.
Yeah, right. Give him a damn chance. But you know, we are talking about players without guns still.
I like
the new FURIA stickers. Look really good on print stream skins. If you see Temporary's
really?
Desert Eagle. Can we switch back to Temporary?
Yeah, let's see if he's got it out.
So, you know, always
there's like
tons
kind
of
bluey.
Well, that's it. Is like there's, you know, all the cool hollows like match nicely with the print stream's colors, but it's the fact that the black in it matches like the black on the handle.
Yeah.
You know, no other sticker is hollow and black. Only the FURIA stickers do that.
Right, right.
So if you guys are looking for some cool print stream combos, it's got the scrawny seal of approval, and Navi approve of this start. The Rio.
I have the M4 and the Deagle. Do you have the M4 and Deagle? Or one?
No, I've got the blue phosphor, the one that looks like a
Have you ever used the print stream or just not really?
I picked it up.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Never owned one.
Yeah. It is almost like an Asimov, though. It just got so popular.
Yeah.
So you just kind of see him everywhere. Yeah.
And I put all my stock into my new AK. That's the big one.
That's our AK.
Our AK. Yeah, sorry, our AK. Our AK. If you're onto the bench. Still a few Galils in here, so we'll see if, maybe the lesser guns can make any type of a difference, but they come off of that 3-round wins. Strong cash. Fuzi here towards the connector. Now, we've seen Fuzi on Overpass. We've seen Fuzi on Vertigo. I don't think we've seen Fuzi on Mirage yet.
Yeah, no, he's only played 2 games.
So, new territory here. Maxter holds off the cap play, shaves off head trick, clean headshot. Fuzi sulks back into the side of jungle, and we're going to get the mid boost here. 50 seconds. Fuzi kind of peeled between directions. Maxter could very well come back from catwalk, look for something else. But it's Navi that waits.
They're going to go back to A. Just want to make sure no one's pushed. No one ramp, but no ramp setup, so it's actually not a bad spot for the T side. Yeah, oh, there's a big kill. Yeah, this allowed G-Man to start to walk out. Oh, it's perfect, really.
Adam's got the little bit of a recovery.
It's all about Adam now.
Ticket player to help him. He decides to push out.
Oh.
Fear finds him towards the ramp and temporary misses. 2 critical op shots. He could have just shut this down for the 2v1.
Oh,
4
temporary
shots, 4 chances, and none of them connect. So sure enough, bomb plant at this point. Rolf rotates in. He could have been rotating into a 2v1. Instead, 3 Ts seems a bit too intimidating. They will deal with Frozik, so they can turn their attention back, and they get that kill fast enough that you could justify the chance here. Smoke on default. CTs do have a smoke for the defuse, but they don't have a kit. Oh, and they lose Rolf over the side of it. So temporary, you better run for the hills with your tail tucked. A bit of shame, as he missed those 4 shots.
Yeah, he's got to slow it down a little bit. Of course, when you're in ticket, you could just get blasted if you take too much time. But either the pre-aims have to be better, or you just have to take that extra 0.2 seconds to just line it up and not have to, flick basically. And that one's the one. The pre-aim was better. Just a small flick is fine, but doesn't hit. But yeah, he's looking for consistency. And he's playing right beside Fuzi, right? Who could just out-op him if you wanted to go for it. But Fuzi's coming in as a sub and allowing him to have that space. And Temporary's coming off of a good match versus Furia Academy, the 1.28 on Vertigo. But he's only had 1 or 2 very good maps.
Nice deke. Combines with the flash. Could have been a little cleaner. Maybe he gets a 2, but missed shot again from temporary. Fuzi's trying to pick up that slack. Frozik getting drawn. Temporary. Smoke in front of him. Takes a chance, but no target. Good thing Fuzi was there, because that could have been another chance where, a few missed op shots. There's one. Bomb dropped 2 off of the back of it. So, regain composure. Nothing hurts more than missing shots you should hit.
Yeah.
And then sometimes that snowballs. You just, it's in the back of your head. You try to shrug it off, whatever. But, give him a round or 2. Maybe we get him warmed up. At least he gets the bomb dropped, and I feel like that one should really lock in a round win for Young Ninjas. He needed Fuzi to get those first 2. Sure. Fuzi saves the day. At that age,
it can feel like if you miss, then you're going to miss continuously, for sure. When you're young, it's just like everything is just like the end of the world. But the only real secret is just remembering that the rounds keep resetting. You can always get another chance. Just take it slower. Eventually, the kill will come to you, and you know, like how much you've played. I mean, it's pretty much going to be all mental. So yeah, he'll lock up 2, and he's putting himself in a position to get kills, which is big too. Second op, FUZI called into support. Very powerful to have him be able to pick one up as well. And the exec's coming. Ooh, 3 smoke exec. Oh, nice pickup, Adam.
Not bad, not bad.
No one's
at
actually
all.
covering Frozig, but they jumped up, but...
Head trick, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's trying for it.
Oh,
I don't know. Adam, he is one with the smoke. He becomes smoke, and the op shot passes through him. We got 4 bodies trying to just push past this ticket. Nipple off of the stairs. He's going to gun down 2. FUZI clears him from jungle. Head trick has to recede. Demon wrapping back around mid. Bomb past the halfway point. Young Ninja's on top of it, sticking it all the way. No peeks whatsoever. No attempt to stop the defuse. And so Ninjas with a second round win.
There's nothing wrong with the rotation from Demon. I think it's really important to do that, especially if you do the 3 smoke exec. The only thing is you just do it as soon as possible. But if you do a 3 smoke exec and you cover CT and jungle and con, and you have no one mid lurking, then you have to go for more, because you'll eventually get killed in sandwich, right? You'll get killed on the side of triple. You'll get killed on default. You will get mollied at under balk. You will get cleared under balk eventually. That maybe that guy gets a kill or 2. None of those spots are really good for those fights. Though eventually the CTs will win you out, and so you have to have something else. But none of those players who are within the site delayed even a little bit. They just got mowed over. So Young Ninjas knew they had that locked up. Got on top of default, got the smokes down, and smoked A ramp as well.
Wow. Okay. All right. Hey there. Howdy. Down goes Maxter. Temporary passing the op back to the lower HP'd Adam. CT is very much split. Adam can just draw them in for 2 reasons. 1, temporary stuck behind firebox, trying to just bait them into the site. But then additionally, FUZI's got the cross being held from Cat. 1T does slip out. Adam sees the second. Shoots him down. Head trick. Not going to find any footwork. Bomb carrier starts to chase. So far, so good for temporary. Goes unchecked. Flashbang for the cross around connector. Frozig looking to join him. Temporary starts to activate here. A lot of movement inside this bomb site, and there it is. That second op gets it from the catwalk. Perfect in terms of the setup. Now Fear comes out. Rolf gets the kill, and temporary, damn, not even needed. He's just waiting for his chance to do something, but all the other pieces of that setup end up working. So if he's not needed, so be it.
Yeah, chill. It's a good op there from Adam in over in spawn. Saw the first guy swing out. Knew he could be patient. This is where it got a little sketchy with a great shot in from Fear. And Navi Jr. just slowly loose. Not even aware of firebox. And too many other problems, and I'm staying alive.
Jump around from Adam. Fear just try to face with the Deeg. Get something to happen here. Where's the AK? Ah, underground. Uzi gets up to the top box. Very good. Finds the bomb carrier. Nade? Yeah, there goes half of Nipple. So Fuzi's impact being felt, but yeah, head trick. Remember, he's got the AK. Fuzi won't be forgetting anytime soon. Maxter locks in the kill underground, so they won't be able to grab back the M4 from Fuzi, but at least head trick still has that AK in hand.
Let's see. With a walk back to the ramp, they don't have any. Okay, so they have to use a. Okay, Adam doesn't have an op. I thought he was opping. So they can just cross up. I think we'll spot one. Trying to kill him there if possible. Rotational support is here.
Uh-oh. Blind as a bat. Adam saves it. Head trick still down beneath, and Maxter gets both kills. Clean as can be as he comes over stairs to tie the game at 4.
Nicely done. They'll look a little bit more comfortable now. T-side was moving pretty well, but a lot has changed in the last 4 rounds. Top mid control being taken over. And you know their CTs are in a good position when they're peeking stairs. That's when confidence is at its max.
First timeout called. Yes.
I was gonna say I think they should just go back to mid because I think I like their mid control. I think that's where NAVI actually show a lot of experience. I think with the way that they've taken mid in their couple of Mirage games, so they look good, putting pressure on connector, that kind of thing. Going 1 for 1 in these duels is solid. Then setting up a nice mid round, they can do things later. I think they default a lot, and it's because their defaults are actually quite decent. But they also haven't done a B hit pretty much at all. So. Okay, yeah, they're actually going all the way over. That was the other thing that crossed my mind if they wanted to try it.
Underhanded smoke, Maxter first contact. Ooh, damn. This is versus guns, and he just melts them.
No
Maxter, 3 kills. Easy as can be. Smoke grenade cuts off the tail end, so the other 2 have to wait things out, and this is going to be Navi Jr. just reeling back from some heavy losses.
I think they were low util, so they didn't have enough flashes specifically to get away with that. Oh, no, they get separated. Smoked. Fear in the 1-on-5. What can we do? Not much. The ninjas lock it down. Nicely done from Maxter. 4 frags. Not too much resistance for him here.
Back to the Deagles.
Just trying to think who had the best B exec so far in the league. Was it Godsent? I think Godsent and there's another
Godsent
team.
had a good one.
Astralis Talent probably had a good one. The fast execs, those would be ones to copy over.
Yeah, I think Young Gods is my favorite.
I'm gonna look at.
Actually, I just want more Young Gods on Mirage now. You got me all excited.
Yeah,
I would love a BO3 series where Young Gods have a Mirage and an Ancient.
That's GG.
A Mirage Decider.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, Fuzi. Navi Jr. starting to hit a bit of a brick wall, but Demon, he decides otherwise. In from Palace. We'll get that scramble back from mid, so creates a little pocket of opening here towards middle, and maybe Frozen can capitalize on it while they are gone. But they're already starting to peel back, seeing as the Palace player didn't fall through. He's down beneath you, Fuzi. He's been spotted. Molotov on Frozik. Temporary kills Demon. Now they'll know that's the Palace player dealt with, so Fuzi should be on high alert. There could be definitely more than one here. He'll peek out, serving up a distraction from Connector just so Fuzi can shine.
Jarhead.
Jarhead. Great
Did you
movie.
watch it?
Yeah, for sure. I was watching all of Jake Gyllenhaal's movies lately.
Yeah, because he's the best actor of all time.
He's phenomenal.
Nightcrawler.
Yep.
Prisoners.
No, it's escaping me. There's one where he's in, like, working for the LAPD. End of Watch. You should see that. End of Watch.
Okay.
With Anna Kendrick.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's essentially Jarhead, but with cops.
Nice.
Demon. Can't manage to hang on to the ramp. Peak goes the way of Adam. And that flash, I think, is a little bit negligible. You know, it wasn't a full blind, but it was just timed so nicely.
Yeah, I think it missed.
Yeah. He just died so fast that I wasn't sure. You know? Yeah, exactly. Adam's speaking that as if he's fully blind. And that's all Adam needs to believe. 3 players out middle here for NAVI Jr. You called for them to go back, and they will.
That's why I'm casting. Looks like it didn't work. What did it? Oh, no, they got their window cal. Okay. Yeah, I'm the GOAT. Yeah, cool. I like the idea here. I wonder if they'll save the smoke and just try to contact. Long grenades in this situation. Probably for the best. Oh! They're getting up pretty far. Whoa, that's a little bit too far back. Oh, is he going to jump on it? Interesting.
Oh. He's just going to sit behind it.
This one gives up some space. I don't know about that one, Rolf.
Yeah, that's the opening they were hoping for. Sinking into the B bomb site. NAVI Jr. Oh. A little bit of a squeeze, huh? Everybody gets a kill barring Demon, who is already dead. And a delayed reaction from Adam. No longer fast enough to hold back Fear. He gets 2 as NAVI take 5. Keep 4 up. There's still life left in this T side. Just,
yeah.
We had forgotten,
there is.
But it's back.
It's, yeah, a lot of money here for the young ninjas. But a good round, man. I mean, that was... Got the trade back. Got to grouped up for B. Low nade sensibly kind of walked in. Rolf in the jump spot's fine. I think maybe he's just supposed to be running backwards during a smoke. Maybe it landed in the right spot and it used it funny. I'm not sure. I mean, who knows? People are throwing their own kinds. But in that situation, kind of see what might be wrong with it. Freebie here for Fear. FUZI was up top, kind of trying to watch over for this. Didn't have that direct vision, unfortunately, for temporary. At least he gets the refrag, though.
Yeah, recovers a little bit. Loses connector control, and Maxter gets cleared off of the catwalk. FUZI's looking for a second recovery. And try to dunk the nade on Frozik, but he's over towards the underpass side. Get that crawl out from connector already, so FUZI, you better be cautious if he doubles back towards jungle. Nipple is on the stairs. Nipple does good work from there.
He does.
Adam B also could be exposed. But if Nipple goes for that peek, then you know that could have been the FUZI chance to strike back. Adam gonna get into the site with FUZI over towards Ticket. Sees a second in connector, and Adam, he's gonna clear both of them. For a second, he thought about Nipple's spot. And the trade may be needed here from FUZI. Rolf wrapping around. And with Frozik's position, connector peek, that's going to expose Nipple. Oh, the smoke's down. Perfect. Rolf, he's going to tuck in close. Starts to come out of it. Kills Nipple. Frozik, still unbeknown to the CTs. He gets back. Reveals his position. Fire on the feet of Rolf. Forces him out. Here comes Frozik with a chance, but he gets denied. It's Rolf. And then, of course, it's Adam. His 2 kills, Adam, inside a connector, made that much more difficult for NAVI to get their plant.
Yeah, he trusts himself with the rifle. That was cool. He didn't even unpeek. He just waited, had him in an uncomfortable spot. Smoking connector's a little bit deep. This is how it all started. Felt so long ago in this round, actually. And they're having trouble getting to the A side. I'm kind of wondering why NAVI aren't leaving a Palace lurk in a spot like this. That's where Adam dies, basically. He's been floating around the A site. Actually doesn't always look that comfortable. They don't often have ramp control or Palace. But we've never actually seen NAVI with their connector have someone to join hands with that peak and make sure to get the trade. So... looks like Demon right now will be that lurker.
Soon to have a bit of a contest sent his way. We saw him go down for free last time he cat peeked. He's given a little bit of space away, but that's fine if temporary can shut down Fear. It's at least confirmed. Rolf and Khan about to be peeked from door, maybe. Fear comes out. Oh, doesn't think about the angle. Head trick clears Maxter off of Cat. There's a player right there, though. Fuzi immediately taking up the mantle. Throws a flash, trying to get Rolf out of here. Oh man, he misses the shot, but here comes Temporary through the window. But because Temporary's also added to that mid mixture, then there's no chance for Fuzi to turn his attention back towards B main. So an immediate exit that comes through from Navi. Demon's known. Nipple dives back into the site. Man advantage here for Navi. Leaning on the op to just cancel them out if they try to press through this window. Adam does have a little pocket where he can escape. He's going to put himself right into Nipple's crosshair, though, and Temporary has to bail back. So Fuzi missing the shot in the back of the player.
Because he goes for the repeak. If he even looks for the second player, his rifler got the kill anyways. So hard to figure out that situation, but once he misses, that's where he just made his bed, right?
Also,
so, yeah.
Just a setup, right, for the B apartments push. Navi Junior, they just wanted to get into B site, and they had such a situation in mid.
They were happy to see Fuzi up on Cat, you know, often that way. He's the only one in there. So, yeah, honestly, man, ninjas aren't even. They're not even playing for that much info overall. They're letting things happen to them that I think Navi could be punishing more, but. I'm a little bit disappointed, I won't lie, but the way that Navi have been approaching on this T side, they've been walking to a lot of crossfires. They haven't been splitting sites with the most amount of choke points available to them, and ninjas aren't even pressuring them in that regard too much. So I think they need to do a bit more.
I hear all talk. The Foos.
The Foos.
He's all alone today.
No Spooky.
I think he's playing in the same room as Spooky does. Because I remember saying, Spooky, nice white orchids. But they're in the background for Fuzi, too. Huh. The plot thickens.
Huh.
You know? Friends that share PCs stay together. Fuzi getting around to the triple box. We get a split coming. Adam good for the first. Fuzi keeps it clean with that shot just over Tetris. Second kill from Fuzi as well. So a multi-kill from within that bomb site to give a health advantage 2v2 to Young Ninjas. Shooting for an 8th, maybe even a 9th. They get that back player down, and Rolf doubles up from jungle, locks them in. He draws that line that they cannot cross. And Maxter upgrades to the M4. So it is a rebuy here from Navi. They'll have everything they want. And a nice tight half between these two teams at the very end of the season.
Yeah, monster confidence there from Rolf. Really good rifling. And Fuzi's been super solid on the rifles. Taking a look at Rolf's games, I can remember some good ones, but it looks like overall it's been pretty up and down. Fair to say, for sure. Fear very sneaky. He's going to speed this up. Uzi, oh, he'll be aware of this. 2 dead, nearly 3. And trick on half.
Oh, pulled between 2. Still, though, another one of those setups just like last round where what's left of Navi Jr. isn't in the best fighting form. And Maxter slips onto the staircase before things go too far south. Head trick peeks around, wants to try to clear that before they go for any kind of a plant, before Demon's called out from Palace. Oh, nice grenade.
Awesome nade, yeah.
Yep, bounces right to where it needs to, and Frozik working with only 11 health. Critical headshot pickup from him. And now all of a sudden, Navi Jr., they've got the edge. That nade onto Maxter could make all the difference. Demon just senses that he's coming around that corner, and sure enough, Rolf goes down. Now, this is where Maxter was from the get-go. He's already got a kill from connector side. They've got the picture in their minds, but it's the clock that works against them. 30 seconds. Maxter leans back to give them that little bit of space. He wants a retake because he could nade them as they go for that plant. So think about it. Frozen at 11 health. That grenade could just track him. He should throw it now. It's his chance, but will he stop it? Oh, he doesn't even get the frag. Goes way too deep. Can't even chase Frozik.
Yeah, that's a free lineup, actually. Kind of surprised he drops that one. Still up in the 1v2 with someone low. And he finds the multi. That was, ooh. Well,
that's not how that's supposed to go.
No,
once he misses his nade, once Frozik escapes, the Palace player should have come in with that trade, but Maxter survives.
Yeah. Well, all players were low there, right? Demon was also low.
Yeah.
They had to time that peak exactly perfect, and they technically don't know exactly how far he is out, so there is that. I don't think it was the hardest 1v2 to put together. It's still one that you should get the trade. I mean, I guarantee you.
Health.
Oh, he had 70 health. Yeah,
70 versus 5.
He got actually just insta killed. Yeah, 70 health. That was probably the best way to do it then. Frozik low, peeking first, but nice shots. Figure out that default grenade though. That was really rough.
Yeah,
it's not even hard. I mean, you really actually don't even need a lineup. There is one, but maybe he thought. I don't know. Maybe he thought it was a fake plan. He was falling back to Firebox. I don't know.
It just got sent. You know, that's one of those ones.
Far, yeah.
You gotta like finesse it. It's like bowling. You know, you gotta be strong with it, but you gotta finesse it. This guy just freaking smokes this thing down the alley. Bounces off the walls, bounces off the boxes. Like, yo, bro, chill out.
Yeah,
finesse it.
Like he was the thing or something during a bowl.
Like he thought he was throwing a shot put and it turned into a rubber ball.
Yeah.
But hey, a clutch is a clutch. He gets it in the end. Not even a headshot, right? Just a nice quick body spray. And it gives Young Ninjas 9 as they take to the T side.
I mean, Navi Jr. are better than Apeks Rebels.
Yep. That is an objectively true statement. Would you like to develop your point, or is there no need?
I rest my case.
See Exhibit A, the standings. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, have a phenomenal CT side from Navi Jr. and maybe, just maybe, they take that win away from Young Ninjas. If not, I believe Young Ninjas will have to play FURIA Academy tomorrow to get third in Group B. So BIG, Astralis, and then FURIA or Young Ninjas. And that's, of course, assuming Navi Jr. don't just lock this in right now. All Navi Jr. would do with this win would be to drag Young Ninjas down a peg with them. I mean, we wouldn't even change spots. They just make sure that Young Ninjas can't get any further away.
Spiteful, but exhilarating. And yeah, and they are also probably thinking just about themselves.
For sure.
To prove that they're better
more than just wins versus
Apeks
Apeks
Rebels.
Yeah.
Because everybody's better than Apeks Rebels, just especially Navi Jr.
Everyone except Eternal Fire.
That's true.
But that's actually also still, that's up for debate. I wasn't sure if you'd accept that. That's up for debate.
I think Eternal Fire are better than Apeks Rebels.
Yeah.
Wait, is that what you were saying or no?
No. I said the inverse.
Oh, the inverse?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I don't know.
But I said it knowing it would be arguable. They're in different groups.
Yes. I think, yes, if I were to, make a friendly bet on it, I would say, okay, hold on. With the bomb down. It's still, okay, it's 3v1, so they should be in a good spot, Maxter, but he grabbed the first one.
No.
He put this together.
Oh!
Come on, then.
Oh, it looked...
Oh, Maxter! Wait, is that back-to-back clutches coming out of the first half, or was that Adam? Oh, man. Big Max.
Okay. Damn, man. I was like, all right, we'll talk about Rebels, because it's just going to be a bomb plant. They got the 4v2. They know what's up. But Maxter, 1v3. That's the beauty of the pistols. That's the beauty of the... It's a 2v... Oh, my God.
They let him have the site, yeah. They just let him run away. No one rotated over early.
Frazzled, dazzled.
This round was supposed to be done. They don't peek on the same side. And then it's a straight one-on-one situation. Another slight misplay. Could have been worse. Still should have won. But Maxter takes advantage of it.
Second MAC-10 goes down into the underground. Fear starts sussing out the ramp. What? Head trick. That's... Oh, dude, that shot had to be nasty.
Whoa,
that must have been all the way through apartments with the scout. Headshot or nothing. Very nice.
Tasty.
Scrumptious. Fuzi. MAC-10 from the top of Con. Navi Jr. aren't going down without a little bit of spice. Frozik into the AK. Bests the MAC-10 of Fuzi. Adam's going to try to run this one out from ramp. He's got 48 health versus the scout, so sure enough, if Headtrick's hitting shots like he did deep in apps, you've got no chance coming out ramp. Another 1v3 for Maxter, huh? Let's see it. He's got an open B site, so he's got the post plant.
I mean, he's won more than he's lost so far.
Yo, come on, Maxter. The back-to-back, the two-time.
Would that be 3 in total? It was 1v2 in the first one. Don't know if it was 1v3 at one point. He's got the whole site. They do have a bad habit of giving the last guy a ton of space. It's usually Big Max. And he sees that he could have planned it open. They rotate through market. Not even a single player. Now he really wishes he had the plant closer to the window.
No kits.
No kits. Scouts low. 1 MAC-10. And Maxter almost can't miss right now. Timing?
Let them cross. Yeah, he's going to come wide. Sees the diffuser, gets that one first.
Ooh.
They jump back on it, but 10 second. Ooh, 10 seconds. I think they got it. 1 point. Ooh, 0.7 on it. Down to the wire, but, you know, Maxer does what he does. He clears off the first diffuser, just can't manage to get the second, so good coverage. Once all the CTs get inside of that bomb site, they were just like one amorphous blob.
If you got one kill in the first peak as they're coming off cat, that's even enough with the amount of time left over there.
Yeah.
Surprised. They've given up. They need to, I mean, like, honestly, it used to be like Counter-Strike heresy in 1.6 to split up in the 1v1 or the 2v1s and play one to sites. But in CSGO, it's way more common to at least go try to get info. Don't play just everything together because you're guaranteed. That's just not the case. Sometimes you can lose the time. It gives the T2 much time to prepare. And you need to know where they've gone to after the post plant, right? That's the biggest thing. So I'm right there in the market. They had no idea he'd make that play because he had it planted default. But he was still in a good spot to get into defending it. You can't hear the vacuum in my hallway, can you?
No, I can't.
Good.
They vacuum. You're lucky, man. They vacuum at your hallway at 3 p.m. I got woken up this morning. 7 a.m. The lady vacuums.
No way,
our
7
place.
a.m.
7 a.m. And they start on the top floor, and I'm on the top floor. And they start on my side of the hallway.
No way on your side of the
hallway.
Yes,
dude. I'm the first door that gets vacuumed. I almost tell her, like, lady, I'll do this myself if I can, please. Just go to the other end.
And she says, yeah, well, you have to do it at 7 a.m.
No, but luckily, I woke up and thought, another day of the WePlay Academy League. Thanks for waking me up. My day starts now.
I love being tortured.
It's my favorite part.
You shouldn't run from pain.
Easy clean up. Nothing for young ninjas there with pistols. 2-round lead, of course. Guns up. Let's see it, Swedes. Let's see what you got.
What up now, Swedes?
Woo!
Thank you, because I can't.
Good try. You're not quite a woo girl, huh? Smoke to connector. Frozik in with the first, but a quick trade from Adam, and he's just going to run this one up catwalk, huh? Bomb's already towards the arch. Caught by Headtrick, though. A nice peek out from the marketplace just to make sure he gets that kill, or else we would have had the bomb behind arch. A chance to maybe wiggle around with roll. Fuzi could have been called to the action. Instead, they're culled from the action. Navi Jr. killing everybody. Young Ninja's only 1 frag on the round, so very flat rifle.
They are getting
very flat.
They are getting worked a little bit. I love when like Maxer and Adam. Again, I literally can't tell the difference between these two because they're just it just feels like they just want to go as fast, like they want to go fast as possible because they're entry fraggers. That's what they do. They're actually so aggressive with it, and they're very good at it too. But it's crazy to watch them play sometimes. If you're not careful, they will be halfway into your site before the door closes. And I think right there we saw him trying to barrel up right to the van player, and it didn't feel like all of the ninjas were in place, ready to refrag. Of course, if he gets the kill, it's over, but doesn't happen there. Ninjas mostly losing their games here on Inferno. Losses to good teams, but 3 in a row. And actually, they got 16-2'd by Prospects, 16-10 by Big Academy, and 16-12 by Astralis Talent. And the reason for that is their T-win percentage is very low, 44. And their CT is only 48. So they've had actually a much better half than they normally have.
Now they're all tied up.
Yes,
10
and
rounds.
this side is the problem for the ninjas.
Okay, we'll continue to see that. Remember as well, right? We never get the answer as to like who calls if Slap's not here, if LNZ's not here, if ZTR's not here.
They got 2 T rounds versus Prospects in one half. They got 7 with a pistol and conversions versus Big Academy. And they got 5 versus Astralis Talent on T side. That might not be enough at this point. Wow.
Time to find out. Another gun round. Last one felt pretty flat. They had 1 kill in total. They all tried to get up into that B hit, but I believe it was Head Trick comes swinging out from market before anybody can really lock in a position. Going to go for the underground play. 2 guys out. 2 wait top mid. Anchor perched above the ramp on A. That's Adam. Roll steep nade. Yeah, it's a quarter of Head Trick down. Could be better, could be worse. Fuzi hoping for the peak here. Oh, Nipple, he didn't see it. Fuzi's going to chase that. Nipple can't get away from it fast enough, so Fuzi strikes down at least 1 CT. Ooh, gets a second. Fear tries to peek off of default. Now a lot of pressure on Head Trick to try and hold back this A flood.
Damn.
Frozik comes wide.
Con smoke.
That's a bit of a yikes. Now we do see that go down, but it's already cost them a body. Fuzi is still flexing his way through jungle. Could potentially come back with a kill towards the guy in bottom mid.
Oh.
But temporary with the AK of all things is cracking heads. That's 2 players taken off of the site, and Young Ninja is going to puncture through with it. A 4-player alive situation off of the back of the A flood. Fuzi just gets that little bit of vision on Nipple, and it's a snowball effect from there out.
It is, and Navi don't even know. You know what I mean? Like, that's a little bit of info that they're just not going to be aware of until they watch the demo. But that little bit of info is what lost them the whole round. Fuzi jumped on that very wisely. And 2 kills on the A side with connector control is damning. So, ninjas show a little life. I had a $4.50 hot dog at the Call of Duty tournament yesterday.
Oh, a $4.50 for a frickin' wiener?
Canadian dollars, so they're fake anyways. But
oh, okay. So $3 really. What was on it?
I put just mustard.
Oh, great call. God, I love a mustard hot dog.
That's all. It's the only thing I use. Freaking love mustard.
All dressed hot dogs also fire, man. They
yeah, that's true.
Coleslaw on there. Oh, hell yeah. A little relish.
Skirt. Yeah, little Chicago dog. Put a pickle in it.
Oh my God, getting crazy.
Oh, the walk up. Ooh.
Yeah, that's all they need, huh? Keep it simple. A little bit of contact. Head Trick. It's good for the 1. Fear, though, he dies off of the palace with nothing. And Frozik last time was good for the connector impact, but now he's completely smoked off. So they add that smoke faster than they did last round. Keeps everybody safe. And Young Ninjas, just as the game gets tied, they pull back ahead by 2.
Shout out to Temporary for some very clutch shots these past couple of rounds. Not using an op this time. Somehow Rolf had it. to start. Did he have a spawn up the ramp? I'm actually not
Or maybe
sure.
they swapped
I
once
think
he got
just picked
tagged
it
to
up.
10.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
he got an AK killed and then picked it up afterwards. So, or swapped, yeah. So they win another round towards A. It's a very, very light exec. So nice as an IGL to win a round like that, because then you can, you know, save your cooler, more convoluted rounds. You actually have to try harder, talk more, think for later. First things first, NAVI Jr. Stop the walkouts. They have an op for head trick. It's difficult. This is a 2-op round. This is similar to the Astralis talent map that we just watched, or I think really important to just stop the walkouts first and foremost. If they keep getting looser and looser like this, it's just going to be just tilting to lose to players walking out of things if you could have opted them. So head trick has a lot of responsibility here. He has to just kind of read the game and see where he thinks that Young Ninjas will try to go to first. But there will be chances for him. I promise you there will be an angle that could have been opted where a walkout will happen. Going pretty quick to the ramp, just on a boost maybe. No, just checking it out. Where's Hedrick at? Oh, missing his jump over to B. Then screw it. Uh-oh. They're doing it again. Hedrick's in the wrong spot. They're out. They walked out.
Damn it. Navi Jr., we want to sing your praise. You had a chance. You had a chance to beat somebody other than Apeks Rebels, and that chance is still alive, but it is slipping past now. Looking like 3 consecutive failures.
That's how they actually got this far out. Really good to have all their nades down.
Head trick, though. Good kill versus Adam. Nipple, even.
Okay.
Through the con smoke. Must have been Rolf. Yeah, trying to plant, so lines it up off of the audio. And even though they let the A site fall to the feet of Young Ninjas, that's a good recovery, right? Head trick with a super passive angle, expects the peak. Nipple, we could say a little bit of luck as he lines that up, but he envisioned it happening, and it goes his way. Fear spots the boost over top of the stairs. You know, it's really going to have to be Fuzi the X Factor. He's wrapped all the way through that B site. Not that I could see anybody holding him. He gets his chance to kill Head Trick, but now that he's been found out, the jungle guys are going to have to worry about it too. 30 seconds. A tough 3v5 to try and piece together here. Maxter gets cleared, so will Temporary, and they now know Fuzi, of course, on the other side of the map. He goes down with just the one, and Navi Jr., despite, again, losing that site, are at least able to recover control of it quick.
They should have taken over jungle window and not swung on murder hole. I mean, there's a certain point where you will see CTs. You haven't seen them yet. They're going to be there. And they started to cross some lines before even getting the plant off. So that was priority number 1. They started skipping ahead to how do we snowball this round to a close. So that's they're so blessed to get out of ramp on the Tetris, get all their nades out, even peek out of Palace and open sight, and then they don't even plant. Bungled it. I'm happy for Navi Jr. They don't lose to another round like that. But that actually was a round they were supposed to. So now they've kind of seen it again. Let's see how they play. And where's Hedrick again? He's waiting for the B play to come through. It won't be the case.
Nate, I feel like that could have been way worse, but didn't have enough gas on it.
There we
go. Yep. Dunked on. Smoke at the bottom of connector. T's going to decide to try and run through it. Right into Nipple. Easy. Wow. 3 from him. And the Cat player may go down. Fuzi's going to have to really go hard here. And sure enough, he'll come out with the 2 kills. But the latter player is hot on his heels. He knows it. Fuzi, 3 kills. He equalizes this 2v5. And he's predicting that there's going to be somebody on Cat.
He's looking for the pop-up. Oh, he's going to do it.
Matter of timing.
Into this. Oh, where'd he go? What the there he is. Oh, he's gonna ace. Holy hell, man. He's killed every CT in mid. Every one of those X's is dead to him. And now it comes down to the 1v1. Fear gets spotted. Fuzi looking to beat. Ooh, off to the op. Off to the op. Picks up a molly on top of it.
Perfect. That's exactly what he needed. Just an extra tool to ensure that he can go for this plant. FUZI, 4 kills. Taps that 4th one. This is him doing everything for Young Ninjas, and he locks into the bench.
All right. He's put himself in a very good spot for this, you know. Only thing he's really open to is the back of halls, but if he doesn't overthink it,
he's got just lock this in.
Oh!
He's seen it.
He saw it. This is free to the door.
FUZI's on high alert. 1 shot away from it. Ace! Woo! You do not lose with the Fuz.
Yeah, we're watching FUZI Tube right now. That was nasty. With the rifle for 4. Perfectly played in the 1v1. Off the 3K, it was a 5v2 for a second, man. Oh, FUZI cut him up.
Ace, baby.
Yeah.
And again, you know, it doesn't completely bottom out the CTs, but it's cool to see FUZI back in the server with Young Ninjas when they're playing for a chance to get 3rd in this group. Lose to NAVI, those are the final rankings. Done deal, you know, you're 4th. Win versus NAVI, you get a head-to-head chance to get that 1 extra spot. So FUZI is trying to give Young Ninjas a chance to, you know, kind of stabilize from what is a season where they've had this rotating door of players. It's hard to get that consistency when players are changing every day, but here we go. 3 rounds away from it. Demon tucks into the smoke. FUZI finds Fear through 1. Adam, he's got himself a double kill. Throws it down beneath the window, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the T side. And now, with the economies bottomed out, it is Nipple to fall back and try to save a FAMAS. 14 for Young Ninjas off of the back of FUZI's ace.
Yeah, that would be a insane win now because NAVI were just getting comfy. They were just actually getting comfy. They're looking a little better. They won a very fortunate round. Then they start off the next round 5v2. And this could have been them on 13. Potentially forcing the save. Look at Young Ninjas. I mean, they are even out of money now. And they'll take everybody out in the post plant. Grab 14. The mood's got to be great in the Ninjas camp. Their substitute came in to carry once again. Batman.
Rosic here, just too many players peeking down on them all at the same time. Pistols. So it looks like NAVI Jr. are going to have to play catch up for 4 rounds to push this to OT. Or else, despite showing us glimmers of hope, they will finish the season with nothing but wins over Apeks Rebels and nobody else. A clear second to last. Silently getting up the catwalk. A couple players spotted on both ends. Fear's down in underground. Maxter could get caught sleeping. Now maybe an AK grabbed, but Cat players come back to control it, sure enough. And no pressure here, no force. Bomb's been grabbed from the top of middle. Brozik loses his teammate inside of the site. Temporary back-to-back op headshots. Overkill. Better than underkill.
True.
Adam's going to control the gun as Headtrick rounds the corner. And now it's just a matter of finishing Nipple, which, of course, goes down smooth and easy, like a cold glass of milk.
No 2 ops again. Headtrick will try again. He actually is going glass cannon. Glass cannon. I think the op is the answer. I actually think 2 is the answer. Young Ninjas are shooting well above on their T side so far. Headtrick with the tiniest chance. Got enough smokes here, but no mollies for NAVI Jr. It'll actually be very hard for them to stop a full B hit. And there is actually only one player inside of B right now. That's Demon. Jump spots there.
Oh, he's scared. He's got reason to be. Brozik gonna lend him a helping hand. Jump down, gets punished.
Great use of the smoke.
Doing what he has to.
Bomb gets dropped.
FUZI, yeah, he's still alive, and he catches that fast flank. They can wait.
I think they should, yeah.
No stress. Temporary, peeks in. Wow, survives. Misses the chance to kill Demon. So now Rolf very much surrounded here by 3, and Head Trick locks that one in. Deep peek, FUZI down. They need 4 to get to OT, and the first one's theirs.
Tried to do a bit too much with the op. Actually, was a little patient. Then that was it. Demon didn't give him a second chance for a second shot, but they lock it down. That's nice from Frozik, I think, dropping a smoke like he did. And offered him up 2 kills and defended Demon after Adam spotted him. He was not in the site at the moment, so it was a lot harder for him to play in that spot, and he got there quick.
FUZI can stay posted until the end of time.
Well, speaking into this, Fear is up close.
Yeah. Yep.
Kind of needed to keep swinging a bit. Well, I've got the right idea. Frozik looks to join hands with his teammate in the back of the site, slow down the cat split. That is inevitably coming on.
Ooh, dink on Frozik. Switch to Demon's perspective, and he gets iced out by Adam. Frozik, always good for 2 kills, it seems.
Yep.
Maxter's given the cover as Adam plants that bomb. We've got a 3v2 retake. Oh, I thought Navi Jr. had a little more left, but this could be the end of it. Man disadvantage as they try to get past the market door. And honestly, the space is being given to them originally, but now the T's start to claw this back. Nipple, he's going to catch him by surprise, having already exited. Adam finishes one with the nade, and Head Trick jumps, boots to the dirt, and a shot to the chest of Maxter. Sure enough, 2 of the 4.
Chance there to lock it up. Another great round from Frozik. Unfortunately, he's kind of fragging for 2 in the B site, but he's doing a good job of it, actually. I think he's up to 26 with that round. Wouldn't be surprised if Young Ninjas throw him one more test, but this round it's a half buy.
Flashes are good. Gets him to bail back. Tech 9 from Rolf. Uh-oh. And Demon, he always has Frozik to bail him out. So the fact that Frozik goes down first, a warning sign of things to come. Bomb planted. Nade goes too deep. Now they grab the M4. FUZI, he's got it. With no armor, of course. Utility for the retake, still healthy for the CTs, and Nipple clearing temporary out of here is going to lead things step by step to another Navi round win. I believe he's on for the ace. Oh, but Fear is going to take that 5th one. So 15-14, another round 30 game. But is this one over? That's the big question.
It's a great question. It's a great question. We don't actually know. Yeah, that's one where it gets a little scary. We have good guns on post plant. It's over. So I don't know actually how they didn't pick him up, considering they had 2 Ts dead right there, 2 CTs with M4s. But yeah, this is something to think about for the Ninjas if they want to continue to keep it simple. It's a thought. Whoa, they got in a sandwich. I don't think that'll be an expected position. This could be huge. Temporary. Oh, we'll have to hit the shot to the right. Yeah. Ooh, Head Trick peeks back out into that. Look at this crossfire, though.
It's all about sandwich. Adam. Oh, man. He actually goes to clear it. Fear. He's going to give it cover. They know this guy's in here. They're going to set him on fire. FUZI. He's chasing the connector. Frozik went to help and got a barrel put to the back of his head. Nipple is everything left. Maxter's down beneath him.
In the smoke.
That's crazy. He just presses himself straight into it. And it's got to be Demon. 14-year-old Demon to keep Navi Jr.'s chances of winning a map versus anyone other than Apeks alive and kicking. They needed 4 straight. They got 3. Oh, and he's just got to wait this smoke out. He knows it's being watched. There's nothing he can do about it. He tries to get through, and it gets shut down. They had the sandwich player in position, but he ends up being this vacuum for Frozik, who just wants to try and help, and instead, Fuzi comes out connector, ice cold. The guy with the ace shoots him down and shuts them down. No chance for OT for Navi.
It was a series of critical plays, right? Between trying to deal with sandwich, getting up connector. Maxter pushing the sandwich smoke. I can't believe my eyes, man. The absolute balls on this man. That is crazy. But he did play it perfectly. So, yeah, huge. And temporary critical shot there as well. Kind of nice kills in that T-side second half. Sometimes with the rifle, to be fair. But also good from that perspective. And Fuzi, yeah. I mean, the ace, without the ace, this is overtime, or even worse. So, turn that into 3 rounds straight. Nice clutches. Maxter, 1v3. Yeah. Damn, they actually had to work very hard for this win now that we look back on the fact that they had 2 1v3s, or 1v2, 1v3.
Gotta take a look.
An ace.
Chill TV loading.
Plus second pistol.
None of the stats are available for some reason, sadly. But I'm trying to recall. There's a few. More than 1 or 2. And not to mention, I think it's that ace clutch from Fuzi that's really just... That's the one we all got to remember. This one right here. Last shot with the op. Bada boom. So, yeah, Young Ninjas, they're going to do it. That pushes them into a position to challenge FURIA for another slot higher up in Group B. Very cool that they had to, you know, they earned something with this win. It wasn't just denying Navi Jr. a victory. It was also gaining another chance and another opportunity for them. But my question is, right, is like, why is Fuzi ever not in this lineup? You know, they made it clear, Young Ninjas, that they wanted to kind of, you know, go in a different direction. And then now with a need to replace ZTR, they bring him back, and every time they bring Fuzi back, he dominates. Not just on Overpass, not just on Vertigo, but now on Mirage as well. So if there's anybody out there who's looking for, you know, a solid 19-year-old player who can rifle, op, do what you have to, you know, look at no further than Fuzi.
Oh my God, his first name is Love.
Love Smidbrand. Smidbrand. I don't. It's love, man. It's the love doctor, Fuzi. Sick showing from him again, man. It's always a pleasure when Fuzi's in the server. Another game where he gives us over 100 ADR.
Great taste in tattoos, awesome confidence, better on LAN, and standout player every single time we watch him. Don't sleep on the Fuz.
Yeah, somebody who it's always nice to see him in the server. It catches your eye, and then he delivers. And as long as he can keep doing that, then it's awesome. So we'll see which Young Ninjas we get in the play-in, and we'll also see what Young Ninjas roster we get in the final, you know, match versus FURIA that could happen tomorrow. We'll see. But that's Launders and I done for the day. Still 2 more games, guys, to figure out exactly what goes down. Both of those will be over in Group A, and there is still a chance that we could get a tiebreaker tomorrow between Young Gods. Young Gods and OG Academy. So maybe 2 best of 1s tomorrow. We may or may not see you. We'll see how everything unfolds. But for now, peace out and see y'all for the play-in no matter what.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 4. The final two matches of the evening are upon us, and it's my responsibility, along with the beautiful Sneaky over on the left-hand side of your screen, to run you through this one. First up, we've got OO Prospects versus Eternal Fire Academy. The number 3 in Group A versus the last in Group A, Sneaky. So, not much to be said for Eternal Fire Academy so far. What do you think about this one?
I mean, you say there's not much to be said. I think there's a little bit to be said. As we've already discussed, terrible start. They had a massive improvement and then decided to get 16-6 defeated against Spirit Academy. So they fell right back down to where they started. Hopefully today we're still going to see a strong showing from this Turkish squad because I still really want them to win a game. Like I've been rooting for them. I love a good underdog
We almost
story.
had it.
And like they were so close. They were so close against Young Gods. That 1917 loss on Vertigo was just too much for my poor little heart to bear. But up against a side like 0-0 Prospects, I don't know if the Turkish prospects are particularly good either.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? When you weigh up these two teams, you've got a team who is 6-5 right now in the group, right? So they had a bit of a rocky start, but they were able to bounce back. They lost their first two games versus Young Gods and MOUZ NXT, but since then they were able to put 4 straight wins on the board, and I think they had another couple of losses. But
Yeah,
the point is they've been up and down, right? Whereas you look at Eternal Fire Academy and there's not much up in this season for them, unfortunately. So
yeah,
the one good thing I suppose that they have going for them is that in a lot of these games where they've been losing, they've had 30 rounders, 29 rounders, and they've had one overtime as well. So they have been winning rounds. They haven't been getting absolutely blown out of the park every single game, but there has been a little bit of that also.
yeah. And
So,
also, just looking back over at the 0-0 prospects lineup, they've also got something to lose here. They are currently fighting to secure that third place rather than having to go into a play-ins match tomorrow. So, yeah, looking at the standings here, as you can see, they are currently tied 6-5 with Young Gods. They need this win today to secure that clean sailing into tomorrow. In fact, even with that win, if Young Gods win their matchup, we could still be seeing a tiebreaker tomorrow, but they do have the much harder opposition in MOUZ NXT. Now, it'll be interesting to see how this group shapes up because there's still, I mean, both of these matches still have surprising amounts of impact.
yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, MOUZ NXT obviously very clear of the group and they've solidified their position regardless of how the game against Young Gods goes later on. But they're still going to be motivated for that one at least to solidify this absolute dominance over Group A that they've had so far. So, yeah, the OO Prospects versus Eternal Fire Academy. If Prospects are able to win this one, then followed by the Young Gods making an upset over MOUZ NXT, then yes, we will be finding ourselves in that 7-5 tiebreaker tomorrow. There you can see the standings from Group B. And as far as I'm aware, all of the games for Group B have already finished. So that is
Yeah,
where
that would
we
be
are going to be
correct.
seeing things end. Apeks Rebels down there on the 1-9, an unfortunate season for them. But looking at the other side, BIG.OMEN Academy, absolutely amazing showing from them, and probably the most dominant performance in a group that we've seen in this season so far.
Yeah, we will have a tiebreaker though. I don't know if you saw in the middle. I think it's what FURIA and Young Ninjas. They've got that tiebreaker matchup tomorrow because they both sit on the 5-5 scoreline. But moving away from the other group, back to the matchup for today, and well, we've got the vetoes coming up now. So Eternal Fire. It's hard to say how big their map pool is because they still haven't won a single game across all 5 maps that they've played. But I think an Overpass ban, that's pretty normal. They've not played that yet. They're not comfortable on Ancient with the Vertigo ban coming in from Eternal Fire Academy as well. That's a little bit strange because that was their first overtime map. Like
Yeah.
they do play quite well on it, but instead, sorry, I keep saying Nation, their main roster, OO Prospects. They're going to be banning Inferno, Mirage, and Nuke. And this is a team that basically has a 7-map pool, by the way. Like, these guys are pretty comfortable on every single map, especially against these Academy rosters. So bringing it up against Dust 2, which is the most played map of Eternal Fire, it's an interesting choice. It's going to be a fun game to watch, I think. I think it should be fairly close. But yeah, that's definitely not what I expected again from these vetoes.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I have to agree with you. When I was having a look at the OO prospect side and what maps they've been picking recently, they've been having a great time on Vertigo with a 75% win rate in the last 3 months. They've got a 60% win rate on Mirage, but also it has to be said, Dust 2 is their 3rd highest win rate map. Look at these animations, man. They're so incredible. Little shout out to Tetris there. But yeah, 57% win rate for the prospects on Dust 2. We're not going to be wasting any time getting into this one, Sneaky. Let's get this all kicked off.
I'm excited for this. As I said, 0-0 prospects, they've got a lot to lose, but Eternal Fire Academy, they've just got their pride to keep in check. And my goodness, look at that flurry of utility towards B, and look at the flurry of players here. Ursin back to first, X a second, Mstoff. He does catch one back, but Spooky, I love the name, continues the onslaught. My goodness, what is happening in this pistol? Down to the 1v3 now for Colors, and he's dead? Wow, that was incredibly fast. They get the bomb down within the first, 15 seconds of the round. Oh my god.
Yeah, OO Prospects wasting no time there. They want to get this one underway, and they want to do it on their terms. And honestly, bringing the fire straight to the Eternal Fire squad is what we love to see out of the prospects early on. I am loving the setup as well from Spooky, already positioning himself for that fast rotation through tunnels, catches off the first man trying to get himself around the back. And yeah, the Eternal Fire boys, they brought themselves up back into this one. We see a couple MP9s and 3 Deagles in play here. Long control, though, in the hands of the prospects. And Colors hunting for information over towards the B side of the map. He's found exactly what he was looking for. So at least Eternal Fire Academy have a lot of information already in this round. They continue to push the limits a little bit towards middle here. And Wicadia is going to open things up with a quick headshot down long onto Adex. That's one of the biggest hitters on the prospects already in the dirt in this round. So a good start for Eternal Fire Academy, I have to say. Given the information that they've got the one-man advantage, and already they're positioning themselves for a sort of A-site defense.
Yeah, and there's only one smoke on this OO prospect side. Wicadia dancing around that smoke will catch another frag. The Eagle's going huge, but Jimbo fires back, and the head taken cleanly off the pesky Deagler. In this man advantage situation, though, Eternal Fire, they can't afford to rest on their laurels, but they can find the bomb. And M-Star, he sees it, but he can't convert. Instead, it's down to Colors. Ursin with a trade, and now down to the 2v1. But look at the health on both of these players. Oh, Kenshin, he's going to find the headshot onto the first, and the side player swings, and Jimbo saves an embarrassing loss for this European squad. My goodness.
Wow. That really shouldn't have been as close as it was. Eternal Fire Academy, they did a great job of everything going their way in the early stages, but the stronger rifles are able to win it out. Ursin with a big 2k to get things level. Thank God for that. He's been really good so far, actually, since I've seen him in this season. I'm impressed with Ursin's performances so far. He seems to be always picking up the frags and having impact when it really matters. But yeah, unfortunate for Eternal Fire there. They get themselves in a great spot, but unable to win out on the site defense. So now they find themselves back down to the pistols. Kenshin and Wicadia. Yeah, they gamble stack towards B, but you can see the rotation coming in already. They're heading right towards that A site. They want to contest this one as these smokes come in. And Wicadia with a spam kill through the smoke. Ursin and M-Star are able... Sorry, excuse me. Ursin and Jimbo get the kills back. And already, oh god, Wicadia still, his position being overlooked. Reloading players. Wicadia with a 3k, that's 4 in the round. And now he's got an AK-47. He's going straight for the bomb stick. Does Ursin read this? There's no kit in play, and he's going to know that. He's too far away now. He needs to run, and he needs to run now. He's way out of the picture, and Wicadia wins it with just a Deagle in hand. The Ninja Defuse, a 4k for the man. And how on earth has he just got away with that one?
Jesus Christ almighty, Wicadia, that is disgusting! Plays that to perfection, dancing around the smoke drop by the European squad. And look at this, he starts strong, finds a jumping Mac 10 player, but this shot is disgusting! Onto Spooky, and they're following up onto Jimbo, my goodness! How the hell does he get away with that? Ursin's going to be kicking himself. But remember, ladies and gents, pros do not fake, and that is a perfect example of why going into a quick timeout here. I mean, prospects, they just need to give themselves a moment to breathe, because that is not a round they ever should have lost.
I was looking at my radar as Bucadia's position was being overlooked. He'd already put 1 kill to his name before they started charging on through. They knew he was there though, which is what confuses me. Why did those players go jumping over that smoke so carelessly? Because they'd already seen his name in the kill feed.
I mean, I got 256 ADR on him right now. Like that's quite special. And also, was that an ace for Wicadia?
Well, only picked up the 4th, right? So Ursin wasn't able to get into the fight earlier on enough. So
that's all right. Coming into this round, Spooky. He's mad after that previous round. Wants to get straight back into the swing of things. But Biscuit, I've just realised that's another player we've not seen before for Eternal Fire Academy joining the fray today. Colors picks up Ursin. And is he the key piece of the puzzle that they've been missing?
Potentially, yeah. We can already see that this round has not gone OO Prospect's way. After the back of losing that full investment, Wicadia sprays down 2 in middle when it's all onto Spooky. With a scout in hand in a 1 versus 3, he's able to trade out to the AK-47, and he's got a 1 versus 1 duel versus Biscuit on the AWP here at least. So HP not a factor in this duel. Will Biscuit go peeking out? In fact, he knows his teammates are already making their way around behind the tunnels. And lovely job there from Biscuit to peek out, take the bait. And even if he had gone down there, his teammates would have been in a good position to trade. So Eternal Fire Academy, they start bringing the fire with this one. Wicadia has lit the flame beneath them. And I'm not surprised. We've not seen a round 1 in that fashion for a very long time.
I'll tell you what, let me just quickly actually see who Biscuit is. Like, I've never seen this young man before. Biscuit, does he have an HLTV profile even? I'll tell you what, you cover for a second and I'll have a look.
Absolutely. Wicadia, knowing that the pistols are on the board for the OO Prospect side, straight disrespecting. He's had enough. Nothing to play for. And, you know, the Eternal Fire Academy boys have said, screw it. We are just going to go for hard gunfights. Wicadia is able to put 2 on the board before he hits the ground. Biscuit on the AWP being pressured now, but reacts correctly to the situation. A huge flick onto Jimbo, and Colors there already in the window to deal with Ursin. So a bit of a messy one for Eternal Fire, considering they were only against the low buy pistols in that round of the Prospects. They lose 3 players. They have to force up and get those guns out once again. But regardless, the economy's in a strong enough position already to do so, seeing as they won that eco round with the help of Wicadia's hero play.
Right, so my fact-finding mission has resulted in Biscuit. This is his first ever HLTV game. Like, he's got nothing else registered there. I've not scoured the depth of Liquipedia just yet, but I imagine if he doesn't have an HLTV page, he won't have one there either. It will just be down the search terms wormhole. But enough of the search terms wormhole. Instead, Wicadia. Oh my goodness, he's so good today. What is happening with this man? Sends 2 players straight into a black hole as it's now a 5v2 scenario. Oh, Prospects, what's happening in the early doors of Dust 2 here? As I said, it was a risky pick against Eternal Fire Academy with a 7-map pool. This is their most played map on the side of the Turks. But man, Ursin does claw one back, and that's a big double to find. And now we have ourselves a competitive round once again, but Wicadia, he appears to be everywhere on this map. Could catch one more from the rear flank in middle.
Yeah, he's already crossed into an amazing position here to play off the back of Colors' peak. He comes out. Colors is going to spot this player in lower tunnels any second, surely. And Adex able to win out the 1 versus 1. He does take a headshot to the face. There's 23 points of health with these 2 remaining Ts combined. Wicadia, though, taken down. And what was, I believe, a 2 versus 5 sneaky is dismantled by the Prospects. They take the jewels, they win it out, and the HP is irrelevant because they're hitting headshots all the way. Eternal Fire Academy perhaps overcommitting to the situation off the back of an amazing long hold. 3 kills picked up, but they just let it fall apart. They act as if the round's already won when it's not. And the trades just weren't there for them in that 2 versus 5. And now we are all tied up at 3-3.
Yeah, I mean, Wicadia, a fantastic start to the round, and the fact that they threw it all away is a testament to basically how this entire tournament's been going for Eternal Fire so far. They get so close, they have a great start, they put up a great couple of round counts, and then it's all just stolen away from them. And also, apparently, Wicadia is a rifler, a deagler, an AWPer. Is there anything this man cannot do right now? He's literally doing everything for the team, and that's a very unlucky miss there. That looked like it landed. Just falls off the boost a second too early, but with this this hero AWP and A1S play, Eternal Fire might have just given up the game. As look at what's happening towards A long. Great spray there from Spooky as M-Star. It's not M-Star jumping down towards CT, it's the AWP in Wicadia. This man is fearless and quite possibly insane as LAX decapitates poor old M-Star, but Wicadia is still dancing around down here, and that's a great headshot to find. Jimbo trades it back, though, and it's a 1v3 for Biscuit, the new kid on the block.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Biscuit. Caught on rotation. Ursin had that one locked in, no problem. But Wicadia so far, of course, those frags aren't the most influential things in the world as the round not going their way. But it's worth noting he's already up at 14-6. He has been putting in a very strong performance. We've seen multiple multi-kill rounds from the man. And I wonder, Observer, could we get a quick look at the ADRs as well? Is that possible?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Observer.
196 ADR so far.
God.
That is absurd numbers. So I'm hoping we can see this continued performance into the mid stages of this first half. But in a round like this, unless Wicadia is going to do that same thing again, this time with a USP, I don't think there's going to be too much to say for the Eternal Fire side.
Yeah, I mean, Adex, that's a freebie. M-Star just standing out in the open with a smoke in hand, but a flash does come over, and Adex is good for 2. Jimbo follows through. And Colors, oh, well, that's
There's
not
the danger
Colours.
man gone.
That's the danger man gone, but Kenshin, again, I'm eager to make that Kenshin impact joke, but that's a lovely first shot. Oh, and a second, okay. A little bit spicy now. We know how both of these teams like to throw away an advantageous round. Can they do it again on the side of OO Prospects? Instead, they decide, you know what, let's actually go for the objective. Let's go grab that bomb that we've left in spawn. And I respect that. That's a good decision. But Kenshin, can he catch them off guard? He sees one to the right, surely catches the pixel, can't catch the frag. And it will be a 5th on the board to the T side. A valiant effort, 2 gorgeous deagle shots. Big Kenshin still looking for that impact, man.
I tell you what, I absolutely love the world that the Academy League exists in because you can never call it. You can never say this round is done when things like this keep happening. When the Deagles come out and heads are getting ripped off left and right. Yesterday, I believe it was on our cast on Vertigo, I was calling that, oh, there's no way he can make this 1v5. Yeah. And he almost makes the 1v5. He gets 4 kills. And then there was a 1v4 almost to end the game. I'm saying, no way, he's already done. And then he picks up 3. The raw talent on these players is incredible. And I'm so here for it. I'd love to see this young skill developing. And hopefully the Counter-Strike community can only get stronger off the back of a league like this.
That's what I love about these guys, though. I'll get to my point in a second. A Spooky, well, he gets straight to his as Kenshin does have to trade him out eventually. But a man disadvantage again for the Turks until Kenshin, well, he does that. Another 2k in this round. Can they further this for the Eternal Fire side? Adex now peeking on in towards long doors, but it's mid double doors that's the point of contention as LAX catches 1, Colors to trade, and we're back down to the 2v2. Completely up in the air, though. It's all up to this frag. If Kenshin can find it, retrieve that bomb, then it's going to be a round, but Adex with a quick scope, and now down to the 1v1.
Oh, Adex is going to have a good think about this one. He's got to make a decision in his mind here. He knows where Colors was positioned off the back of Colors getting that kill towards middle. Obviously, he's expecting Colors to have made a rotation already, but it looks like Adex is taking a little bit too long to think about this one. The players have come head-to-head in the long doors, and Colors snipes him on through the doorway there with the M4 silenced. So, a round back for Eternal Fire Academy, a gun round at that as well, and now they can start building upon this one. The economy over on the OO Prospect side is not the best. They're able to scrounge together enough money for an AWP and a couple of rifles, but Ursin He's not got a rifle in hand. Well, in fact, his one's thrown over to him, but that's 2 players without rifles in this round for the side of the OO prospects. But Apeks kills Wicadia on the cross. A big player to take down given how he's been playing so far. But Kenshin trades the AWP back. Committing to these aggressive mid peaks. They do not have any fear in them right now. Eternal Fire Academy have had enough of losing games, and they're taking the fight straight to the prospects here. As the dust settles in all those mid fights, it is a one-man advantage for the prospects, with Biscuit and Colors, the 2 players left remaining over on the CT side, and both of them grouped up towards middle here. Colors trying to get a bit of spam damage done through the door, but unfortunately none of that connecting. And Spooky picks up the AWP of Adex that once dropped and has a little look towards middle himself. Two players now spotted by the prospect. Surely they can just commit to a site at this stage. They've got the information. They know that they're both trapped in middle. But look, they're taking their time with this one, Sneaky. They're delaying a lot.
Yeah, but that time is slowly ticking away. It's up to OO prospects to be the first to make a move. Urson gives up his position, walking straight into the open arms of Colors in double doors. 2v2 now. Time is still ticking away, but the bomb's not going to the site. It's waiting patiently at these double doors for Colors to overextend. And oh no, whipping out a flashbang at the worst possible time, but Spook is there with a no-scope to deny. And LAX, my goodness me. No lost baggage this time around as Biscuit sent to the doldrums 6-4 for OO prospects. And what a crazy way to end that round. And I tell you what, this is why I love the Academy League so much. It occasionally gets very scrappy because obviously these guys, for the most part, are new teams. They're young guns. They're full of talent and aim. The game sense isn't always there, but that makes it even more entertaining for us on this end because we see the craziest gunfights possible.
Absolutely here. Adex once again with the quick boost in Suicides, able to shut down Kenshin to kick this one off. And a second onto Wicadia as well. Lovely stuff. But I do want to go back to the round that we just saw for a moment, Sneaky, seeing as this one looks to be petering out in a fairly slow fashion. I'm not quite sure why the prospects, given the information that they had towards middle on those 2 players, they saw a player with an M4, they saw a player with an AWP. I have to assume that they thought that was the same player somehow because they didn't react off the back of it at all. They kind of lurked around in middle, a bit of indecision from them perhaps, but they are able to win things out regardless. So I can't bank on it too much, but just something to note, I suppose, going forward.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very confusing little debacle down towards the mid doors there. As you said, they had the information, but again, I don't really mind because it's causing great viewing. I'm having a very fun time. I mean, both of the games we've seen Eternal Fire Academy in have been just raucous fun. And LAX, well, he looks to continue that trend of just full confidence, no hold barred. He's just out on B already. Urson will entry. Urson will double entry, because why not? I don't really know how to describe what's happening in front of me now. It's a conglomeration of just fantastic fragging and crazy no-holds bars played. Already the 5v3 and Eternal Fire Academy, they just need to turn around and save. Just take your guns over, but no, don't lose them to Adex, who's for some reason still in Suicide, a very aptly named position, as Eternal Fire Academy just runs straight into him.
We've been highlighting Wicadia so far in this game, but did you notice that Urson is 19-6 right now?
Oh my god.
That man has been absolutely ruining people on the entries to bomb sites. And I absolutely love to see Urson doing well. He's the newest member of the OO Prospects lineup. And in games where they haven't particularly been performing overall as a team, he stood out to me as an individual who was doing everything in his power to keep the game alive. In this one, he's doing exactly that. 19-6 in what, 12 rounds of play already? And Wicadia's gone quiet.
Yeah, Wicadia, as soon as he's taken off the deagle, it seems he's fallen quite flat. What, he got 2 kills in the first round, 4 in the second, and then... No, 4 in the third, because that's when he got the crazy... not even a ninja defuse, he just sort of sits there. And going into round number 13, well, it's lucky for some, hopefully for Eternal Fire, because luck so far has not been on their side in these clutch situations.
Kenshin on the scout, having a little look towards the long pit here, and potentially he may have spotted the shoulder of Spooky there. But for the time being, no fight's coming his way. In fact, he takes down Spooky with a headshot over the top of the long sight. And laying some flashes over to his teammates to allow him to get supported. He wants to continue taking fights, but doesn't account for the slow creep up the close wall. Jimbo takes him down, and now it's up to the Eternal Fire boys with the low investment to get something done in this situation. Locked out behind utility for the time being. Shots have to be hit, and there's one. Biscuit rips off the head of the first entry fragger in Jimbo, and still the prospects want to take their time with this one. They're cautious of the potential of a run through this CT smoke, but nobody going for it just yet. The flash comes in for them to clear out their close angles, but still, the Eternal Fire Academy boys playing a patient waiting game. They know that time is on their side as long as the prospects delay, and now we're in a 2 versus 2. Ursin wanted to get that fight on CT, and Adex risking it all to peek into this angle here. But now they're able to win out the fights. A messy one indeed, but it's been messy all half long so far. And now the prospects pull away with a 5-round lead.
Yeah, it's always so close at the start of these cans. Look at how happy Ursin is there. He's just laughing away. He knows they're a man down. He knows they're playing sloppy, but he's having a great laugh as he rips the head off of that short retaker. Sorry, back to my original point. Eternal Fire always start so strong, so competitively. They come out the gate swinging. Their aim is impeccable, but when it comes into those later rounds, when it comes into the rounds with, you know, a slower pace perhaps, they really do struggle. Apparently they don't need a slower pace because Wicadia's already entry top middle, sussed out the AWPer. Adex is trapped in suicide because he's slowly being wrapped around on. Now, the one problem here for Eternal Fire Academy is they've left one player to defend this B site. And apparently that's no longer a problem as OO prospects, they're not going towards the B site. I don't know what's happening this game. It's very hard to keep up. But they are now rotating back over. The bomb has been dropped in T-spawn, because why not? And OO prospects, well, they're looking to play this one a bit slower as the madness of this map continues.
Yeah, I'm a little bit lost for words, the same as you there. Maybe the intention was to just reset the situation. They've got, well, they're a one-man disadvantage here. Perhaps they want to find an overextending CT. But Wicadia, he's actually made a great decision here. He's not stuck around in middle. They've fallen back into a really good setup in this situation. 2 players towards middle, 2 players defending that B bomb site right now. So I'm loving this round from Eternal Fire Academy. Wicadia has come into this game with absolute no fear. I think the team chat must have been in the pre-game. Boys, we're 0-11. It's the last game of the season. Let's just throw everything we have at them and come out with a win in this one. And Wicadia's definitely adopted that strategy. I'm afraid the same can't be said for M-Star by the looks of it. He's been struggling so far, but it will be the late B hit. Colors and Biscuit, well positioned for the trade is Biscuit, and a second for the man from the back plat. And it's all on Ursin now in a 1 versus 4. 2 seconds on the clock. And there the time goes by. He needs to stay alive with this AK and be able to toss one over to a teammate going forward. And he wins out the fight versus M-Star. Thank God he did, because now he's able to drop a couple of AKs over. And OO prospects going into the last round of the half do have a strong buy.
Yeah, they do. But again, you're talking about M-Star struggling, and M-Star just not getting that final frag is an amalgamation of how badly this game has been going for him so far. He needed to get that one for his confidence at least. You know, that's a free exit frag on a guy who's less than half HP, and you're still going to get yourself one tap by it when you have this, the peeker's advantage at an angle like that. Yeah, he's having a rough game, and he's going to need to turn that round sooner rather than later, and I worry because normally he has more impact on that CT side, but he, again, is going to get immediately removed on the entry by Adex. Going absolutely nuts on that AWP over these past couple of rounds, and Wicadia, he's back up to no good in his traditional spot, forcing his way through that smoke, but immediately Adex is there to receive him. Brilliant balance of pace towards A-Long here from OO Prospect as Ursin catches another off guard, and Eternal Fire, well, on a map that was traditionally fairly evenly sided, perhaps even T-favored, it's pretty CT-sided now. With the fact they only have 5, they're in some serious trouble, but Biscuit, what a no-scope, Jesus! Only Kenshin left now. Finds one. And immediately decapitated by LAX. 10-5 for the OO prospects. And it's definitely been a bumpy ride in this map for Eternal Fire and through this tournament as a whole.
An entertaining half there, to say the least, right? We saw the Wicadia just absolutely pushing everything in that last round there, just pop flashing himself through the long smoke, trying to catch some T's off guard. But the T's wise to it by this stage in the half. They know Wicadia's old tricks as he's been doing them all half long. And it was pretty much just him in the early stages of this half to get Eternal Fire their first few rounds in the game. M-Star, though, he just seems to be a bit asleep at the wheel. A real contrast between these two players when M-Star perhaps seeing the position that they're in, maybe a bit demotivated. Maybe he's not really switched on in this game. Maybe he's thinking, oh, well, this team, you know, is trash and I'm going to leave anyway, so why do I need to perform? But it doesn't matter because here we are anyway, right? They've dropped out.
That's a harsh analogy.
No. I'm not saying that I think they're trash. I'm saying that that might be his opinion as to why he's not as focused as he should be. Because the lack of awareness towards Catwalk there, he just walked out with his knife facing towards Long, and an AWP has already run the whole way up it and fought him. So, he needs to wake up. The awareness not quite there for him right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit like they're a Last Dance roster, but that Last Dance is taking place on Just Dance 3, and they've had about 6 cocktails each. So they're wailing around a little bit here. I reckon they can still give us a good run for our money on the T side. I still really want them to just win that game, man. Like, yeah. I know they can. Please,
they can.
Give us a good underdog story to end out the
they could have won
the opening stage. They should have won Vertigo, and that's the problem. It's these little errors and these constant roster changes as well. You can tell there's a lack of cohesion, but they're trying to replicate the OO prospect strat here of just running straight out to B, but they're not as fast. They camp up in the tunnel. They allow themselves to get completely outnumbered, and oh my, all up to colors, full blinded, still back to another, keeps the fragging going, but it's going to be an OO prospect round. The Europeans slapping about the poor old Turkish roster in the B tunnels.
Yeah, a distinct lack of confidence there for Eternal Fire. They go for the immediate fast B hit, as you say, but they just didn't bring the same sting and the same tenacity that the OO prospects did when it was them trying to do it on their T side. They were able to put up a lot of pressure, get into that B bomb site, get the immediate trades, and get the bomb down straight away. The trades were there for the side of Eternal Fire Academy. They trade 1-for-1 originally, but then they just post up. They delay themselves. They don't play off the back of it. They don't take the space that they've given themselves. And now, losing that pistol round, they are in a very difficult position. Biscuit, though, has managed to creep out behind this smoke. They have no idea he's here. M-Star opens things up with a kill onto Lax. And Biscuit gets his kill onto Ursin as well. We've got T's on the A bomb site already. A one-man advantage. Colors is able to spam down Spooky on his rotation, but Adex has found the bomb. The bomb has been left behind the long doors. And Jimbo, he's being pressured by 2 players here, in fact. I think Wicadia's got this kill 100%. So Adex, it's all onto him to make a stand in this situation. They found out where he is. He spotted 2 players, but Wicadia rips his head clean off.
Why not?
So although the situation looked really dire there for Eternal Fire Academy, they switch it around. They get a couple of, what would we say, not lucky kills, but gimmicky plays, sneaking through the side of his smoke. I'm not sure how M-Star got his kill, but Biscuits did a lovely job of lurking around that CT. Was that a missed CT smoke?
Oh, man. I forget the missed CT smoke, the missed Deagle shots.
Yeah.
I mean, that round could have been so much easier for Eternal Fire than they made it for themselves. But thankfully, they got Wicadia in the back pocket with his insane Desert Eagle and apparently long-range MP9 skills. Now, Eternal Fire Academy, they're going for something fast again. You can tell this team is not super well rehearsed from their strats consisting of go fast, shoot well. And they do shoot very well, but Adex and LAX in this one with the Deagles giving Eternal Fire a taste of their own medicine as Adex and Jimbo bag more! Oh no, not to the Deagles, please! You fought so hard, Eternal Fire! Spooky chimes on in, but it's Jimbo to seal the deal. It's the Desert Eagles again! 12-6 now for the European squad, and oh no, not like this!
Oh, a taste of their own medicine, Eternal Fire. So unfortunate. They're trying to implement the Wicadia Go Kill strategy, and although it's working for the openers, as soon as the bodies rotate into place, they thrive in the havoc of just smokes down everywhere, bodies everywhere, no clear communication from the Eternal Fire side, and not enough utility to clear out some of these angles. Combine that with some lovely deagle shots as we just saw, and our prospects find 12.
I mean, they find 12. It's not the most convincing round, but the fact that they're on the weaker buy just cements the fact, in my mind, that they should start to run away with this a little bit here. I mean, okay, just ignore everything I say, because nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense. It's a 3v2. It's the Desert Eagles with a couple of hero rifles doing all the work, leaving Spooky and Urston trapped towards middle doors. They've just given up a free A bomb site for the rotation, so I'm assuming they're going all the way to B here. And this is impossible to call. Like, I would hate to be an analyst for this game, because there is nothing to read into. This is all spur-of-the-moment plays and just absolute continuing insanity.
Yeah, 100%. This is harder to predict than a Face-It Pug right now. It's so back and forth. But it looks like they found their way into the B bomb site on the side of Eternal Fire. Biscuit's hearing these CTs rotate through mid, and already it's just down to Spooky. They know exactly where he's at thanks to Biscuit's information. And Deagle round, and then Deagle round back again. We are going 1-for-1. We're trading left and right. Nobody can get a good grasp of the economy system. But the Deagles come back out again for the prospects here. Will we be seeing 4 in a row, Sneaky?
I mean, I'm loving this Battle of the Four Spies, man. This is one of the best parts of the new economy meta. As soon as you steal away that round that you shouldn't have won with those Deagles over in the second, over in the third, it seems to be, don't eco, just keep buying. Just throw everything you have. Throw all the kitchen sinks at your disposal into every gunfight. And again, Eternal Fire Academy, they're running back towards long. Their tried and tested strategy of just go fast, shoot well. It's happening again, but the Deagles are here. They're looking for blood. They won't find one this time on the entry. Instead, it's Kenshin finding his impact as an entry fragger. Can he continue down this streak? M-Star's here to support, and he's not got vision on Urson, but still quickly whips around and decapitates him, and now in this 2v5, well, it's still pretty hectic, and with LAX missing that shot, he needs to land this one, and Biscuit will fall. They keep presenting the firefights, though, at long range, and Adex decapitates one more with a Desert Eagle. Are they going to continue in this round, or will they fall away and save their armor, save their weapons? And I do believe that is the call. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah. Now they will fall away by the looks of it. Perhaps they were considering going for a bit of damage out in long. They wanted to take a couple more players down with them. But Adex now just holding the angle, doesn't want to overcommit to this peak. And I think feel like this is the right call in this situation. Adex has armor to work with. He can bring the Deagle forward. He has a fight in the form of Kenshin coming his way. But they've crossed each other's angles without spotting one another, so we won't be seeing this one go down. Adex gets to bring his Deagle, not rifle, but he can use it as a rifle if you use it correctly.
The hand
and armor forward. The scout as well is not insignificant, so hopefully they can make a competitive one here of this 21st round. But if not, we'll be seeing Eternal Fire closing the gap to 3.
I mean, I want to see an overtime. I want to see more of this crazy, just mishmash of playstyle. This overconfident peaking that somehow still works for both of these teams. Like, it is an absolute coin toss. Even this round, I reckon Eternal Fire can find a way to lose it versus 3 USPs, a Deagle and a Scout. Adex, he's been very prolific this game thus far, but can't land the opening shot, and they may already want to give this one up. I know they've got a lot of pistols, but there's no point needlessly giving a cash cow to this Eternal Fire squad.
He just ran through a smoke into his own Molotov.
That's a one
just himself intentionally. What on earth is going on in this game? He just did not care. I watched the hit come in. I was about to credit Eternal Fire for a really clean and well executed fast B take, and then he just goes sprinting through that door smoke into his own Molotov. They win the round regardless. Need me. And there he goes. Unfortunate one from him. But honestly, I feel like he knew that that was a high potential, but he just doesn't care. Just wanted to make it interesting.
He's going after the eco frags, man. He's fiending for the eco frags, and it will cost him both economically and probably mentally. Hopefully they can all just sit back and laugh at that. As yeah, it's not every day you get to see a 1G. There's often a missed call, but that was a straight up default 1G right there. And Apeks now, well, he's looking to inflict a similar amount of damage over towards Kenshin. Darting in and out of smokes and mollies. Will be cut back for the time being, but that's a great nade. Doing a surprisingly little amount of damage there. As Eternal Fire, they stack themselves up towards middle and B, with the bomb sitting, I'd argue, dangerously towards the upper tunnels.
Yeah, a slower start and a rare thing to see in this game. We haven't seen any slow-paced rounds so far. There's been a lot of utility used by the T side towards middle to try and clear out their close angles, but M-Star wins the quick duel against Spooky. So there's the advantage that Eternal Fire needed. It's on the AWP of M-Star. He's the man with low HP. Apeks makes a stand towards the doorway, gets the dink onto the second player of Kenshin. So we've got two very low HP Ts. Make that 3 as Wicadia takes a chunk of damage on an engagement towards short as well. So now Eternal Fire, they look to set their sights on the B bomb site. It's the right call as Ursin is here, isolated all by his lonesome. Kenshin's caught the rotation off of Jimbo and Lax. And now it's all onto Ursin. He sprays down 2. That's his 3rd kill of the round. And now it's a 1 versus 1 versus the low HP Kenshin. And he wins it out. A solo site defense when he's getting swarmed from every angle. And Kenshin just swivels on his heels and takes them all down.
Oh, why? Why, Eternal Fire? Why? Look at Kenshin doing all of the hard work for you. He cuts off both of the rotations. Like, he plays impeccably there despite his low HP. 8 health, and he finds that double in CT, and you still can't win the 2v1 on site. Oh, it's just harrowing to watch at this point. And even if they didn't have the confidence to take that fight, just wait for your teammate to come up from CT. He's done all the hard work, and then it's a free round either way. And now they're back into a disadvantaged situation, but Colors does entry, Colors double entries, because why the hell not? But LAX with an MP9, sprays through back, Wicadius walked past him and Apeks back to kill! What is happening? This is impossible to comprehend. It's all down to a 1v3 for Kenshin, and he's gonna get a kill onto LAX somehow. In all of that madness, Apeks fires straight on back, and that's 14-9 now for OO Prospects, and they are 2 away from stealing another win against Eternal Fire Academy. And I'm gonna need to get myself a drink of water after this one. Jesus.
Yeah, this one it goes down in my book as the most unpredictable game of CS I've ever casted in my entire existence. Like, this is so unpredictable right now. We're going back and forth on trades. Man advantage doesn't seem to be a relevant factor at all in this game. In fact, if you've got the man disadvantage, you win the round by the look of it. That's how this one's working out for them. Looks like they're pressuring towards the B-tons this time round. And Colors is going to find the early entry onto Ursin. Lax loses his head to the Deagle of Biscuit as well. And once again, the B bomb site is completely open for business. No heroics from Ursin this time round as he's been caught out of the round already. But a CT smoke being dumped there, perhaps trying to allow Jimbo a route into the site. But he doesn't want to play off this one alone. He's got to wait for the rotations to come through. 1 behind him and 1 coming from the lower tunnels as well as he dumps utility to force out these close sight angles. Spooky now, off the back of his teammate's flash, has got 2 fights coming his way and he's unable to win either of them. Jimbo gets taken down by M-Star as well. Huge 2k for M-Star there. And once again, it's all onto the AWP of Apeks. 25 and 18. He's been having a great game so far, but he's going to have to go ahead and save this one, bring it forward, because the OO Prospects economy once again is in the bin.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know that they've got the round buffers, but why the hell did they continue investing themselves into that site retake with such little money in their back pockets? Like, if they'd had an AWP and 2 A1Ss in this round, then we've seen how crazy they can be with their Deagles as support. That could very easily have been another round win against Eternal Fire, but they've just given a huge advantage up to the T side, needlessly as well. You know, give them that 10th for free. You don't need to throw your bodies straight into an engagement that's so impossible to win out with so little time left on the bomb clock. And then, yeah, you can win the 15th with relative ease. And now they are just throwing themselves back into the doldrums. I still don't really know what to say about this game. But again, I'm enjoying it. I hope the people at home are enjoying it. I saw something quite funny in chat. This isn't the Eternal Fire Academy, it's the Eternal Fire Nursery. As they've got a long way to go. But Kenshin, another entry. Rocadia finds one more. It's over. The round's done. The round is over already. And I can't even fill. There's no time.
Well,
oh,
it doesn't seem to matter where any of these players go. It's all coming down to 1v1 gunfights at the end of the day. Just individual raw skill is the deciding factor between how these rounds are going. That round, 3 players went out B tunnels. They sent Wicadia out long by himself to just have a little look. He wins a fight on A. They win the fight on B. They take both sites simultaneously, and they win the round. So what more could you want from Eternal Fire in that situation, I suppose? If that strategy works for you, then go ahead and use it, my friend. Now the USPs come out, and we start to see the impact of that failed retake attempt that you were alluding to, Sneaky.
Yeah.
Had they not gone for that one, they might have been in a position to buy up in this round. Now, instead, we see USPs. No chance for them in a round.
What?
Okay.
Are you kidding me, man? Stop it! And now the pistols. Oh, they're just getting bullied through smokes, really. Ursin might even get a knife kill here if he's lucky. Actually got it done it! He's actually found the knife kill! What is even happening, man? Icon, this is insanity! M-Star in towards middle. Why are you hunting USPs on your own? What are you doing, M-Star? I mean, it pays off in this one, but what are you actually doing? Nothing makes sense in this debacle. And, oh, Mum, come pick me up. I'm scared. I don't know what's happening.
I'm so close to throwing my headset across the room right now. Like, what on earth is happening here? But it's all right, I suppose. I suppose things did go according to plan in a way of absolute chaos. Eternal Fire, they come out with the round win. They close the gap to 2, 14 to 12. And overtime very much on the cards at this point. If Eternal Fire are able to win this round, then OO Prospects once again are down to the low buy economy. They've got no choice but to go to a half buy at that stage. And then we'll be up to 14-14. Eternal Fire can still win this round, especially because OO Prospects are nading each other on short now.
I mean, it just gets worse and worse for both teams. I really want to see this go to an overtime because I don't want this match to stop. I'm having a great time. It's just one of the wackiest games of CS you'll ever see. And if this was tier 1, I'd have some questions. But it is just the young guns. This is just academy teams. They've got a lot to learn, and they're clearly demonstrating that here. And Apeks gets an opportunity to snipe one out of the air, but no, just a little bit too fast on the gravitational pull towards pit there. Kenshin cannot find the lurking entry onto the B site. So with that, OO Prospect should know what's coming in. You've guessed it, it's another A-long fast play, but this time with a lurker. Adex does catch Rocadia through the edge of the wall. Oh, Adex, what a gorgeous adjustment. He's looking for more. This sniper is hungry, and they're going to present themselves to him, but Colors, he's shining through with a double. Wow, okay, it's still going. It's a 2v3. The retake coming in from CT, but they've got the height advantage. They've got the advantageous positions here. They just need to dance around the retakers. They need to isolate these duels, and that's not going to happen. Spooky with a big double. Both of them jumping, because why the hell not? And OO Prospects, they're on to 15. They're on to match point. And Eternal Fire Academy, well, it looks as if this ship is going down in flames.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a must-win round for Eternal Fire to really maintain their momentum. But now OO Prospects, even though they started off the round by dropping a nade at each other's, well, they throws it right into the back of Jimbo as Jimbo jumps across him there. But they recover. They're able to maintain their positions. They play well off one another to hold that site. Adex doing a great job on the AWP there as well. So, will this be the final round of our first game together tonight, Sneaky, or will we see more? Biscuit's got something to say about that one as he opens up the AWP v AWP duel, goes the way of the T side, and Jimbo being pressured goes down. Spooky able to trade. We're in a 3 versus 3 after all the dust settles. Biscuit not respecting that smoke, And he's aware of the potential of a rotation through
Oh, the
CT, but he looks away at the
timing.
last second.
Oh,
Lax
no.
misses the shot, though. So Biscuit lives to see another day. He's heard the rotation as well. So now Spooky activates off the back of it. Kenshin holding for this position. A flash goes over his shoulder. He's able to adjust the crosshair, and he knows the position of the second man as well. He's going to be calling to his teammates. There's one more player in the B bomb site, guys. I know that 100%. And they decide to split onto him. Ursin gets his head ripped off, and it's all onto Lax. AWP in hand, and no 1v3 attempt going to be made by him here. He wants to save this one because, once again, OO Prospects have not been allowed to build up their economy. There have been no clean rounds in this game at all. It's been back and forth and back and forth. And here we are, 15-13 now, Sneaky. Overtime, still on the cards.
Overtime. I want to see it. It's going to be one of the wackiest overtimes we've ever seen because they will actually have the economy to buy consistently, starting from that opening round of an overtime.
Ooh.
Colors. Okay, that's a save denial. That's huge. That should be a 14th round on the board now for Eternal Fire Academy with no AWP to buy up around. Incredible kill there from the side of Colors. And this makes things far more severe for the European squad. Eternal Fire Academy, they need to play this one to perfection. They cannot afford to keep giving up needless frags. If they can win this round with 3 players alive, I think overtime is a firm possibility. And look at this. It's an A-long stack for 4 players here. That's a big bit of util to start things off, but with Cadia, that's a 2-man spray down. I think this should be enough to secure the round.
I think, yes, choose your words wisely, Sneaky, because we cannot be saying, yes, that will be enough with the way this game has been going.
No.
Jimbo from the side picks up 3 quick headshots, and he's found himself a 1 versus 2 situation. He's being wrapped from short. He's able to spot out Biscuit, and he's aware of Kenshin's position. Jimbo, the next one, up to the plate to be a hero in the round, but he can't win it out. He does an amazing job at making it so close. But it will be the 14th round for Eternal Fire. And oh my god, this is the game that keeps on giving. I cannot believe the highlights that we're seeing in this match.
I'm sweating buckets after that one, man. Look at this. This is better than Bits play at the major. Look at him whipping around with that deagle, even finding the short player. That is an incredible frag to get. This is just non-stop insanity. This is some of the fastest, wackiest plays I've ever seen. And Apeks to put a bullet into Biscuit will shut him down early towards the A-long doors. Colors now trying his way in towards middle, but will he get cut down by the short side? They've got a crossfire. In fact, they've even smoked him off. They forced him into the double doors now. And so he's going to take the bait. He walks straight on in. But he's going to find the entry onto LAX. Smoke down towards CT. But Spooky, oh, he's a scary man indeed. Peeking on into middle. Tries to pop flash himself in. It's not going to blind Nemstar, but he's going to get the frag either way. 4 versus 1. Overtime now. A distant opportunity as Ursin seals the deal. What an incredible way to end this wacky, wacky best of 1. I have had so much fun in this series with you, Icon, and I cannot wait for our final game of the evening.
I feel like we've casted a series, but that was just 1 map, Sneaky. We've just done 1 map. And honestly, there was enough highlights in that 1 map for a best of 5. Like, I have never seen so many deagle plays, so many highlight reels in 1 game. That was an incredible one. But I can hear the violins. I can hear the violins. I hope you can hear them as well, Sneaky, because they are for the 0-12 Eternal Fire. The absolute 0-12 run from them. Unable to pick up a single game. They bring so many of them so close down to the wire. And I really do feel for them in this one, because a lot of the individuals came to play here, but the cohesion just not here for Eternal Fire Academy. This season, the group stages, they've shown enough, and they've shown us that they need to go back to the drawing board and really reapproach the way that they play a lot of their situations. They just are such big risk takers.
Yeah, just quickly, a message to Eternal Fire. Please do not give up on your Academy project. I want to see you at the next season of WePlay, and I really want to see you with a refreshed roster, whether it be spending a little bit more time on this one, whether it be swapping out a couple of the players, or a new roster entirely, which I don't think is necessary because there are some great undiscovered talent here. But yeah, do not give up on your Academy roster project. This has been a good experiment for you. And as much as it's gone quite badly in terms of, you know, it doesn't look good on paper. Losing all 12 of your games does not look good, but with how close you've been able to get them and with how much in dire need of, you know, a new up-and-coming talent circuit for the Turkish scene there is, yeah, just stay in this project. And just like your main roster defied all expectations, I'm sure an Academy roster under your liege can do the same.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a very fair statement to make there, Sneaky. I really do respect Eternal Fire for fielding the Academy roster. There was perhaps a little bit of a last-minute formation of this team as they come in with very basic practice. They come into a league where there are teams in here with cores that have been together for a considerable amount of time. Yes, a few of these teams have been slotting players in and out at periods, but for the most part, we have seen maintained core 3 players. So the fact that they go 0-12 here is not the end of the world. I don't want them to be disheartened by the fact, yeah, we poke a bit of fun at it, but at the end of the day, these are up-and-coming players who have got lots of work to put in if they want to make a career out of this for themselves. And having close games in the fashion that they have done, we've seen so many 16-14s and 16-13s and the one overtime as well. They've had plenty of practice in officials this season. So I agree with you. I hope that they do come out stronger next season.
That's 3 16-13s, 2 16-14s, and an overtime to finish off the season. That is just the definition of so close but so far. Like that's genuinely disheartening. But Ersin, 31 kills in regulation, 17 deaths, almost a 2 KD, 90 ADR, just wiping the floor clean. I don't think we even mentioned him as much as some of the Eternal Fire Academy players because he was just the quiet but very reliable workhorse throughout the entirety of that. But look at that, a 1.82 KD, just popping off through and through. The only stat that Colors could beat him on is the headshot percentage, and headshots, you know, they're all well and good. But unless you're converting the rounds, the kills off the back of them, then it's just a great showing from Ersin here. Like, honestly, standout performance. He's the MVP of this game, even though we didn't talk about him as much as some of the players like Wicadia on his wild deagle.
Yeah, absolutely insanity, man. I cannot believe that game. I feel like we could go around in circles talking about it for hours, but unfortunately, that was the final game of the group stage for the OO Prospects and for Eternal Fire. Eternal Fire, yes, they go down to that 0-12 spot, and we will not be seeing them in the Gauntlet stage. They go out at this phase. Of course, the top 6 of the group make it through to the Gauntlet stage. The top 1 makes it through immediately to the playoffs. And unfortunately, the 7th place just goes by the wayside in this one. OO Prospects finished their season 7-5, 12 games played overall. And next up, we've got another entertaining game, Sneaky. We are going to be seeing MOUZ NXT versus the Young Gods, the top of Group A versus the 4th place currently. And now they unfortunately cannot overtake the Prospects in their 3rd place position, but they can still maintain that 4th place and feel strong coming into the Gauntlet. So we will be back in no time whatsoever to take you through the rest of the evening and to close out the groups here at the WePlay Academy League Season 4. We'll see you in a bit.
Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the WePlay Academy League. And what a series we've just had. My goodness, it went the distance in regulation, and Eternal Fire, again, unfortunately pipped at the final post, the final hurdle, as they go down 16-14 to 0-0 Prospects. But coming into another exciting matchup now, we've got the dominant MOUZ NXT versus the Young Gods, the Godsent Academy crew. And looking at this at face value, MOUZ, they've got nothing to gain, nothing to lose from this win other than pride. On the flip side, Young Gods, they can make themselves tie with 0-0 Prospects, which would put them into the play-in stage tomorrow, where they battle it out for that third place. But Young Gods have left it down to the wire with probably the toughest team they could have, so having to beat MOUZ NXT is going to be no easy challenge. But I am Sneaky, again, joined by the wonderful Icon. And Icon, what are your thoughts on this matchup coming up?
Oh, you know what? I think this is going to be a closer one than people expect, Sneaky. The last time these two faced off against one another, they played on Ancient, and it came down to a 16-14 win for MOUZ. Now, Ancient, one of those maps that still not all the teams have kind of brought into their playbook, not something that everyone is comfortable on, but these two teams able to play it and play it in a very strong fashion as well. It was a very back and forth game. MOUZ able to edge out the win with the bonus of experience that they potentially have on their side. But still, having a look at the favored maps, for both of these teams, I would not be surprised if we find ourselves on Mirage for a rematch, and I'm hoping we do.
Okay. Yeah, that would be fun. And I think Mirage is one of those maps. It's like a comfort pick for all of these, especially young guns, because you can rely so heavily on your pug strats. You know, you can just default back to them if you want to. One thing that is worthy of note here is map pools. Not that it will make too much of a difference in the best of one stages, but especially as we go on this tournament. Young Gods have a 5-map pool, and MOUZ have a strong 6. Well, I say strong 6-map pool. They've got a strong 5-map pool, and also Dust 2 as their backup option. But looking at their incredible win rates, like they've got 100% on Vertigo right now. One of those was against Team Finest. Like, they're not just beating Academy teams here. They beat Team Finest, who's going to be playing in Lund this weekend. They managed to 16-0 Gamer Legion in the past 3 months on Nuke. And like on Mirage, again, a 78% win rate. These guys are dominant. They are so good. And there's the joke, and actually now the argument, that this Academy roster is better than the main MOUZ team. So Young Gods, well, they've got their work severely cut out for them, as they might be good on Mirage and Ancient, but even still, they struggle against MOUZ NXT.
Yeah, I mean, that argument, that joke is hardly a joke at one point in time. Do you remember on the HLTV rankings, there was a brief period where MOUZ NXT overtook the main MOUZ roster. That, of course, since has changed. With the additions, there's been a couple promotions up to that main roster, and that's exactly what these academy teams are built to do, to train up these young and up-and-coming players and then promote them when they're prepared to do so. So we see Mirage come out in the vetoes. We didn't talk about them as they rolled out on the screen, but my prediction is correct. We find ourselves on BAPS right now, so hopefully that's where a lot of the combat's going down. I'm going to move out of this spot before the game starts, though.
Oh, that's all right. But honestly, Mirage is no surprise. It's certainly not. But this MOUZ NXT side, I think it would be a massive surprise if they did let things slip here. They want to cement their dominance in this group, already doing fantastic work here. I mean, their most severe loss in this entire tournament was a 16-11, which is no laughing matter, and that was against an in-form OG Academy. Their only other loss was in overtime versus Fnatic Rising, another very impressive squad coming into this, and it was a 19-17 loss. Like, these guys, even when they're losing, are keeping everyone on their toes, but this Polish powerhouse of MOUZ NXT, well, look at the speed of which they take middle here. Next, finally spots them coming up the stairs, but immediately Gimfat catches him off guard as the flash from Leneko blinds his teammate.
Leneko down from GT here. He's able to slow down the push onto the bomb site for the time being. Seems like MOUZ have put a little bit of the brakes on this one, and MHL's able to find Leneko over the smoke. Venom Zero, who's been so crucial in Young God's wins, when he shows up, he's a win condition for this side, puts his name in the kill feed, but already this is a 3 versus 2 situation. Venom Zero and Snowzin, though, they look to even the odds. 2 versus 2 now, and already Snowzin takes down Zane as well. So Jimfat now finds himself in the 1 versus 2 situation. The murder hole's been popped, and Venom Zero in a prime position to cancel out this rotation. Now information gained, and Venom Zero can back on a way to play this 1v2 nice and carefully.
Jimfat has to isolate his jewels here, and he looks to do exactly this. Sees the first, but Venom Zero coming up from short lands a crucial headshot. And look at the pride, look at the happiness on Snowzin's face. That is a pistol round win, but this young gun, this 15-year-old AWPer, I mean, that's exactly what he needed to get himself into this game. Oh my God, look how his smile is infectious, man. Again, we talk about just how young he looks.
I know.
It's crazy, and this is why, again, I love the Academy project, giving such great opportunities to the young, undiscovered talent of the respective regions of these teams. But coming into the second round now, with the force buy of MOUZ NXT off the back of their bomb plant, we cannot afford to see the Brazilians resting on their laurels, and that's a bit of a mistake from Venom Zero there. He will miss the mid-cross because he jumped instead of crouching through the murder hole.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is such a vital piece of movement to be able to hit as you get up to this level of Counter-Strike. It allows you to be able to take the fight to middle as a CT just at the second that the T's cross the corner, especially if you've got that good spawn, you can even beat them to it. But now, as a result, MOUZ NXT have found themselves some solid mid-control. Exertion, not respecting that smoke, decides to play in front of it, and he's got 2 CTs with their backs turned right now if he was to force the issue. Hunkered down for the time being, and it's his position now to play the lurk role. Jimfat's caught off the aggression in B-Apps of Leneko, and now the rest of MOUZ NXT, they bound on into the B bomb site. It's up to Venom Zero to make a hero stand, and a hero stand he's making with a massive 3k sight hold. Now, a 2-man advantage for the side of the Young Gods. Sui only with the scout in hand, and Exertion taking a massive chunk of damage. Sui's able to get the kill onto Snowzin, but next rotation's here in time, and Exertion now thrust on into the 1 versus 2.
Next. Well, he's going to put a very quick stop to that 1 versus 2 attempt, but it gets far scarier than it needed to be. Off the back of an incredible 3k there from Venom Zero, like that round should have been over. But incredible Tech-9 plays from Sui over towards the front of the B bomb site, and a couple of kills off the back of a missed MP9 opportunity on the A site brings us to where we were in that 2v1 scenario for Young Gods in the first place. Yeah, that should have been a kill for Burns. That Exertion spinning round and catching the frag. Yeah, that's brilliant stuff from him. Great composure. As we head into this next round, though, MOUZ NXT on just a P250 wall with a Deagle leading the charge on Exertion. They've got bits of util. They are investing down to 2k. And Exertion, excuse me? Excuse me? What an incredible Deagle headshot. That was balmy. My goodness. And that's a free A bomb site now. We need Young Gods to start the rotation back on over. Snowzin can't catch anyone on the spray through the smoke. And this is starting to look like quite the worrying debacle in Echo. He's been very over-aggressive thus far, and it's going to bite him in the backside again as Yimfat cuts him through with the P250. No, surely not.
Hard clear the corner. No, Zane takes him down. And this was essentially a full eco round. We saw Deagles being brought up, but nothing below the 2k mark. And now they're in a winning position. A 5 versus 2. Make that a 4 versus 2 now, as Venom Zero is able to put Zui in the dirt. And MHL is the next man to fall. Jimfat, while full blind, will deal with Venom Zero. And it's up to Snowzin now in the 1 versus 3. Finds the first kill, but Jimfat now with a recovered AK is able to take the fight straight to him. And MOUZ NXT, they put their first round on the board off the back of an incredible opening headshot from Exertion on the ramp. They get a free A bomb site.
Yeah, that was incredible. The only downside to that bomb going off is both of the T's go down, but with the money they've just earned from a 2k investment, 4 P250s, 1 Desert Eagle, decimating the rifles of this Young God side, Like that's should never have happened in a million years. And already I can tell this game is going to be heating up. Look at this. The force buys begin for Young Gods. It's a scout for Deagles. And, well, we saw in the last game just how prolific force buys can be. But I would assume that these guys will be attempting to use Deadly Force as Venom Zero starts strong onto Sui. And I do not know why he goes for that repeat. Very unwise choice. No immediate trade potential either, but MHL using the gradient difference to his advantage lands a stunner of a headshot onto Venom Zero, and we're back into the 4v4.
Yeah, that's a horrible fight to have to take if you're on a non-automatic weapon when they go up on the lip of that short ledge there. The rapid change of altitude just makes it so difficult to adjust. Burns, though, from CT, not having a hard time adjusting to the head of Zayn as he tries to creep his way out onto the A bomb site. We're in a 3 versus 3 right now, but Burns is being wrapped in CT. He has the presence of mind to check it, and even gets a little bit of spam damage off, and kills Jimfat carrying the bomb. Hold on a second. Burns has done a massive job in CT there. The rotations are here now, and Next is able to trade out Exertion. MHL is within 1 Deagle shot to the chest here. If he's able to get close enough range, he doesn't need the Deagle. In fact, he's found himself an AK, and now the 1v1 starts to play out. Both of these players with an inkling as to where each other will be. Next, of course, has to start breaking this one down in his mind. He's given a bit of space to MHL to get himself out of this plant position. And now, such an open plant. MHL's done a great job there in the 1 versus 1. Plant's open for himself, maneuvers out of the site, and wins out the clutch.
MHL is not a name I expected to be seeing on this MOUZ NXT roster. He's been knocking about the Polish scene for quite some time, and his game sense, as you can probably already tell, is pretty damn good in the grand scheme of things. He plays that clutch to perfection, great plant, doesn't try and force the affair towards CT. He knows his opposition has a Deagle, and that's game over if he lands just a single bullet even to the body. Yeah, with that clutch win, we're even numbers now, 2-2 in the round count, and as much as the T-side economy is fantastic off of a very messy round, Young Gods is even worse. It will just be the full USP stack. All of them sitting patiently on this B-bomb site. And from the looks of things, they want to split A from middle on the MOUZ NXT side, so it's unlikely for these USPs to get any of that action that they crave on B.
Yeah, quite a common setup. Of course, this 5 USP stack towards the B side of the map. It's difficult to read into if you're MOUZ NXT. It's obviously both sides 50-50 which site's going to get stacked in a situation like this. But MOUZ NXT have done a good job clearing out middle. No fights come their way whatsoever. They're going to send Sui into B by the looks of it to have a little look. But in fact, they seem to have a really good understanding of where the Young Gods are playing right now. They're edging their way slowly into jungle, slowly into this A bomb site, and clearing out their angles one by one. Very disciplined stuff from them. And now the Young Gods are way out of position. They want to maybe do some damage at least here. If they're able to get a couple of kills onto the AKs, and we may have to see Galil's being brought back up by Exertion, for example. Zayn on very low money as well. So if a couple of kills here would be massive. But by the looks of it, they're going to hunker down. They're just going to not give away any more money to the MOUZ NXT side. As I say that, Sui with 2 quick kills from short, Snows in with a nice trade, and that's 1 AK to hit the ground that needs to be rebought. But now Jimfat comes storming into the site. Taking these jewels is a difficult one, but they get it done with the support of MHL on the AWP. And there is a clean one, 4 alive. Only 1 player going down in the form of Sui. And we will see the guns come back out for both sides here.
Yeah, just quickly, I think Leneko might have done more team damage than he has done actual damage in this game so far, because he gets an assist on his teammate there. In the pistol round, it was his flashbang that resulted in the death of 2 of his teammates.
Yeah.
And, yeah, as an IGL, the most experienced player on your lineup, meant to be the steadfast support, it's not a fantastic look for you. Snows him. Great movement, but gets flashed off the angle. Can't open up in towards middle there. Yeah, hopefully Leneko can come into his own. He had some great clutches over on Vertigo when we casted him last time. But yeah, he needs to be more prolific in the field right now, as MOUZ NXT are looking pretty prolific towards that B apartments, as Next needs to win this fight onto Sui. Peeking in towards bench, he's just out of a line of sight. Instead, Venom Zera running across like a madman, decapitates him neatly. His Exertion does the same straight on back. Snows in, holding down the apartments. They know of his presence. They know there's a short AWPer, and they smoke him off appropriately. Yimfat entries onto the site, and as they jump on in, they've cleared out so much space. Snows in, a lucky shot through the smoke, and a very nice one at that. It might beckon them into going for this retake now they've evened up the numbers. And if Burns can find one towards Market, there is still hope in this round.
Going for the boost over the top of the bricks here. Next, looking to have a look through the apartments. You can't clear any deeper than that on top of the bricks, unfortunately. So if they do decide to go for this, he's going to have to drop into an awkward angle, which Jimfat's holding right now. Snows in, you can already see him deciding to rotate on away. And next, perhaps trying to cancel off any saving rifles. He's seeing the rotations come in. A massive chunk of damage dealt to the AWP of MHL, but he survives. He gets away with his life. And he's deep enough now in the apartments to only take a tiny little bead of damage there. Oh, the Young Gods. They were able to have a competitive mid and early stages of that round, but the reaction from MOUZ NXT already set up in the apartments with that utility, they reacted perfectly.
I mean, Snowsin, though, gets so lucky with that shot onto Exertion, but it just looks so clean on the replay. But yeah, with both teams having 3 players surviving, Young Gods, they can afford to reinvest here. They will drop over some rifles to their fallen teammates, and we should have a competitive gun round. But the thing is, there's a bit more of a buffer on the side of MOUZ NXT. So if Young Gods lose this one, they are screwed for the next 2. If MOUZ NXT lose it, they can still buy back into the next. There's that no doubt weighing on the backs of the minds of the Young Gods here. But I love this A ramp clear. They've gone for the aggressive play. Now they just need to make sure they deal with Shine, who's sitting patiently in towards Palace, but I don't think they're going to check him. Instead, they're leaving the A site vulnerable to a lurk player, but he's just dropped a Molotov. They now know that there is a player in Palace, and Burns is holding down this angle. Shine suspects there might be someone in T-Spawn, and how the hell does he get away with that kill? It's a 1v2, and Burns, he's just given up sound cues. Why would you look away from him? Oh my goodness me, the incredible risk does outweigh the reward there. There's an A's running on down, and Burns, with his repositioning, might be good over the top of this smoke, and he does find the first, but doesn't see the bomb carrier. Sui, still alive and kicking his Exertion, deals with Snows in, and it's a 4v3 again for the T side. Young Gods, they may want to consider yet another save, especially now that Sui catches Burns off guard.
Yeah, the Young Gods, they made this round messier than they could handle. The double push through the ramp would have been really effective, but Sui with such a great, or is it Zane, excuse me, with such a great presence of mind to be able to line the angle up. He cleared only half of T-Spawn, the right-hand side, and was covered from the left, so no trade potential there for the second man. And honestly, Exertion shut the door on that round. He was able to creep through, get himself into window, into CT, and round the back of Snows in. None the wiser as to the sheer amount of gaps being left as a result of the A players pushing through the ramp. And MOUZ NXT, they pull ahead 5-3 now. The Young Gods need to wake up in this half.
Yeah, they certainly do. And also, one thing that I haven't mentioned yet, Yimfat is also, I believe, 15. He might not look it, but he is the same age as Snowsin, and he's sitting 8-3 right now. He has been astronomical in leading the charge for this MOUZ NXT roster. He has constantly been putting up great numbers. I mean, looking at my stat sheet here, he's a 1.05 rated rifler at the young age of 15, which is not too far off Manesi back when he was playing on NAVI Youth, the pre-NAVI Junior. And that was when he was about 15. And he was an AWPer as well, so it's always easier to boost up that rating if you're a star player AWPer, like Simple, for example. But moving on from that statistic, it's Sui to take the head off for next. But Venom Zera's back for a trade. Exertion exerting himself and allowing him to pick up another man advantage for MOUZ NXT. And Young Gods, they look a little bit out of place here. They look a bit out of their depth as MOUZ NXT keep this one rolling.
Yeah, a tough series of events there towards middle for Venom Zera. He looked for a moment as if he would have been able to spray 2 down from the short side, but now Leneko chimes into the kill feed. He's made a stand from the back of the B bomb site, and the peeking player in Sui loses his face straight up. Now Exertion, he finds Snows in towards the stair side. Ernst has been spotted in CT as well, and Leneco's rotation now being called over, but there's no commitment from the bomb yet. Zane's here all on an island by himself. If he's able to get information that these two CTs are rotating in, then the players remaining in middle can just activate and hit straight B. Looks like they are going to commit to this A bomb site, though, as Jimfat's able to win the 1v1 against Leneco. And now it's all on to Burns. We've got two low HP T players in Jimfat and Zane here. Zane on top of the box, the headshot angle's the perfect one in that situation. And a brilliant job from him there, playing safe on the forward point man position.
Now, just quickly, is it Shane or is it Zane? Or Shine?
Oh, I'm not Polish. I have no idea. I read the S as silent simply because otherwise I have no idea how to pronounce that name.
I'm gonna take a gamble and ask chat. Chat, is it Shane, is it Zane, or is it Shine? And I'm sure that'll come up in the feed.
They can run the numbers on that
minutes.
one.
They can crunch the numbers for us. But as we go into round number 9, MOUZ NXT are looking to not just crunch for numbers, but crunch some skulls. Venom Zero, well, he sits as the front man towards short here. A crossfire is established for Young Gods, but just on these Desert Eagles, it's not strong enough to win out these opening duels. M8L, though, if he gets a little bit overextended, he could lose a lot of utility and an AWP, but instead he sends out Yimfat to be the bait for him. A lovely little game of bait there to keep the AWP alive. But that is now a rifle picked up by Leneco. And is that his first kill? No, it's his second. I'm being too harsh on the man as Burns dances around the bomb site. And Sui, he's getting outnumbered here. Needs to isolate these duels quickly. And oh, Snow's in. That's a big mistake. Don't need to box ban there, but Burns does thankfully recover things. 4v3 scenario. AK in tow. Sees the AWP on top of T stairs. On top of A stairs, sorry. As Shane catches Burns off through the edge of the wall and into the 3v3 with thrust. These Deagles cannot afford to be underestimated, especially with that Palace positioning. Leneco, what a shot as well.
Oh, Next has picked his timing perfectly. 2 whiffed shots, but he's at least able to get the kill and shuts down MHL on the Deagle as well. So a great round conversion there from the Young Gods. They get themselves back into this one with that low buy. And now look at the money for them. They are flushed for cash. They didn't have to buy an all of their own as it was picked up. AKs get brought forward in the form of Leneco and Venom Zero. And now they have a really strong position, Sneaky.
Yeah, they really do. And that was very awkward, that gunfight. But it comes out into fruition regardless. And so we're doing well. We're doing well on the side of Young Gods. They've managed to replicate what MOUZ NXT did to them in a previous round, and putting that third on the board, it was crucial. They could not allow MOUZ NXT to spiral onto a 7th this early, and with Next finding that kill into Sui, you can tell that they're right back into it mentally and in terms of the numbers game. Burns, though, will need some support sooner rather than later. Stosen is in the right place. NHL, he's about to make himself a nuisance as Exertion strikes first, but look at that! 3 very quick green frags filling up the kill feed. And Matisse, I don't know how they've done it. They've got the man advantage, and this might beckon Young Gods into a save, but who am I kidding? Oh, Jesus Christ, Venom Zero, that is an incredible frag to find and connector, and into the 2v2 with Rust.
Oh, a doable situation for Venom Zero as he picks up his second kill of the round. He's going to be aware of the position of Zane, but in fact, he doesn't look like he has an idea right now. Clearing towards that Tetris side, having a little look towards CT. Zane's position, of course, a very common one, and it looks like he's going to check it. Venom Zero with a massive 3k. The rotation up connector, and all stems from that insane shot he hits as he jumps up onto the ledge.
14 and 5 for the man right now. He's leading the charge wholeheartedly for this Young God squad. He has more than double the kills of the next highest count on his team. And it's not all about the kills, but when you're providing this much impact off the back of them, well, it's certainly a stat worth talking about. Yeah, I mean, that is a lovely kill to find. And poor old Shane he just doesn't expect that level of aggression, as is so common with these Brazilian teams. They love a bit of aggression, and this time it pays dividends.
Yeah, that's why I've talked about Venom Zero and how much he's a win condition for the side of Young Gods, because he's able to put in performances like that. He's the highest rated player so far for the Young Gods as well, sitting at 1.12 on HLTV overall. Not the most amount of maps played, but we'll come back to that one as Leneko just sprays down Jimfat through the smoke. A good start to the round for Young Gods.
Way.
Like,
no
passing
way.
in the night. Nexus just crossed paths with Sui and Exertion. Neither player has any idea that they've just walked directly past the CT. And now there is the biggest gap in Counter-Strike history. Oh my lord, Connector's wide open. CT spawn is wide open. Snow's in for the second time in this half already. In fact, it's Burns, but he's going to have no awareness. Venom Zero on his rotation was none the wiser. Burns goes peeking in. And Snow's in gets picked apart as well. Just way too much surrounding, choking pressure here from the side of MOUZ NXT. And all off the back of just an absolute fluke walking through smokes past each other.
Well, that was quite the round. I don't quite understand how 3 people walk seamlessly past each other in a smoke in a choke as small and as narrow as Connector. Look at that. That's incredible. It's like they're going through turnstiles. They're just trying to get on the tube. They're off to work in the morning. As, well, MOUZ NXT make light work of Young Gods in that round. Snow's in does actually land the shot towards the CT rear flanker, but he only clips him through the edge of the wall, so it won't be enough for the frag. And back down to the Deagles, they do trundle. I do respect the lack of force investment here. It's something we have seen Young Gods do a lot in the past, and that's why their game against Eternal Fire on Vertigo became so close. But Snow's in so close to landing headshots toward the Palace player, but Shane to start things off onto Burns, and these Deagles look heavily outmatched. Sui as well kills the rear flanker, and you may as well just go and save your armor here. But Echo doing another around the world. Will they expect him to come through? Well, regardless of whether they do or not, his impact will be minimal.
Yeah, they have so many bodies alive for this, so regardless of whether Leneko is checked for originally here, it won't matter. Too many rifles headed his direction as soon as he fires off a shot or makes a single step, and MHL cuts him down anyway. So a very a disciplined round there from MOUZ NXT. They set up immediately for that A execute, and it works out perfectly for them. I think 5 alive in that round. They start building up the economy even further. The momentum obviously massively in their favor at this stage, but the Young Gods do have a bye in this round. The AWP is coming out, the double AWP in fact. Leneko picking up the second one, and I can only assume he's picked that up to take it over towards the B apartment side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, it would be good to have some extra firepower over towards this B site. It's not been hit by MOUZ NXT in a while, and I reckon it's long overdue. Venom Zero might have just heard the footsteps in the flashbang towards underpass there as well. That's good information that mid is under threat. And Venom Zero, in fact, no, next the man in towards jungle will be the one to deal with it as MHL fires off a couple of shots from Palace. Doesn't quite get pushed on after his detection. And that will keep him alive and kicking for the time being. And that's a great quick scope from him as well to deny Burns the trade. Next is a bit screwed. And oh, knocked the knife again. Oh, that's the second one we've seen today. Oh, and this is where MOUZ NXT really start to tear apart the Young Gods. It's actually a similar scoreline from what we saw over on Dust 2. It was 8-4, then it went to a 9-4, and we ended up with a 10-5 finish. And, oh, look at that cheeky smile on Yimfat. He knows they're dominating in this round, and well, a wasted investment on the double AWPs, it seems, as that AWP doesn't even get to see a glimmer of action.
Yeah, an unfortunate series of events for Leneko here. No fights coming his way. The double AWP's a great idea at this stage in the half, but now they know exactly where he's at, Sneaky. They're all hunting him down. They've got the cash to do so, and the AWP being lost in this situation would be a dire spot for the Young Gods to be in going forward. Once again, they pass each other like ships in the night through the smoke. It's all cloak and dagger on this match of Mirage. And there's the dagger right in the heart of Exertion.
No
and
way.
the second knife kill of the game comes through. This time, though, for the Young Gods. And the AWP is saved at the bare minimum. A little bit of cash there for Leneko as well. So that's going to help him out. And he'll be able to buy up another AWP if he wanted to as a result.
I love the way that he just accepted his fate in the apartment and like, you know what? Screw it. Yeah, I'll go for a knife round with you. As Exertion, yeah. He bunny hops straight past the Brazilian sniper of Leneko. And it's a great no-scope he hits for a second kill. The fact that he saves over that AWP is magnificently done. I mean, all of these rounds are just so all over the place. But they've been a lot of fun to cast, a lot of fun to watch, as were the previous. As Shane, he's having fun cutting straight through Snowzin, ruining his confidence. He's 5-12 right now. And it often is the case, the younger you are, the harder you take having a rough game, especially so early on. Like, he has not been able to get up the starting block. The drastic change in emotions for Snowzin from over the moon, overjoyed from that pistol round when they win the 2v1 out, to more of a blank expression here. As Leneko, he misses an opportunity onto Sui. But yeah, the young Orpra is definitely struggling, and he needs to change his mentality around and have a bit more confidence in his own abilities. His exertion, well, he certainly has confidence in his own, as Burns will fall, and again, it's a 1v4. This time, Venom0 trying to save the big green, but instead, he can't save face at all. Exertion wipes him cleanly from CT, and that's 10-5 now to MOUZ NXT.
Yeah, I was just having a brief look at the OO Prospects Young Gods game that they played on Mirage previously, because that was a close affair. The Young Gods taking it 16-13. And I was looking at, do they have a more dominant CT side or T side? And in this game, their CT side was, in the game against Prospects, the CT side was the stronger of the two. That's where they were able to put up the majority of their rounds. Did they start or
finish on it?
They finished on their CT side. They were able to make a bit of a comeback. They only put up 6 T rounds, and so far in this game, they've only put up 4. The option, of course, to put up 5, but now Snowzin under pressure is going to open up the round with the first frag going his way. Venom0 has positioned himself nicely on the balcony here. Molotov might put him out of the spot if they have the presence of mind on MOUZ NXT to clear it out. Now spend that piece of utility on it. We've got a 2-man setup here in the B-bomb site as Jimfat and Zane go hunting for information. In fact, that's a full commitment. That's not information. Zane just goes leaping out into the back of the B-bomb site. Next, able to clear it out. Venom0's nade shuts it down. And already this round has fallen flat for MOUZ NXT. Exertion left in the 1 versus 5. Able to deal with Snowzin on rotation. But with 55 seconds on the clock and no bomb in hand, what can we really expect from Exertion in this situation?
Well, he's been given another opportunity to isolate these Chulls. My goodness, look at the timing again. Ladarum looked like it was a free kill to his name, but no. Looked away at just the wrong moment, and then they failed to even cross paths. And with that kill not coming through, it is his duty now to just save that AK over. And sorry, save that AK over. It's the last round of the half. Ignore everything that I'm saying right here.
Nice move.
He has isolated that second fight, though, and as you said, very smooth move from the young gun. With 17 seconds left, well, there's not much he can do here. As Burns cuts him through and puts an end to my... I can't believe I thought that wasn't the last round. I'm a muppet. And unfortunately,
a little smirk from Exertion there, though, after he loses.
He was trying to get cheeky with it. You know he was trying to get cheeky with it, and with those first 2 kills, there's a glimmer of hope. But no, otherwise, a really dominant half from MOUZ NXT, and they are looking super strong to continue down this path.
Yeah, great stuff from MOUZ NXT on their T side. And as I was saying, the Young Gods seem to be stronger on their CT side here. Only able to put up 5 rounds in this game. So we're going to need an absolutely monstrous T side from them if they want to be able to get that tiebreaker game tomorrow versus the OO Prospects, which is a team that they have in fact beat beforehand. I will double check did they beat them in both of their matchups or just the one.
Let's have a quick look.
Yeah, they did indeed. They beat them on both matchups.
16-8. So pretty good scorelines there for the Young Gods. And I would dread as the deciding match. I'm assuming it's just another best of 1 because it's for seeding going into the gauntlet stage. So yeah, I just can't wait to see how these teams are going to fare in the best of 3s, because obviously, as we said, the teams with the lesser map pools, the teams with only 3 strong maps, 4 maps total, I don't think they're going to last very long in the gauntlet stage. So they need to get as many wins as they can here and now to push them further into that prize pot.
Yeah, absolutely. The gauntlet stage is going to be a punishing situation for whoever manages to get kicked out early on. For those who get through to the later stages, it becomes more and more interesting as things progress. And yes, as you say, the map pool is so important in those best of 3 situations. You have to be able to take it to a decider map and be confident on that decider map. You can't be thinking, okay, there's only one map in this series that we are absolutely capable of winning, so that when that decider one rolls around, you're a little bit stumped for ideas. In this round, though, the Young Gods have gone for a basic A execute, Palace pop, and everybody from the CT side of MOUZ NXT not in a position to react for the time being. They've tucked themselves behind the smoke. Everybody in a position to deal with this now, as we've got 5 players for the CT side grouped up towards this jungle and stairs area. And off the back of the flash, they're just going to go charging on through. Zayn puts his name in the kill feed first. Snowzin spinning out on his heels on the site, is able to get a couple of kills. Decent damage dealt as well. And already we've got a 2-man advantage for the T side. Snowzin with another 2 kills, shuts it all down. A 3k for the Young Gun in the round. And that is a much-needed pistol round win for the Young Gods.
Exactly. The start they had to get in order to pull themselves back into this game. MOUZ NXT have at least temporarily been denied the opportunity to spiral things. And Young Gods, well, they're coming at it with Galils, with Mac-10s. It looks like they want to go fast, and I'm assuming B is on the cards from the direction which they're looking in Spawn. But yeah, Snowzin had to find that first kill there as he was isolated on site. He does it well. And then Burns actually swings in from Palace to help him out, finding a kill with a Glock through the floor, which is very rare with how bad the Glocks are at dealing any sort of damage other than against unarmored opponents. But these opponents, they do have armor, not that Snowzin cares. Great entry onto the head of Infat there. 15-year-old versus 15-year-old. As, oh, Sui, that is a disgusting shot from the rear flank. Already so far up. Grabs himself a Galil, and he could cause some real havoc here. What is happening? He's supermanning down onto the bomb planter. Can't find the frag, though. Instead, cut down in his tracks and into the 4v3 with plunged. MHL on the 5-7 will be mollied out of position for now. Cannot force the affair. And with this, MOUZ NXT, a lot of them have both head armor and Kevlar. They may just want to fall away and save what they have left.
Yeah, absolutely. The wise decision in this situation, I would argue, especially because you've got Zayn on that MP9. Did we find out whether Zayn is called Zayn, Shine, or...
It's apparently Shane.
Shane. Okay. That's an interesting spelling
change. In Polish is sh.
Oh, is a sh?
And then J is a y.
Is a
so
Y, yeah.
Shane.
We got that one, but not the SZ. Fair enough. So Shane able to save the MP. In fact, he grabs a Galil at the end there, so that's a bit of an upgrade for him. I think only 2 players survived at the end of that round for the MOUZ NXT side, exertion going down. But at least NHL and Zayn are able to throw a couple of guns around. They rebuy up M4s, and MOUZ NXT go for a full investment in this round, Sneaky.
Yeah, come rain or shine, MOUZ NXT stand a pretty good chance in this one. And my puns, I'm sure, are far more of a downpour than the pun I made itself. But either way, fast out onto the A bomb site for Young Gods here. Stewie replies with a Molotov, but they're not going to be running down that section of the cross. Lineco instead decapitating Shane through smoke, through flash, because why the hell not? Great, very lucky kill to be finding, but that gives them a man advantage. It gives them a very promising post plant, and they still have utility to delay this CT retake. As much as that boost coming in through towards jungle is good for information that there is one in Palace, Venom Zero, he's in middle. I don't know how he's in middle, but he's there, down at the bottom, bags a double kill. And finally traded by that MP9 of exertion, but that's the round. Young Gods, they find themselves an 8th, and this is looking like a very competitive start to the second half.
Venom Zero, I didn't see how he managed to sneak himself into that position, but he's absolutely closed the door on this round for the Young Gods. That's going to be them up to 8. And now 3 straight rounds on their T side is exactly the start that they needed. It's worth noting that the game I was talking about against Prospects, they didn't win out that pistol round. So even with the rounds that they were able to get there on the T side, 6 rounds in total, they made a competitive game on it. So I hope now we can see that they get into this one solidly. Yeah, interesting buys coming in here, in fact. We've got a couple of players with M4s in hand over on the MOUZ NXT side. But of course, the money still in a good position over on the T side off the back of these 3-round wins to kick things off.
Yeah, and this is looking like a 4th as well. They've gone for 2 Force/Hero A1Ss here. They both got full Kevlar. One with a kit and a decent spattering of Util, the other on MHL, looking to just provide some prowess. As we said already, this isn't an end-of-the-line game for MOUZ NXT. They've already won out this group. They're just looking to further dominate. Young Gods, there's actually a plenty on the line for them here. It is the opportunity to play in that play-ins tomorrow for seeding. And the better the seeding, the easier your life will be in the gauntlet stage. Sui looking to make life as difficult as possible for Leneko as he digs him down from a mile away. Snowsin, though, will be getting this bomb plant in, and still a heavy advantageous situation for Young Gods, sorry. This post plant looks good, and Sui won't be able to catch anybody else in towards middle. Shane. Prize towards market, but I think exits will now be the goal for MOUZ NXT.
Yeah.
As they will be able to stop that economy from growing if they do deal significant damage here. On the flip side, as long as they can keep those A1Ss over into the next, they will have a strong economy, and it will be the first proper gun round we see. Oh, that's a team kill.
No.
That's Sui. Sui, what are you doing? He full blinds his teammates in the previous, and this time kills one of them with the deagle in the back of the skull. It's team execution there, Icon.
Yeah, Sui better be sleeping with one eye open in that team house, because I tell you what, gym fat's coming for him if not. So we got an interesting situation there for MOUZ NXT. They had a tough spot. They had a tough decision to make with those two M4s that they brought into the round, but I think they've made the right decision overall. Don't concede those guns. Don't give them away with a retake attempt. They hold their money. They bring it forward into this round, and now they have a seriously strong buy. AWPs on both sides. Sui with a Galil in hand, still not wanting to throw away any cash, and I respect it. But Leneko looks to go fast towards Connector here, with flashes being lined up by Snowsin. He's going to have a fast 1v1 fight, but in fact he decides against it. Jumps on into the window Molotov, but the window's not being broken. Zane gets caught pants down. He hears all the steps, but isn't able to get the gun out fast enough. And Leneko has absolutely taken this round by the horns.
Yeah, but MOUZ NXT, they look to do it right on back as they got the gamble stack towards B for now. I say gamble stack. They've got a decent defense towards B for now. And that looked like where Young Gods wanted to finish up, but they've started rotating back. They've slowed things down to a grinding halt. And what was a decent two-man crossfire with a third on the way in short has now turned into a single man defending this site alone. They have sent in underpass reconnaissance, and this will be good for clearing out B. But next, if he can clear out Sui first, oh, that's tragic for MOUZ NXT in this one. Into the 5v3 with Thrust. And as they rotate strongly back over towards this A bomb site, I don't think MOUZ would be expecting this, as next he can still make noise over here, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Flashing towards the apartments, and look at that from Yimfat. He hears it, hesitates, but still makes it over to A. Young Gods might have just metagamed themselves into a very sticky situation.
MHL's got the line from CT Spawn, and he's able to pick up the first frag on the site here. Exertion chimes in as well with a frag onto Leneko, and this one is falling by the wayside for Young Gods in real time.
12 seconds.
A winnable situation, but as you say, 10 seconds on the clock. MHL puts his name in the kill feed once again, and Exertion shuts things down with a massive 2k spray. What was the 5 versus 3 advantage for the Young Gods? They overthink their situation and back themselves into a corner with no time.
That is a tragic turn of events for the Young Gods there. They should have just gone with their gut. They should have gone a bit faster, you know. If they'd have taken that A bomb site with a little bit of speed, a little bit of pizzazz, they definitely could have beat MHL to his post, and Exertion as well on the rotation in from the stairs. That's a sneaky kill for him to find up front, and the fact that they don't trade out any of those frags is just a bit disappointing from Young Gods, and they'll be disappointed in themselves. Look at the bind here. There is none. It is just the Glocks coming into this. Their only aim here will be to do as much damage as possible, maybe save over a gun if they can. MOUZ NXT, they're going to be happy that they put a stop to this pain train from the Brazilians. 11-9 here. MOUZ NXT are guaranteed a 12th at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And on a round like this, the Gods, then they're wasting time here. They're trying to use all the seconds that they've got available to them, perhaps doing the old tactical pause in a round. When the Glocks come out, there's no investment whatsoever. So just take your time. No need to run into your immediate death. have a quick discussion, but there's a kill that goes their way. But immediately, Sui and Exertion, in a split second, shut the round down. There we have it. What was potentially a little bit of time to slow things down for the Young Gods to have a discussion. They run out to middle and get instantly killed. So we do see the guns come back out at this stage, but MOUZ NXT are back firmly in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, I mean, but with this buy round coming in, I don't know if that's given MOUZ NXT overconfidence. They've been going for flashy plays when they've been at man disadvantages, but will they carry those over to now we're in the 5v5 again, an even match? As grenades rattle on down, Leneko, look at this pace! Made it down short already, but MHL cuts him through from, I believe that was Connector. Unfortunate circumstances early doors, and what was an even score, not even scoreline, even man count. Very quickly escalates. Burns looks to do some burn damage, but instead he's burnt by MHL's AWP, and now in this 5v3, well, it's up to Young Gods to replicate the success of MOUZ in the previous, and they're not going to be able to do so. Look at Sui. He's just moonwalking across window, picks up a double. Venom Zero tries his darndest, but goes down to the pistol. Oh, MHL, that's insult to injury, as it's 13-9 on the board now for MOUZ NXT, and this is where things start to get complicated. That is a home stretch round count. Only 3 more required for this CT side, and with a gap of 4 between them and the Young Gods, who are yet to put up double digits. Well, if they don't win the round following this pistol investment, in fact, with the amount they've invested, if they don't do some serious damage here, they are looking at a lot of trouble.
Absolutely. I'm loving the attempt from Leneko once again. He was able to do it successfully, get himself up through middle and into the window very quickly. He tries the same idea again against the AWP of MHL, but MHL too quick for it. This time round, the Young Gods, they go for a low investment and they try and burst their way into the A bomb site. Zane or Shane, whatever you want to call him, it doesn't matter as he mops down 3 and Snowzin thrust on into the 1v4. He's able to get a couple of kills back in his favor. And now, 2 potentially isolatable 1v1s. He fakes the plant, the peak comes in, but he gets baited into the wide peak and Exertion shuts him down. MOUZ NXT, now 2 rounds away from shutting the door on the Young Gods and dominantly securing their position at the top of this group. And 2 they would be if they were to win this game.
Yeah, that's a fantastic bait and switch, as you said, on the bomb site after Snowzin tries his darndest. Peeks on out a little bit too wide and immediately decapitated for it. As that round count ticks on down, the freeze time's over, and well, the time for letting round slip for the side of Young Gods is over as well. This should have been a 10-10 scoreline, but they just let things fall to the wayside, and Yimfat now, he's looking to deal even further pain, even further damage, denying the Young Gods a chance at fighting for 3rd place tomorrow. As Yimfat, he's back for more. He's all over the shop, it seems, as he does good damage to the man behind the boxes, and MHL's covering top left flank. MHL does get a shot baited out of him. Fires off into the wall behind, I believe that's Leneko in top middle. And, oh, that's a brutal grenade. 4 HP left, and no, he's gone. Yimfat follows through. Exertion bags another, and a 2 versus 4 as things are falling completely to pieces for Young Gods here. Snow's in 1v4. And he managed to get 2 in the last time, but this one looks just too far gone.
Yeah, if there's anyone to do it, though, the Young God on the AWP is someone who's got a lot of potential. There's 1 round, where's 1 kill, not 1 round to open things up, although they'd love a round in this situation. We see Snowzin head himself over towards that B bomb site, but Shane already positioned himself in that cubby on the balcony. Really difficult angle for an AWP to clear, and Snowzin just burning down valuable time as he checks his close angles. Now decides to accelerate, and I wonder, will he have the presence of mind to clear this corner? No, he doesn't. Shane pulls the knife out, but in fact, he's a little bit too late. He's going to go for the aerial Zeus instead. Oh my god, Shane can't make up his mind. He wants to make a mockery of Snowzin in this situation, but Snowzin, he's thriving in the chaos right now. He's able to get the kill. He finds a second man, but Shane gets the Zeus frag he was so dearly looking for, and that's MOUZ NXT up to 15.
Oh, I mean, you can't see You can't see his face as he's hiding half cut by the camera, but you can see it in his eyes. He was very impressed with himself finding that Zeus frag. Snows in a little chuckle to himself. I'm glad he took it well, as he was chased around the clock. Benny Hill music playing in our ears as the Zeus is just giving constant chase. Great nades from Yimfat as well, and a great mid and B tunnel presence. Like, he absolutely starts off that round with a storm and locks Young Gods out of ever coming back into it. Exertion now pushing up short side. They're going for a bit of an aggressive play again, as Young Gods, thankfully for them, they've got the loss bonus to buy into this, but unthankfully, Sui's already started fragging, finds the first. Cut down in the... No, he's not cut down in the trade. Oh no, this is a nightmare for Young Gods. It could be over before the round even begins, and not another one! Back-to-back Zeus kills to finish off the rounds, and both of us with our heads in our hands, as that is a dominant end for what looked like it could have been a very close game. MOUZ NXT are your Group A champions. Not champions of the tournament just yet, but I think champions with how they've been playing as a deserved title with their absolute string of dominance. Congratulations to the Polish core for just absolutely decorating the walls with Young Gods in this one.
Yeah, it was looking so close. The Young Gods had such a good opportunity to win this one at the stage where it was 10-9. But then MOUZ NXT come away with that light buy investment. They win a round that they had no business winning. And the game just gets flipped on its head as soon as that happens. The Young Gods seem to have lost confidence in themselves. The team play got messy. They were over-peaking. And it just fell away from them here in the end. They could have been facing up against the Prospects in the matchup tomorrow for a tiebreaker. But instead, they are solidified in that 4th place position now in Group A. Prospects at 3rd, Fnatic Rising at 2nd, and the MOUZ NXT side, the ones that we've been talking about for being dominant all season long, yeah, firmly in that 1st place spot now.
Yeah, outside of that one round where they hunt down all of those echoing pistols on B that we just saw on the replay, we've seen fantastic discipline from MOUZ as well. And oh, that was another round to remember. Little bit iffy, but they get the job done in the end. But yeah, the discipline, that clutch was fantastic, and the discipline and ability to adapt for MOUZ NXT after losing those initial CT side rounds, yeah, they just become dominant. They don't lose a single round outside of the opening streak of 4 that Young Gods could put up on the board. And it shows. This is a well-oiled machine of a team. They're a very good Mirage side as well. I think that puts them onto a 80% win rate on Mirage now, if I can do quick maths. But yeah, they are just unbelievable across the board. And when it comes to the best of 3 stages, that's their home turf as well. Not only are they good at these gimmicky best of 1s, but they are fantastic when they have to go the whole distance. And they are the most experienced lineup. Actually, probably 2nd most experienced lineup, but the best lineup when it comes to best of 3s out of all of these Academy rosters. And now we take a quick breather to look at the scoreboard. Domination from Venom Zero above the rest of his team. Snows him waking up towards the end, but quite embarrassing from Next and Burns there. And Lineco even overtaking the pair of them is even more of a concerning scenario after him finding team kills, assists, and team flashes in early doors. He patched himself up, got a couple of nice exit frags, but Burns and Nexts were near non-existent throughout the entirety of this game. And on the flip side, it was definitely a team performance for MOUZ NXT.
Absolutely. When you look at the kill feed, the scoreboard there are some individuals that stand out, Sui being one of them, of course, with 100 ADR, but it was very much a team game, as you say. There were no pins were missing from the side of MOUZ NXT. Everybody showed up when they were called upon. Jimfat, who's someone who has struggled individually at certain points in this group stage so far, he shows up in a big way as well. And there's not a single player on the MOUZ NXT side that I can highlight as someone who didn't show up to play today. And that's exactly what they need going forward now into the playoff stage. They're now in a position where they realistically can be taking the championship of the season for WePlay Academy League away from the rest of these teams. They've got some competition, of course, in Fnatic Rising and Big Academy, but Fnatic Rising has to qualify through that gauntlet stage now, Sneaky. So today, we can see today's results, or yesterday's results, in fact. We've got MOUZ NXT beating OG Academy. the Young Gods taking down Fnatic Rising. That was a hell of a win for them there. Navi
Absolutely.
Jr. narrowly missing out to the Astralis talent. And then we can head over to the second lot of games we saw.
I think it was just honestly quite upsetting that Navi couldn't take it against Astralis there. They started very rough, but they came back into their element, it looked like. But then the only team they were able to beat was Apeks Rebels. And now looking at Spirit Academy, I watched that game as well, the 16-6 over Eternal Fire. It was a little bit disheartening to watch because obviously, again, I wanted Eternal Fire to find their first win. But Young Ninjas and Fury Academy, that was a tough game. Like, that was a very exciting one to watch. And that was on Vertigo as well. We were beckoning in our second overtime in a row, but it wasn't quite there. But today's results now. OG started strong. They 16-13 Spirit, securing their spot in the ladder. And Astralis Talent, a 16-6 against the already disheartened Apeks Rebels. But one thing I did see is that Apeks Rebels are not disbanding. They are sticking with this project and they are putting in more practice, which is great to see. And Big as well, clinching onto a secured playoffs stage with a 16-14 over FURIA. And again, look how close Navi got. Back-to-back days, a 16-14 loss. Very upsetting stuff. And then another 16-14 in what was probably one of the wildest games of this tournament.
Crazy.
Very, very fun. OO Prospects. Well, they whip to pieces Eternal Fire in the end, and then MOUZ NXT have an easy ride in the second half against the Young Gods. And that's it. That's everything. But we do have one more game tomorrow. We have that one decider match tomorrow. And so be sure to catch that. I'm not entirely sure when it'll be scheduled in, but I'll check with production, and if you want to know, just drop me a message.
Well, there's the schedule right in front of your eyes. Yeah, so at 7:30 CET tomorrow, that's 6:30 UK for all you British guys out there, we will be seeing Young Ninjas against FURIA Academy in that tiebreaker matchup. The all-important tiebreaker will decide who finishes fourth and who finishes third in Group B. Of course, the position that you finish in the group is going to help you a lot getting into the gauntlet stages. And of course, all of the teams in Group B have qualified for that automatically, with VP Prodigy dropping out at the start of the season. So it's really about who can come out victorious from the gauntlet and qualify for the playoff stage and give themselves a shot to be taking home the trophy.
Well, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing that gauntlet stage come into fruition. But for now, I believe this is all from both me and you. This was our last cast for this tournament. And, well, we had an absolute blast. So, first of all, a massive thank you to WePlay and Banks for having us. And I hope all of you have enjoyed the show. And going into tomorrow, I'm assuming that's going to be Scrawny and Launders picking that one up again. You're in safe hands with the broadcast, ladies and gents. I can assure you that much. But unless there's anything else you want to say for tonight, Icon, I think it's time for us to wrap up the show.
Yeah, it definitely is time for us to wrap up, and it's a sad day to say the least that this is where we finish our time here at WePlay. As you say, it's been an amazing time and an amazing experience to be able to cast an event like this. So we will be back tomorrow with Scrawny and Launders at 7:30 CET for that tiebreaker game, and then the gauntlet stage will be kicking off on the 9th. With only the top 6 from the groups qualifying, of course. So we will see you then.